I'm not sure I would return anytime soon. I have found a purpose here, in opposing Giant's Rest, and I find myself wanting to explore. I want to see more of what Davrar has to offer. There are so many mysteries here, waiting to be discovered. I can make a difference here, probably a greater one than I could ever make on Earth. I knew of 100 scientists who could step into my role on Earth, but I'm the only person with anti-magic that I know of on Davrar. I need to see what I can do with that. Nathan almost told the heirs about Earth at that moment, but he held back in the end. Nathan grumbled about being woken up to take the middle watch, but he soon forgot his complaints. The sky was clear and beautiful above him. The night was quiet and serene. He sat there meditating with his eyes and ears open for hours. It was incredibly calm and tranquil, only interrupted on the hour by the faint trill of the enchanted rock they used to keep time. When it was time to wake Catchy and Sarah for the third watch, Nathan almost regretted it. I wonder if I can develop focused mind into something that replaces sleep. I don't understand the biological need for sleep, so I probably can't cover it with regeneration. It's probably better to develop focused mind into something that can be used during rage, though. With those thoughts, Nathan fell asleep for the second time. The next morning, Nathan awoke to the smell of roasting meat. After a wonderful breakfast of thick-cut bacon, they set off for the undead tomb. It wasn't far, and their first signs were a few wandering zombies. They weren't fast or particularly dangerous. Sarah took them out with headshots from several 100 feet away. Even when there was a cluster of zombies, the undead didn't figure out where the projectiles were coming from until they all dropped to the ground, missing some critical cranial component. It wasn't hard to follow the concentration gradient of zombies to find the tomb. It was a rough hole in the side of a hill, clearly dug out from the inside. As Nathan watched, a few more zombies spilled from the opening and started walking around aimlessly. Sarah sighed and reached into her dimensional bag once more, but Nathan held up a hand. Hold on. I want to see if my anti-magic works against the necromancy animating the zombies. Nathan handed his spear to Aal for safekeeping and walked towards the zombies as they ambled down the slope. He was curious about the spell that animated the undead. It had to be pretty complicated, but apparently it could happen naturally. Nathan wasn't worried about being bitten. These weren't the kind of zombies that could infect you. If they killed you, you'd probably become a zombie due to the presence of ambient death mana that undead gave off. But Nathan felt confident that normal zombies could only threaten him if there were at least dozens of them. He got pretty close before they noticed him, and he used the time to study them. The zombies were wearing the remains of some kind of wrap. The colors had been vibrant once, but time and decay had spoiled the clothes and much of the body underneath. The bodies looked like they'd been badly mummified, with patches of extreme decay and others that seemed surprisingly well preserved. The zombies let out a low moan and trudged towards him. He moved so they'd approach him one at a time. I can experiment on the last one. Let's see how quickly I can take out the first two. He took a few steps forward and speared his right hand into the neck of the first zombie. His fingers punched through the slimy skin, releasing fluid all over his hand. Nathan's hand was covered in stinking gore, and he yanked his hand back. In the moment before he did so, the slithering feeling of death mana brushed against his skin. Ew. The zombie lurched a few more steps towards him, head lolling. It was slower than it had been. Nathan drew back the same hand, clocking the zombie in the face. More gore sprayed, but Nathan absorbed more of the mana, and it fell over and lay still. The next zombie lurched forward, teeth first, trying to grapple and bite. It had a small body, though the face was thankfully degraded enough that Nathan didn't really see it as a person. He moved quickly to avoid its grab and laid his fouled hand on the zombie's head. Nathan focused on the feeling of the mana animating the corpse, figuring out what he could about how the mana worked. Weird. It's kind of like a spell, but it doesn't follow smooth lines. Like water flowing through natural channels instead of straight canals. Like it's following natural pathways in the corpse. The third zombie was approaching, so Nathan closed his right hand around the second zombie's neck and squeezed. The slimy mana flowed into him like it was being sucked through a straw. Nathan shuddered at the feeling. I think my limit on fighting undead is going to be my stomach. He quickly knocked the feet out from under the third zombie, then stepped on its arms before running his hands over the immobile corpse. It was a struggle to not absorb too much mana from the undead as he examined it. Nathan focused on the clinical nature of his examination as various secretions covered his hand and flakes of dried flesh stuck to them. I think my immune system is boosted to hell and gone with regeneration, which is probably a good thing. Damn, this is icky. There's a reason I decided not to be a med student. However, he got a pretty good idea of the mana flows in the zombie's body. The nexus was in the head, and mana circulated out from there into the limbs to provide motive force. He'd been right before in that the death mana flowed naturally through the body. Each path wasn't particularly complicated, but the fact that the pattern spread across the entire cadaver in delicate flows made it more intricate than most of the spells Nathan had encountered. Following a hunch, Nathan felt around the ribs and spine again, following pathways from the chest muscles back to the spine and into the head. It seemed to follow the nervous system with some degree of precision. Nathan mapped the death mana, following the nerves between the ribs. Death mana naturally follows nervous system pathways. I bet I could give a necromancer some juicy insights about how the nervous system works. Low tier Identify 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to mid-tier. Neat. But this whole process seems really inefficient. The mana is sluggish and seems blocked in a bunch of places. I wonder if... Nathan absorbed mana from a blockage in the corpse's left arm. The mana started flowing more smoothly, and the arm spasmed, nearly throwing Nathan off as the zombie flexed its arm with new strength. Okay then. I bet that's the difference between a zombie and a ghoul, a lack of mana blockages. Given that this seems self-sustaining, and not that hard to work out, I bet necromancers are scary buggers. Mid-tier spell sense 4 achieved. You gonna kill it or kiss it? Stella's voice was disgusted as Nathan stayed bent over the corpse. I learned a lot from it. I think I understand how necromancy animates corpses now. It's pretty interesting. One more test. Nathan tried absorbing mana from a few different places on the zombie, looking for the easiest way to take it down. Most of the mana was concentrated in the head, but he had trouble sucking it out quickly through the skull. The neck was a conduit to the rest of the body, and Nathan found he could suck the zombie dry almost instantly if he grabbed it around the neck or touched its spine. Weak spot is the neck. You know, like it is for living people. Nathan stood up from the corpse and rubbed his hands together to get some of the corpse goo off of them. I can absorb mana from undead. It's just real gross. I think I'll ask you to keep my spear for this one. Arl regarded him warily. Sounds good to me, so long as you stand over there. The heirs looked up at the tunnel together for a moment, visibly steeling themselves to enter the foreboding space. It looked like a ragged mouth in the side of the cliff, with broken rocks guarding a dark gullet. Chapter 54. A somewhat heavier touch of undeath. "I think I should go first," Nathan said. "I've got perception skills, as well as resistance to magical traps and healing for non-magical traps. And it seems I'm pretty good at taking on undead in close quarters." Nathan gestured to the corpse he'd just finished sucking the necromancy out of.
"After me, probably Arl, then Stella, Sarah, and with Kachi bringing up the rear in case any come at us from behind." Kachi had been prepared to speak, but closed his mouth. He'd been about to suggest their ordering, and it was probably about the same order. The big wolfman looked confused, more than upset, as if he hadn't expected Nathan's suggestion. There was a moment of awkwardness as everybody looked at Nathan, then Kachi. The cleric had been acting as the unofficial leader of the heirs since before Nathan had joined, and this wasn't Nathan trying to take over so much as get the heirs used to listening to him in tactical situations. Nathan liked Kachi, and he trusted Kia's son with most things. But he didn't want the heirs to settle into the pattern of listening to him on everything, especially when Nathan had skills and knowledge that might give him unique insights into tactical situations. Nathan nodded his head towards Kachi. "Do you agree that it's best for me to be in front, calling out directions? I have perception skills and can't be fooled by magic. For now, I believe my suggestion is the best one." Kachi slowly nodded, and the rest of the heirs fell into the suggested order. "Cool. I hope this doesn't lead to confusion as to who gives orders. I do think this party order is best, and if Kachi can't see anything, he'll have trouble calling plays. When I get yeeted into the middle of an enemy formation, then he'll be the one calling the shots. Like where to throw Nathan." They entered the tomb. The first 30 feet looked like they'd been clawed out of the packed earth by bare hands. The ceiling was low, and the walls were covered with finger marks. There were signs of multiple cave-ins that had been cleared by hand from the inside. Nathan saw a zombie ahead, blindly staggering towards them. Kachi's boot scraped on a stone, and the undead quickly raised its arms, lurching in their direction and opening its mouth to bite. Nathan seized it by the throat, dumping the inert corpse to the side a moment later. He shook his hand in an ineffectual attempt to remove the squishy gore and the cold, slick feeling of death mana. That zombie's hearing was better than its eyesight. Huh. Stella conjured a pair of glowing orbs and hovered one over each of her shoulders. The paired lights prevented any one object from throwing sharp shadows, diffusing more light around the dark tomb. The lights revealed that the bare dirt had transitioned to a worked stone floor. Only a few steps farther was a stone door thrown wide, beyond which the ceiling and walls also became smoothly joined stone blocks. "Looks like an entrance that got covered with dirt over many years, and the undead had to dig to get out." The tunnel blossomed out into a larger room decorated with dirty reliefs. An altar of some kind stood in the center of the room, and 3 passages led deeper underground. Another zombie was wandering out of the rightmost passage, blinking at them in the light. It opened its mouth to moan, and Sarah nailed it in the face with a javelin, dropping the zombie with a wet sound. Nathan took a moment to study the altar and the stone reliefs. They definitely weren't Quasian, and looked vaguely Mayan to Nathan. That likely meant Sklia's dominion, which was a snakefolk empire from long ago. They didn't tend to leave the most dangerous or impressive dungeons, so they weren't prioritized in the Jamor adventurer education. Most Sklian dungeons were tombs of the Sklian mage lords, who'd had an obsession with legacies. They'd been high on magic,
but low on the sort of long-term enchantments and constructs that could make dungeons truly nightmarish. And this is probably one of those. But not a very rich mage lord, apparently. Not enough decoration for that. Anyway, time to follow the right wall. I want to see wherever those zombies are coming from. Nathan gestured toward the right passageway, then stepped forward.
He looked around carefully for traps or signs of magic. Nothing happened as they crossed the room and entered the rightmost passage. In the rear, Kachi swiveled and started walking backwards, shield up and watching their backs. Nathan moved forward cautiously, looking for more traps and details. He saw some reliefs of a naga-like creature standing on a pedestal overlooking many bowing figures. The corridor turned sharply to the right ahead, and another zombie stumbled into view around the bend. Nathan grabbed it quickly, laying the now still body against the wall of the tunnel to prevent any noise. Then Nathan turned the corner and took a few steps forward into a larger space. He motioned Stella forward to give him lighting and see what was ahead. It was an ossuary. A long room stretched out, 2 rows of stone on either side arranged like bookshelves. They were heavily decorated with bones. The shelves held bodies stacked 3 deep. Higher shelves held more bones, many of which were non-humanoid. Central tables held yet more bones, and Nathan saw a dozen stalker skeletons carefully laid out on a row of tables that sat between the shelves. Their third eyes were still present and glistened with a black mist that absorbed the light cast from Stella's spells. Most of the bodies and skeletons were inert, though Nathan saw one of the stalker skeletons twitch slightly. As he watched, a human corpse jerked, falling from the shelf onto the ground. It lay there for a moment before unsteadily getting to its feet. Nathan took a moment to kick his shoes off, gesturing back to the heirs to stay put. He ran forward on the balls of his feet, doing his best to stay quiet on the bare stone floor. He seized the newly mobile zombie and rendered it immobile, again laying the body down quietly instead of letting it fall. Nathan looked around the room again and noticed another detail he hadn't seen before. He'd thought the black mark on the ceiling was a trick of the light, But it was a black crystal, which seemed to absorb the scant light. From this close, Nathan could feel a suffocating pressure from it, not unlike what the grave tangle had unleashed. But instead of a tide of overwhelming mana that sapped his strength, this mana was insidious. With his new understanding of death mana, Nathan realized it was trying to animate him, even as it was absorbed into his skin. He laid a hand against the zombie he'd recently drained, and found that more mana had slithered inside of it in the brief moments since he'd last touched it. Okay, so that crystal is slowly animating all of the corpses in here. There's a lot of them. Time to break it, I guess? Especially before it gets those stalker skeletons moving. Those things look nasty. I don't want to know what those eyes do. Nathan hopped up onto the table, avoiding the 6-legged skeleton stretched across it. He glanced back to the heirs, who stood only 20 feet away. They watched him cautiously as he stretched up to grab hold of the crystal. What he felt surprised him. There was definitely a spell in there, built to shape the mana as it passed through, guiding it into a form that would be better for animating corpses. But the mana was passing through the crystal from somewhere else. This crystal was a conduit for the death mana, not its ultimate source. Nathan got a sense that the mana was conducted through the rock. As far as he could tell, it was coming from farther into the hill. I'm glad we tested what happens if I absorb mana even when I'm already full of stamina. Nathan pulled on the mana in the crystal, siphoning a lot out of it very quickly. His stamina was already full from all of the zombie draining, so the excess stamina manifested as an urgency to move. Nathan felt ready to sprint a mile, leap down a flight of stairs, and fight whoever was in front of him. From his past experiments with Stella, Nathan knew his every movement for the next few minutes would be empowered with the excess stamina. It was a surge of energy that energy drinks could only aspire to in advertisements. Nathan used focused mind, pulling his attention back to the crystal and the spell inside. As Nathan siphoned mana, the crystal lightened slightly, showing a smoky quartz nature instead of matte, light-absorbing black. With an effort of concentration, Nathan reached past the torrent of mana flowing into him, breaking the spell that guided the diffusion of the mana. Then, he released the crystal and studied it warily for a moment. High-tier focused mind 3 achieved! The crystal quickly darkened back to black and resumed spilling mana into the air. It was undirected now, more like what the grave tangle had released. But it would still probably raise the corpses. Now it would just take longer because the mana was undirected. Nathan looked around the room from his new vantage point. From here he could see more doorways that led to other rooms. The light wasn't great, but Nathan could see the same ossuary-type rooms, and he assumed that they were similar body storage and reanimation setups, each with their own crystals. He also saw a set of stairs he hadn't noticed before, leading down through a gap in the corpse shelves. The steps were hidden from the entrance where the heirs still hunkered. A zombie stumbled up the stairs, 30 feet away. Its head focused on Nathan, and as its mouth opened, he realized it would be impossible to silence in time. He hopped down from the table and ran back towards the heirs, hearing a deep moan from behind him. It was shockingly loud in the enclosed space, seeming to echo back and forth from rooms above and below. Nathan realized that those weren't echoes. Those were other undead repeating the noise. He reached the heirs and spoke quickly. "Back into the corridor. We need a choke point." The mana source isn't in here. I think it's a straight line from the central corridor. That way. Nathan pointed in the vague direction he'd gotten from the crystal. Fighting retreat. We decide if we're leaving or going for the mana source based on how bad this is. We've got a straight shot at the exit if this is too much. Arl and Stella nodded quickly, moving to put some distance between themselves and the open space. Sarah and Kachi were already farther down the corridor, watching the route back to the exit. Nathan was rearguard, and he ran to catch up while looking over his shoulder. The heirs were moving faster than the zombies, and Nathan was trying to decide if they should hole up in this corridor or go all the way to the entrance to make their stand. Then, a swarming crowd of agile figures overtook the shuffling zombies trailing them. They were still humanoid corpses, but they moved with a speed and power totally unlike the slow awkwardness of the zombies. The bones of their fingers had extended and sharpened, giving them a set of awful claws. Their teeth were elongated and split into a jagged mess of sharp enamel and bone. Ghouls. Oh joy. Nathan turned and countercharged the tide of undead, trusting his team to back him up. He activated his rage, imagining the social setup that would allow a mage lord to fill a tomb with this many bodies. It was tyranny that reached beyond death, that spoke of an ownership that could never be escaped. How many of the bodies charging him would have chosen this fate? He was going to break this monument to long-dead arrogance. Thank you, Arthur, for teaching me to call true rage within a moment. The secret to this class is that your anger must be deep and true, but never mindless. Nathan was faster than the ghouls, and his momentum slammed into the tide of flesh and stopped it. His hands snapped out, aiming for necks. His right hand was on target, and a wave of death mana flowed into him as that ghoul went slack. His left hand was met with a gnashing maw of jagged teeth. The jaws clamped shut on Nathan's hand, breaking skin in a dozen places.
Mid-tier, sprinting 3 achieved! Nathan ripped the ghoul's lower jaw off. He punched out at another ghoul, attempting to grapple him. He had a better understanding of the way death mana flowed through the undead, so when he punched his fingers into a rotting shoulder and sucked out mana, the ghoul's arm went slack. A dozen ghouls surrounded Nathan, burying him under a press of clawing fingers and biting jaws. He was being dragged down bit by bit, absorbing mana from the disgusting press of bodies, but only finishing off a few. Clawed fingers and jaws broke his skin in a dozen places, and Nathan strained to stay upright. Any time now. A fireball impacted the ceiling above Nathan's head, exploding out in all directions. He weathered the explosion without problems, as the ghouls closest to Nathan were blown apart, while the ones farther back merely toppled like bowling pins. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Nathan leapt forward, taking advantage of the fireball's disruption to quickly draw mana from 3 more ghouls before they could regain their feet. There was only a dozen left, and Nathan engaged them hand to hand as Stella landed a pair of fireballs farther down the corridor, blasting apart the crush of zombies that were slowly catching up. Body parts pelted Nathan as he vaulted on his hands away from the still mobile ghouls. He skirmished with the remaining ghouls, trying not to let them surround or grab him again. It was a truly unequal fight, since Nathan's every strike disabled a limb or completely drained a ghoul, while they had to work to even pierce his skin. And those injuries healed in moments. The only equalizing factor was that they had him outnumbered, but that changed quickly. Nathan heard another fireball go off behind him, but didn't stop to look around.
He leaned into his acrobatics, kicking off a wall and planting one hand on the floor to aerial away from 3 ghouls about to surround him. Then he grabbed one ghoul around the neck, casting the spent body at the other undead. Nathan was absorbing an incredible amount of mana, and his every motion was suffused with power. Despite raging, despite regeneration, despite spending stamina to enhance every one of his motions, he was still gaining more stamina than he spent. He rolled into a ghoul and knocked it over, then sunk fingers into a different foe's eye socket before planting a bare foot on the prone ghoul's neck to drain its mana. Low-tier tumbling 7 achieved. Before Nathan knew it, no more ghouls remained. Zombies still staggered towards him, but in a trickle instead of a flood. Their numbers had been vastly reduced by Stella's fireballs, and they were stumbling over the organic wreckage littering the corridor. Nathan moved forward quickly, leaving a trail of newly motionless corpses behind him. He reached the ossuary room again and saw no more incoming undead, so he turned and ran back into the corridor to see what was happening with his teammates. It looked like a few ghouls had gotten past Nathan, but had met Arl's greatsword and come off worse for the experience. Past that, the heirs were battling another tide of undead that had come from behind them. Nathan almost leapt to assist, but it didn't look like they needed the help. The best thing he could do was ensure no other undead hit them from this side. Like if one of those bone stalkers finished animating, for example. It looked like the undead coming from the direction of the entrance were more spread out than those who'd engaged Nathan. A few ghouls at a time came around the corner, then charged towards them. Kachi was planted in the middle of the corridor like a rock, his shield glowing with golden light. It burned to the bone any undead that touched the radiant surface. The big wolfman swung his hammer methodically, crushing the ghouls as they approached and flinched away from his shield. Stella was steadily volleying spells past him at targets of opportunity. She saved fireballs for clusters of ghouls, but Nathan saw her carefully aiming spikes of conjured rock at single targets. Sarah wielded her favorite bow and was steadily planting arrows through the eyes of the approaching undead. Meanwhile, Arl stood behind Kachi with a mace and hatchet, taking care of any who slipped past. 2 groups of ghouls surged down either side of the hallway, and Kachi yelled, "Target left!" He pivoted right, stopping that group cold, while Stella shaped a quick ankle-height barrier of force that tripped the other group of charging ghouls, leaving them easy meat for Arl. They're pretty good. Almost as if they've been training at this for years.
Nathan turned his back on the slaughter but called out, "Watching our backs! Call for help if needed!" He heard the steady sounds of under-control combat behind him. Then, Kachi called out a new command. "Slow retreat!" Nathan glanced over his shoulder and saw a mass of zombies pushing down the corridor. The heirs were slowly backing away as Stella carefully volleyed fireballs at them, blowing enormous holes in the press of bodies. Nathan was tempted again to take the stragglers, but Kachi had taken back command of the fight since it had switched directions, and Nathan didn't want to yell, "Mine!" and run past him to steal the last kills while a bone stalker snuck up behind them. So, he watched the rear as he listened to the heirs cleaning up the last of the zombies. Chapter 55. Just some really heavy undead. When the sounds of combat faded away, Nathan turned back around, examining himself as he did so. He had no idea where his shoes were, and his shirt was once again torn to shreds. At least his pants had fared better this time. He'd only lost the bottom half of the left pant leg. However, he didn't think his clothes would be long for this world, because he was covered with blood and corpse goo, except for his head. Nathan clamped down with focused mind to keep himself from dancing in place to get the gunk off. He took a moment to flick the worst of the pale gore from his hands before swiping the most egregious bits from his arms and chest. He looked up to see the heirs examining the recent battlefield. Just like after the stalker fight, there was a look of elation on their faces. Nathan found himself smiling as well, half sharing in their glee, and half proud of them. They'd survived another trial. They'd dedicated themselves towards being adventurers and spent months training to live up to their parents. Now they had proof that they could, in fact, be competent adventurers. Stella looked over towards Nathan and wrinkled her nose before flicking him a cleaning cloth. "I've got your shoes." "Thanks," Nathan drawled. "I appreciate it. My clothing budget is high enough as it is." He swiped the rag to get rid of the worst of the chilly goo, tucking it into his belt since he fully expected to get re-gooed later. He nodded at Kachi. "That worked well, I think. One of us in front, the other behind. The one closer to the danger calls the fight?" Kachi returned the nod. "Indeed. You suggested the mana source was down the central corridor. Let us go there. I believe you should lead the way once more." Nathan frowned. "We should at least discuss retreating. I think there is more here than Sudrael expected. Mass animation of ghouls and whatever those other bones can become. The right decision might be to retreat." The heirs all adopted frowns. They didn't want to retreat, and Nathan understood. But they were thinking about it. It's like teaching undergrads again. Half the battle is getting them to think about things. After a moment, Sarah spoke up, gesturing to the piles of corpses around them. "Yes, and we handled it without trial." "These dead are not animated yet. We should deal with this before it gets worse. Break the mana source and they'll never animate, instead of being a danger to a follow-up team." Nathan nodded. "Yeah, I agree. Let's go." Arl cocked his head before quietly asking a question. "Didn't you say the right decision was to retreat? Why ask if you weren't going to argue we should return?" Nathan spoke over his shoulder as he clambered over the piles of shredded and motionless undead to get back to the entrance room. "Because we need to get in the habit of asking the question aloud, instead of making assumptions that might get us killed." The heirs reached the entrance room and proceeded down the central corridor towards the probable source of death mana animating all of the undead in the crypt. This corridor was nicer. The stone was cleaner, the vaulted ceiling higher. The reliefs on the walls were higher quality, though the themes were the same. Lots of figures bowing religiously before a naga, or the naga leading an army of humanoids, or observing them building a grand structure. After several hundred anxious feet, the corridor led out into a much larger room. The heirs slowed down, creeping forward cautiously. They emerged from the corridor, and Stella's light spilled out into the cavernous chamber beyond. It reminded Nathan of a cathedral. There was a wide central nave that stretched into the darkness. Rows of thick pillars marched on either side, beyond which were aisles with displays that recalled reliquaries he'd seen in chapels. Stella's lights didn't spread as far as they should. The slick feeling of death mana permeated the air, strong and invasive. It curled against Nathan's skin, seeking to invade his body. Kachi chanted a quiet prayer from behind. "Daemon, shield us from this darkness. Safeguard us through our trials. With your holy light, we will banish this evil." A golden glow shone from Kachi, pushing back the invasive death mana. Nathan took a few extra steps forward to avoid interfering with the spell protecting the heirs from the negative effects of the darkness. The divinely generated mana spread further, revealing a towering but motionless form at the other end of the room. Nathan looked back at his teammates and reflected on the picture they cast. 4 adventurers striding into darkness. Fire flickered from Stella's hands, and Arl's greatsword glinted in the golden light shining from Kachi's armor. Sarah had a javelin drawn, and her eyes flicked between potential targets. It was impossible to miss their beacon of light, and so they stood straight and strode ahead resolutely, their footsteps ringing across the underground space. They looked like a proper adventuring party, equipped with all of the magic and tools needed to cast down the ancient foes before them. "They're drawing a lot of attention, but it's the only option with this miasma. I'm immune and can probably be our hidden ace if the guardians of the mana source are intelligent. Hell, maybe I can sneak past and disable it." He hissed quietly to get the heir's attention, then signaled his intention to creep up ahead and to the right. Kachi nodded, and Nathan slid off into one of the dark aisles on the other sides of the pillars. Close enough to be within easy rescue distance, far enough to be outside of the bright light radiating out from the heirs. "I bet if I dropped right now, I could pick up something. Probably not worth it. Stealth is useful, but only situationally, and not something I'm focused on. I know how to walk quietly with bare feet on solid stone. Balls of the feet don't slide." Nathan stayed ahead of the heirs, straining his ears and eyes for signs of motion or hints as to the locus of mana. With his back turned to the light from the heirs, his eyes quickly adapted to the darkness. He sunk into peering towards the far end of the room. Past the death mana in the air, details emerged from the gloom. The space normally occupied by the altar in a Catholic cathedral was dominated by a gray marble statue. Surprise, surprise, it was a giant snake man. The Naga's lower body was all coiled snake, while where the head would be on a normal snake, a humanoid torso emerged, holding an enormous staff. The statue was colossal, reaching 2/3 of the way to the 60-foot ceiling, its face lost in the darkness. On either side of the statue were a series of shadowed alcoves, where the aisles angled towards the central space. The death mana clung to those alcoves especially closely, hiding what was within. Nathan squinted past the magical darkness, seeing shadowed shapes within. Something about those shapes struck him as important. As the heirs advanced and gave the light a better angle, Nathan could make out the figures inside. They were suits of blackened full plate, each holding a bared longsword against their shoulders, while a shield rested against their knees. One of the heads turned slightly, following the heirs as they walked towards the giant statue. Mid-tier. Notice 5 achieved. Nathan plastered himself against the wall and scooted forward with alacrity, trying to stay out of the armor's line of sight. Bet there were undead under the armor. I don't know, some sort of disciplined ghoul? Draugr? Graveguard? Bone Knight? Whatever. Graveguard for now. The heirs could see the giant snake clearly now, and were examining it from 20 feet away. Nathan scooted around the corner where the first armored figure lurked, and grabbed it around the neck with both hands to yank off the helmet, activating rage as he did so. Not gonna ambush my friends today. Get counter-ambushed, nerd. The armor was enchanted somehow, and it resisted Nathan's rage and stamina-enhanced strength for a moment, before some critical part of the enchantment gave way. He tore the helmet from the armor, to reveal a grinning skull, carved with delicate symbols. The body started to move, raising the sword to strike at Nathan. He stuck his fingers through the eye holes of the skull, and pulled, both physically and with his anti-magic. Nathan absorbed a torrent of concentrated death mana as the armored skeleton lurched forward, taken off balance by Nathan's firm grip on the inside of its face. It tried to bring its sword down, but Nathan ducked close and almost hugged the figure, feeling its movements weaken as he continued to drain the mana. The head was still the focus of the necromantic mana, even without a brain or remnants of a nervous system. Good. Time to collect some skulls, and maybe look for a skull god who needs a few. Nathan should have carefully lowered the suit of heavy armor to the ground, but he was too immersed in the thrill of imminent battle to care about that. The other guards crept from their alcoves, advancing on the heirs while they examined the statue. The graveguard Nathan had ambushed was falling to the ground when Kachi snapped out a quick command. "Shield up!" The wolfman stepped forward while chanting rapidly. The clatter of the graveguard's armor hitting the ground was drowned out by the sound of impact as the statue struck out with its staff. The blow was enormous, and Stella's quickly formed force shield only slowed the blow before it impacted Kachi's upraised shield, which already glowed with golden light. The cleric bent under the blow, but he did not break. Sarah's javelin shattered against the statue's face as it bent down from above, smiling cruelly at the heirs. Nathan yelled out, "Foes from the sides!" He ran towards the exposed backs of the armored undead as the heirs began a hasty retreat from the giant and, apparently mobile, statue. I really don't know what else I expected. Looks fun as hell to fight, though. Nathan tackled the closest graveguard, slamming his shoulder into its backplate so they both went down in a tumble. He grabbed at its helmet, repeating his trick of tearing it off to get at the juicy death magic. The armored figure struggled under him with incredible strength, catching Nathan in the side with an elbow that cracked ribs and almost tossed him away. His death grip on the undead's spine kept him attached, and Nathan held on as the guard's motions quickly stilled. It was extremely satisfying to literally drain the motive force out of your enemies. Then, another graveguard brought its sword down on Nathan's back. It held the enchanted blade in a two-handed reversed grip, and the blade tore through Nathan's spine and into the ground below. He was pinned like a bug, cut off from all feeling in his lower half. Fuck. "Help!" he screamed out, desperately reaching back to push the undead off of him. He had no leverage, no ability to push with his legs. His rage flared white-hot, and his stamina dropped precipitously as Nathan struggled, feeling his regeneration fail to heal around the metal object embedded in his spine. The enchantments in the blade flickered and died as he absorbed the mana, but they'd already done their job in allowing the blade to shear through reinforced bone and body. He pushed himself up with one arm, reaching back with the other to grab at the hands holding the sword that still pinned him to the ground.
Stamina, 422 over 530. He looked towards the heirs, hoping for salvation. Arl was a veritable whirlwind of blades, holding off 4 graveguards that had appeared from the other side of the chamber. He'd taken down one in the initial exchange, leaving an enormous axe embedded in its helmet. Stella was busy fending off magical attacks the statue was firing from its staff, using wind to blow aside a broad spray of darkened needles, before conjuring another shield to deflect a strike from the giant staff's full reach.
She retaliated with a fireball that didn't faze the statue in the slightest. Kachi had his hands full, blocking bolts of darkness flying from the statue's eyes and defending against 2 more grave guards. But Sarah turned towards Nathan's yell. Kachi's shield flashed with golden light, and when she saw what had happened, her whole body sharpened. She reached into her pouch and pulled free a hammer. A heavy mallet, really. She wound up and took a step forward, hurling the hammer overhand in Nathan's direction, like a pitcher delivering a fastball. Nathan braced, ready to push and roll as the hammer spun twice and smashed into the undead holding him down. It lurched back, letting go of the sword. Nathan pushed up with both hands, rolling his torso to free the sword from the stone beneath him. He reached back and grabbed the blade, ripping it out of his back. The grave guard loomed above him. Its helmet was mildly dented, courtesy of Sarah's hammer. "I will rip you apart with my teeth if I have to." It stepped forward to stomp on him, and Nathan flopped towards it to grab the upraised leg, pushing up with both hands. The heavy undead toppled backwards with a clatter, and Nathan grabbed onto its feet, using every muscle he could control to lever himself closer as it sat up. He gained the faintest bit of motion in his legs, and used that to worm himself up the undead's body until he was almost sitting in its lap. Low-tier tumbling 8 achieved. I guess that counted as an unorthodox movement. It punched him in the side, causing another white-hot flare of rage, as more bones broke. In return, Nathan pounded at the undead's helmet and shoulders without leaving a mark on anything but the enchantments. He felt helpless, his rage useless against its armor and overwhelming strength. Focus. Don't flail. Don't panic. Focus. High-tier focused mind 4 achieved. Nathan moved closer, hugging the armor under its shoulders and denying it easy leverage to strike him. He couldn't strike it, but he could still absorb mana. He focused on the sensation of mana flowing in smooth, elegant lines through the armor. He drew it out, guiding the flow into his own body. Then he reached deeper into the undead that lay beneath the armor. Slurp, slurp, motherfucker. It was a slower process than when Nathan had direct physical contact with the skull or spine. But this time, Nathan had surface area. He drew mana through every inch of his body that was in contact with the suit of armor. Its movements grew weaker, and then tapered off to flopping as Nathan drew out more and more of the animating death mana. Magic Absorption 5 achieved. The Graveguard had never stopped pummeling Nathan, and had broken bones and given him bruises aplenty. But the mana he drained had kept it from being an entirely losing battle. Stamina, 359 over 530. Full feeling had returned to Nathan's legs, and he sat up to look over the battle. The heirs were still being harried back towards the entrance. Another 3 graveguards had been rendered immobile, leaving 4 to continue harassing the heirs as the giant statue slithered after them with the grating of stone against stone. I wonder. Nathan stood up, sparing a moment for the now empty dais on which the giant Naga statue had rested. There was a black crystal there,
but it wasn't the source of the death mana. The flow of mana in the room pulsed away from the statue pursuing the heirs. So, Nathan shrugged and began sprinting towards it. Let's see how easy it is to climb a giant moving statue. Mid-tier sprinting 4 achieved. Chapter 56. Building a church to yourself. It turned out not to be very easy to climb a giant moving statue. The serpent part of the enormous statue was covered in rough stone scales that slithered against each other as the creature slowly advanced on the heirs. Nathan leapt over the creature's tail and landed on its back.
He ran across the uneven footing, trusting his skills and excessive amounts of stamina to keep him upright.
The lessons learned from Stella's Nathan juggling bore fruit, allowing him to skip across the rough surface even as it rotated and twisted beneath him. Mid-tier dodging, footwork 3 achieved. The statue positively radiated death magic. It wasn't in the concentrated and overwhelming waves that the grave tangle had unleashed, but it was like every inch of the creature was a fog machine for slimy black mana. Just being near it had Nathan's stamina steadily ticking up. He reached the vertical part of the snake, and Nathan's job got a lot harder. He tried to grab hold and pull himself up the body to reach its head, but it was all he could do to hang on as the body above him twisted and shifted. He plastered himself to the snake's body, feeling scrapes accumulate as the rough stone moved beneath him. Okay, that's a sensitive spot. Ouch. On the other hand, I'm drawing out a lot of mana. Hundreds at least, probably thousands if I stay here for any length of time. Behold, my most dangerous battle strategy against animated statues. Leech mode. Stamina, 398 over 530. The body above him twisted alarmingly, and Nathan looked up to see the Naga's stone face staring down at him, a look of perplexed annoyance on its marble face. Twin bolts of dark mana lanced out from its eyes, and Nathan grinned back as they impacted him to no effect. Gonna have to try harder than that, you dumb piece of rock. Then, it reached its free hand down and plucked him off its body. I think I deserved that one. Do your worst, you metamorphic idiot. The giant hand holding Nathan started squeezing with the strength of an industrial press. Recently healed ribs re-broke, and Nathan felt blood rush into his lungs. He coughed out a red froth. Beyond the statue, he saw Kachi gesture and shout. Arl stepped forward to block him from most of the remaining grave guards.
Kachi knelt down and whispered a prayer to his hammer, lips nearly kissing the weapon. Sarah nailed a grave guard approaching from Kachi's other side with an arrow to the eye slit. Stella held out her hands, casting a spell on the carved flagstone Kachi knelt atop. Kachi's hammer ignited with golden flames that shone across the room. The remaining grave guards shielded their eyes and staggered backwards. Stella threw her hands skyward, throwing Kachi into the air as the stone he was kneeling on followed her gesture. The statue turned to face the new light, flinging Nathan aside with its hand as it hissed. Nathan spun through the air wildly, catching a single image of Kachi descending on the giant statue, swinging his divinely empowered hammer down upon its head. Then Nathan impacted the back wall with a horrible crunch, falling 20 feet to the stone floor a moment later. He was out for a bit after that. He didn't fall unconscious, but there were definitely a few moments of unconnected thoughts. Please, that it not hurt. Dark here. Nathan's cheek pressed against the stone of the dais that the Naga statue had occupied. His eyes were out of focus, but after a moment, tuned in on the smooth expanse of gray stone.
He coughed blood onto the surface as his lungs shifted back into place. Veins of dark crystal radiated out across the stone. Their source was a man-sized crystal in the center of the dais that seemed to soak in what light there was. Wait, that's... He deactivated his rage and sunk into focused mind, almost losing the focus as pulped flesh and broken bones made themselves known. Juggernaut's wrath was still active, but now that Nathan wasn't raging, it was harder to ignore his wounds. He focused past the innumerable discomforts, needing to clear his mind and get himself healed as quickly as possible. Nathan squirmed his body over to the nearest veins of crystal, his broken bones clicking as he moved.
His thoughts were clearer, and his body was getting progressively more mobile as regeneration restored his body. However, his stamina continued to dwindle from the full body healing. Stamina, 125 over 530. High-tier regeneration 5 achieved! The veins of crystal looked like the same material as the one in the ceiling of the ossuary room, just smoothed down to the surface of the dais. As he touched the vein, his hypothesis was confirmed. He siphoned off some mana from the vein, but the majority flowed underneath the surface of the rock. He looked towards the protruding, blacker-than-night crystal in the center of the plinth and crawled towards it. His movements were becoming easier, though his left shoulder and ribs were still a mess, and he didn't trust his sense of balance. The blood covering his arms and legs smeared the stone with every movement, leaving a red trail on the rock. Stamina, 81 over 530. I think that statue is the source of death mana. It was curled around that large central crystal, propagating the mana through these crystal veins and all over the tomb. The crystal conducts death mana really well, so that's how it was spreading death mana around to animate all of the undead. This seems like the hub of the network. I bet I can suck the mana out of the entire tomb from here, stop any more undead from animating, and heal myself up. Congratulations, you have developed the low-tier identify utility skill into mid-tier identify. Utility skill, mid-tier identify. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects and effects, as well as give you clues on how to manipulate them. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. It's nice to know Davrar agrees with my assessment. Nathan reared up and clapped both hands onto the spike of crystal, feeling the roiling sea of death mana inside. It wasn't spreading out from the crystal into the room, and there seemed to be a spell on the crystal that guided death mana into the crystal. If Nathan's guess was right, it then flowed out to other parts of the dungeon. So, Nathan broke the spell and drew deep on the mana held within the crystal. It was like being under a spiritual fire hose, deluging Nathan with cold and slimy gunk. Nathan's stamina skyrocketed as he endured the torrent of disgusting death mana. He stared into the crystal as it paled from light-sucking black to something ever so slightly lighter. Nathan leaned into focused mind, reciting an impromptu catechism to maintain his mental state. This is merely a sensation, like any other. It has no inherent positive or negative traits. It will pass, leaving only a memory. High-tier focused mind 5 achieved. Nathan stayed that way for a few minutes, staring into the crystal as he sucked mana from the entire dungeon's reanimation network. Within the first minute, he was completely healed, his stamina back to full. After that, he just sat there, jittering with pent-up energy as more and more mana flowed into him and was neutralized. I feel like I'm violating the conservation of energy here. This is like more than 10,000 mana, enough for hundreds of fireballs. And all that's happening is I'm shaking uncontrollably.
It's not even hurting me. Magic Absorption 6 achieved. Nathan's fingers spasmed and the crystal cracked, fissures spreading through the now gray surface as his hands dug into it with incredible strength. Okay, it's not doing nothing. Slowly, the flow of mana ebbed and died. Nathan exhaled a long breath, shaking out his arms. Oh, right. I wonder what happened to the giant boss monster that threw me over here. I can't believe I completely forgot about it. I blame head trauma and being dropped next to the biggest mana source I've ever seen.
Nathan stuck his head around the crystal, almost overbalancing from the speed and jerkiness of the motion.
Hello? Anybody out there? His voice was fast and a little slurred, reflecting the nervous energy flooding through him. The heirs were standing at the edge of the plinth, waiting for him. Stella relaxed from her tense pose, and Arl gave Nathan a weary salute. Kachi was the farthest forward, surveying the dais with his arms crossed over his gleaming breastplate. He frowned slightly as Nathan came out from behind the crystal. The room was significantly lighter without the cloying death mana spread through the air. Nathan could see the fallen form of the giant statue behind the heirs. Its head looked crushed and burnt, while the section where the snake part met the humanoid body was shattered. Nathan stumbled towards the heirs, eliciting expressions of concern. Stella spoke first, stepping forward and holding out a hand. "Are you all right? What did you do?" Nathan gestured to the crystal as he came to a stop in front of the group, swaying slightly. "Sucked the death mana out of it. I'm pretty sure it was connected to all of the ossuary rooms, and the statue was feeding mana into it to fuel the entire place. There shouldn't be any more undead coming out of this dungeon. No siree. I'm just a little stamina drunk, I think." He paused for a moment. "How can a statue generate so much death mana anyway?" Arl responded as he examined his nails. "It wasn't just a statue. It was the true sarcophagus of the Mage Lord. Kachi crushing the head blinded it, so we cracked open the coffin in the midsection, and Stella burnt the lich inside to a crisp. That killed the problem pretty well." Kachi stepped up and clapped Nathan on the shoulder. "It was a good fight, and if you've drained the crystal, then our mission is achieved. We should debrief the action on the road home. For now, you should rest while we finish examining this room."
We haven't leveled yet, so I expect a few more foes, or a trap. Nathan, can you shape your eyes for that? Nathan took a deep breath, trying to quiet the jitters that still ran through him.
Sure. His stamina still read 530 over 530, but the real number had to be far higher than that. I bet all this stamina could be used to great effect to improve my body if I had the unique version of regeneration I want. Oh well, just gotta get in more fights, I guess. This extra stamina is bleeding off pretty quickly anyway. Maybe I can figure out a use for it before it's all gone. Nathan held up a hand to Arl, who tossed him a cloth to wipe off some of the sticky, crusted gore covering Nathan's body. At least most of it was his this time, which made it less gross for some reason. I mean, it's just my own blood, not ancient undead guts. So yeah, less gross. The heirs separated to examine the rest of the church-like room, calling out to Nathan or Sarah when they wanted somebody to take a better look at things. Arl probed around the alcoves with a long wooden pole, while Stella examined the now gray crystal in the center of the pedestal. She whistled, and everybody turned to look at her. "You sucked the mana out of this? This is conductive quartz, blasphemously useful for all sorts of things, especially to me. Hard to get without mana in it already, though, and doesn't tend to react well to having more than one mana type in it at once. And death mana really doesn't react well to other types of mana." Nathan walked over, laying his hand on the crystal again.
There were still traces of death mana in there, and Nathan tried to extract every last trace of it. The crystal lightened from a smoky gray to a colorless translucent around his hand. Unfortunately, the crystal was still connected to the network spread throughout the dungeon, and traces of death mana flowed back slowly from the network. He sighed.
It's still connected to the network, and it might take me days to perfectly purge every part of it. It's a lot slower when there's not much left. Stella wasn't deterred. Arl, break the crystal. Keep the pieces big, please. Arl shrugged and pulled a two-handed pickaxe out of his pouch. He swung it at the base of the crystal, which reverberated with the sound like shattering glass. A few more strikes, and the crystal was fully separated from the dais, falling into a few large shards and a multitude of smaller chunks. Stella directed Nathan to pick up one of the smaller chunks and absorb the mana from it. After the crystal was free from all color, she snatched it from him and examined it carefully. The mage wrapped a careful bubble of force around the crystal and injected fire mana into it. The crystal started glowing a dull red, casting light like a crackling torch. The red-haired mage cackled, holding the crystal up and gazing at it like a mad scientist holding a super-soldier formula. She held the bubble of force around the crystal aloft for a moment longer, to be sure it wouldn't explode, before dismissing the bubble and tucking the glowing crystal into a pocket. Then she looked at the pile of crystals and threw her hands wide. More! Nathan shrugged and got to work, carefully extracting the last of the death mana from the conductive quartz crystals scattered around the dais. After a few minutes, Nathan was interrupted. He was sitting cross-legged on the dais, draining one of the bigger crystal chunks when Sarah called for him. He put down the crystal, and Stella pouted but followed him to one of the alcoves where Sarah was standing. It was on the opposite side of the chamber from where he had snuck up, so he hadn't seen this particular area before. Sarah pointed to the back of the alcove, at the back wall. "Do you see anything back there?" Nathan looked into the recessed space. It didn't take much exertion of notice to see that the back wall was misty and insubstantial, like a fog wall from Dark Souls. "Looks like an illusion to me." "Yeah, though I bet it's easier for you to spot than me. You want to deal with it? I'd bet Dragon Bones to Stalker Teeth there's a trap behind it. We don't have any illusion specialists." "I'm an all-magic specialist. Might want to clear the line of fire." Nathan carefully approached the wall as the heirs backed to the sides, ready to support him if need be. Nathan sidled up to the edge of the illusion and stuck a foot into it. Yup, definitely an illusion. Mix of death and darkness magic, not really all that fancy. Weird to see death mana integrated into an illusion, but I bet it helps when there's death mana permeating the air. And there... As Nathan broke the spell, the alcove was revealed to extend further back into the stone, holding a small storeroom. Of more immediate importance was another illusion on the ceiling, more subtle than the fake wall. Nathan squinted past it, his familiarity with the previous spell allowing him to pick out what it concealed. It looked like a set of blades, ready to slice downward. They were long and thin, bubbling with an oily darkness that was almost certainly some kind of death mana spell. Nathan looked around for the trigger and saw a long plate set flush with the floor, just past the illusion. His foot rested inches away from the trigger. Nathan had no idea how to go about disarming the trap, so he turned back to the heirs. "Hey, Arl, can I borrow your 10-foot pole?" Arl gave him a weird look. "It's 9 feet long. You mean to trigger a trap?" Nathan nodded as he took the pole. "Yup, some blades coated with death magic. Pretty long." He edged farther away and to the side, gesturing the heirs around the corner before he poked the pole against the panel.
Nathan had to lean on it a bit, but when he did, the blade snapped forward faster than he could have hoped to dodge, cutting through the pole near the tip. The caustic mana sprayed forward, tracing parallel lines across the floor of the entire room and onto the opposite wall. The stone bubbled where the fluid landed. Nathan caught some of the spattered liquid on his legs. It was a nasty spell, combining a powerful magical acid with something that infiltrated the body to cause mass cell death and provide the poison with more fuel, all wrapped together with death and darkness mana. Nathan neutralized the spell carefully, picking apart its component parts as he healed what damage got through. Mid-tier Spell Sense 5 achieved! The whole process reminded Nathan he wasn't immune to poisons, but this was a spell, and he was stuffed to the gills with stamina, so it wasn't a big problem. But if it had been a non-magical poison, he might be feeling very sad right now. Again, gotta rank up that I am 99% sure that Davrar won't let me just chop off my hand and then grow it back to train it up. I have to use the power in a new way, or in a truly dangerous situation. Speaking of which, I have a pretty dangerous and novel opportunity right here. The blades were starting to retract into their illusion, but Nathan jumped forward and grabbed one in each hand. The edges cut into his hands, and the leftover magical poison ate into his flesh, but Nathan used his jittery strength to twist sideways and snap the blades off at the base. He didn't know if he could have done that normally, even with this much excess stamina. It was an easy feat. He repeated the process a few more times until the trap was completely disabled. There were several deep cuts across his fingers, with tendrils of darkness reaching up his arm as repeated exposure to the concentrated magical poison tried to eat him from the inside.
He sunk into focused mind, holding off on absorbing the mana from the spell. It was just as much of an effort to hold back his as it was to pit his against the corrupting magic. His unenhanced body was helpless against the magical toxin, and Nathan struggled to replace dead and damaged cells as quickly as the magic killed them and used the death as fuel to keep going. Kachi spoke from behind him. "Nathan, are you well?" Nathan ignored him, watching as the black rot fought its way past his elbows, spending stamina by the bucketful to hold back the tide of encroaching necrosis. "If it touches my shoulders, I kill the spell. It's not getting to my heart or brain. High-tier regeneration 6 achieved." Nathan released his hold on purging the toxic spell and allowing his regeneration to heal all of the damage. Dead skin sloughed off his hands and fell to the floor with wet plops, and Nathan winced at the smell. He turned back to Kachi, who had been watching him with unease. "Yeah, trying something out. All good. I got what I wanted." Nathan reached up and disabled the illusion, ensuring that what was left of the blades weren't resetting and that more of the vicious magic wouldn't drip down. There didn't seem to be a way to replenish the horrible magical poison, which was just as well. It was likely a one-off trap that couldn't renew automatically. Nathan stepped aside, waving Sarah and Arl into the storeroom. Magical items gleamed on the shelves. "All yours. I don't want to break anything. Be careful of curses. This seems like a place to expect them." Arl put on a thick pair of enchanted gloves as Sarah pulled out a separate bag of holding to hold the possibly cursed loot. They were excited, but moved with care and precision into the room. Nathan went back to scrubbing death mana from the pile of crystals, thinking about his role here. "See, it's interesting. I'm providing some valuable services here that I don't expect to see much benefit from. I almost certainly can't use any of the magical items from that room, and this conductive quartz is useless to me. Unless..." Nathan tried to push anti-magic into the crystal, seeing if it could contain Nathan's special talent like it could normal mana. It didn't work at all, not giving him the faintest hint that such a thing was possible. Yeah, it's not mana. Not surprising. Anyway, all of this will help the heirs.
Maybe they'll give me more money in return. Maybe they won't. But their friendship and improved capability is more important than the physical rewards here. They are my friends, and I want to help them be successful. I hope they'll want to help me with stuff down the road. You don't build a ride-or-die friendship transactionally. Chapter 57. Random Road Encounters. It took a bit longer for the heirs to finish cleaning out the dungeon. The giant, cathedral-like room that had held the Mage Lord's stone sarcophagus mech hadn't held any more surprises. They discussed digging into the sarcophagus, but decided it wasn't worth the trouble or risk of a potential final trap, or fuck you spell, that collapsed the dungeon or whatever. They spent a while scouting out all the ossuary rooms for any other unpleasant surprises. All they found were a lot of bodies and bones. A lot of bodies and bones. A few more newly raised zombies made themselves known, and one very annoying ghoul that tried to jump onto Stella from atop a shelf. Nathan noticed it first, but Sarah was the one to pin it to the wall with a javelin mid-leap. Nathan kept his eyes out for any more potential fake walls, but all they found were multiple long rooms full of an army's worth of corpses and bones. This Mage Lord had prepared for their return very one-dimensionally. "What do we do with all the bodies?" Nathan asked the heirs. "Especially the stalkers. Those things are creepy as hell."
"We don't touch them," Kachi answered. "Especially the stalker skeletons. They're probably worth something, but we don't want them to melt a hole in a dimensional bag. We'll get a share of anything pulled out of this dungeon by the scavenge team that'll follow us up. They're definitely sending one after hearing our report, and I bet the Delve scholars are interested. This is a pretty weird Scleus Dominion tomb. Most of them have some undead, but aren't nearly as death mana-centric as this one. And they'll have the authority to decide what to do with the tomb. Either they seal it back up, or go to the effort to cremate all the bodies." That sounded like a plan to Nathan. He'd dealt with enough of the corpses in here. He didn't want to spend several days carting the rest to a pyre, especially since the excess stamina was finally wearing out, leaving Nathan feeling mostly normal. It was almost strange to not be full of excess energy and strength. Eventually, they left the dungeon. "You have leveled up to level 52. Congratulations! You have defeated the tomb of Hruli Evias, the Sclean Mage Lord of Necromancy." They all cheered, and Kachi made sure to write down the name of the Mage Lord before they left. Nathan was just glad to be out in the sun again, even if it was early afternoon now. They beelined for a nearby brook and sat on its bank to eat lunch, as Nathan bathed himself in the stream before accepting new clothes from Stella. Her cheeks were faintly pink as she handed him a new set of clothes to replace his torn and ripped ones. "It's funny how I don't feel very self-conscious about running around bare-ass naked when it really wasn't my fault I ended up that way. Having rockin' abs now also helps." He accepted some fresh pastries from Stella next, alongside his shoes. He was quite appreciative and mentioned it, his voice tinged with sarcasm.
"Thank you from the bottom of my heart, my most wonderful teammate, for saving me from a terrible existence without food or dignity." Then he let his voice grow more serious, meeting her bright eyes. "But really, I appreciate it." Her cheeks flushed pinker as Nathan bit into what was probably the best Danish he'd ever eaten, for hunger makes a fine sauce. The meat pie that followed was equally delectable. Nathan just sat for a minute, watching the clouds stream by overhead as the heirs basked in the afterglow of surviving yet another life-or-death situation together. He looked over at Kachi. "I think we did pretty well trading off who was calling the shots back there. Switching over from when the wave was coming from the front to when it came from the back was great. You guys also took down that giant necro statue very well." Kachi's mouth was full of his own meat pie. He wiped his mouth before responding. "Yes,
We must not grow complacent and encourage confusion, but both of us are suitable for leading in different situations. I must point out that my own strike against the necromantic statue was only possible because you distracted it greatly. Arl spoke up, raising an eyebrow. We all pitched in. That's how it works, yeah? We're a team. We might have managed without any of us, but it went well because we all did our part. He held out a fist, palm towards the ground. We inherited the seeds of greatness, but it's up to us to see them flower. I'd say our feet are upon that path. Sarah put her fist next to his. We keep fighting smart. We try not to fight things above our level, and we'll walk that path straight. Nathan put his hand in wordlessly. Kachi followed suit. This would be an appropriate time for a team motto, but I must confess that none come to mind. Stella stuck her hand in last. Neither do I. But let's not be satisfied with what was given to us. We started high, but we should try to climb higher than our parents could ever lift us.
Let's end up above them, so that we are known for our own deeds, not those of our parents. It was a nice moment, but soon devolved to people wanting to finish lunch. They started back toward Stonefall shortly afterwards, running through the fight as they walked, to be sure that everybody knew why they'd all made the decisions they had. It was an excellent way to ensure they could understand each other in the future while in the midst of combat. A short time later, Nathan spotted another party on the path. There were a dozen or so people walking toward the heirs. Nathan noticed the sun shining off a bald head. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It was, in fact, the vanguard, led by Eldred. They stopped about a dozen feet away and waited for the heirs to approach. Eldred threw his arms wide and gave the heirs a broad smile. Ah, if it isn't the most promising team of adventurers in the young generation. What brings you young dragons out here? I thought you all were still busy with Sudrael's training course. Kachi stepped forward, which Nathan was thankful for. He didn't want to have to talk to this asshole any more than he had to. The big wolf folk was also taller than Eldred, which the bald-headed fighter seemed annoyed about. We were sent on an assignment to clear a small tomb of undead not far from here, Kachi explained. It was a training mission, to accustom us to the other kinds of missions that adventurers must undertake. Eldred's face fell a bit. Ah, the place spewing out zombies not far from here. We caught wind of that and thought we'd check it out. It's unfortunate to hear you were sent first. He shook his head sadly. If only there were more coordination among the Adventurers Guild, it would avoid this sort of confusion. Now he's just sniping at Sudrael because he wanted to take on the dungeon. Eldred's smile was back in an instant. Tell me, did you vanquish the tomb? Or will we, the veteran vanguard, swoop in and save the day? Kachi glanced back at the heirs, pride in his eyes. We have defeated the dungeon. There is no need. Eldred looked vexed, but he recovered. All the same, I think we'll go check the area out. Don't want any leftover zombies roaming around and causing problems for the poor villagers, do we? Nathan spoke up, a sudden suspicion in his mind. We're sending in a salvage team later with a full report. If there's anything missing, we'll tell them to ask you about it. Eldred's face darkened as he turned to Nathan. Ah, Nathan. Well, we wouldn't dream of touching your loot, which the guild assigned to you by sending you to the dungeon first. That you say we would do so is insulting enough that it might be worth a challenge. I don't take insults like that lightly, no matter how unfamiliar you find Davra. He spat on the road and took a threatening step forward as he unhooked the mace from his back, resting the head on the ground in front of him. The heirs were startled by the rapid change in the tone of the conversation, but they didn't backpedal.
Kachi stood in place as Nathan and Arl stepped up next to him, readying themselves to fight. Stella and Sarah took a few steps back, spreading out slightly. Nathan replied, "It's not an impingement on your honor, just letting you know that there'll be a team coming after us, and what remains in that tomb is spoken for." He hadn't missed Eldred's mention of Davrar, and Nathan was desperately trying to steer the conversation away from that topic, and also away from a fight between adventurers. Unless they're actually trying to capture us to deliver us to Giant's Rest. Well, if I accused him of that, he would certainly duel me, and we're ready for combat anyway. None of them are mages, so my biggest priority would be to keep them off Stella as she takes them apart with magic. That would be bloody.
I don't actually want to kill a dozen people, a dozen protectors of Gamor, even if Eldred is an asshole. But I won't let them walk all over me. Nathan raised his eyebrows and flexed his arms as he continued. If you mean to start a fight here, you should all be willing to follow it through. People may die, and you know who will be looking into it. We won't be cowed, so make your choice with a full understanding of the consequences. Mid-tier earnestness 8 achieved. Eldred frowned like a thunderhead, but made no aggressive moves. The vanguard behind him shifted uneasily. One of them spoke quietly, but Eldred raised a fist, and the voice cut off. Kachi raised a hand placatingly. This does not need to come to blows, inside the dueling ring or out of it. You are certainly welcome to clear the zombies that escaped the tomb before we arrived. We will mention it in our report, and ask that you receive some of the compensation for the job. If you agree to enter the tomb and ensure it remains dormant, then we will also mention that. Eldred relaxed slightly, relieved that Kachi was giving him a way out without violence. Ah, yes, Sudrael's reports. We'll take 40%? Nathan's eyes boggled, and he opened his mouth to complain, but Kachi held out a hand to silence him. Nathan shut up as Kachi spoke. 20. Eldred sighed, tightening his grip on the mace again. 30. Kachi nodded, stepping forward and holding out his hand. Deal. Eldred's smile grew wide, and he stepped forward to clasp Kachi's hand. He whispered loud enough for all to hear. Just a bit of personal advice. Watch out for people you trust keeping secrets from you. Oh my God, what an ass. The vanguard's body language made it clear they weren't about to step aside, so the heirs stepped off the path to let them pass. It struck Nathan as such a stupid display that he just rolled his eyes. As Eldred passed, he met Nathan's eyes with a glare. It was clear that he wasn't about to let his dislike of Nathan go. The heirs continued on the path a bit, in silence, until the vanguard was out of sight. Then Sarah spoke up. What made you fart ice at them, Nathan? Nathan blinked, parsing the saying. I told you that Eldred saved me from the pack leaders when they tried to kidnap me. Well, he also tried to use that favor to get me to join his team. When I refused, he threatened to duel me unless I gave him a weighty insight. The heirs blinked as one, surprised. Kachi spoke up. Kia told me of him and his ilk. They must be handled carefully, and must never acquire leverage over you. Did you part with an insight? I would like to know which one, for some of the ones you carry could impact adventurer politics. Nathan sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair. Feline arrived and told him to fuck off. He fucked off, but I think he's still trying to get back at me for what I owe him. But he knows that Feline will slit his throat if he doesn't come up with a damn good reason to duel me. He looked around, feeling bad. Sorry about that. I feel like my problems with the guy have spilled over to everybody, and now we'll get paid less. Kachi harumphed.
They were out here to sneakily take on the tomb, and I doubt they got official sanction. It is good we got to it first, but I expect he would have insisted on his share regardless. It is another conflict over Sudrael's reforms of the adventurers. We avoided conflict, and them taking more than their share will not reflect well on them. Though I'm sure Kozar will cheer him on. Kachi looked over at Nathan. Kozar Bola is the leader of the traditionalist adventurers and Simla's uncle. Sudrael took his mastery of the guild, and he's been trying to reclaim it since. The big wolfman shook his head. We are reaching a point where duels will be fought over this split. I hope Kozar does not manage to challenge Sudrael. It would be a bad matchup for her.
Sarah spoke up, smiling crookedly at Eldred's back. Besides, with Nathan's abilities to get us into that trap room, we got some good loot anyway. Between that stuff and Stella's crystals, the official jangle for the tomb is going to be small fry. I bet Eldred's going to be right pissed that he can't disable the traps himself and swipe the real treasure. Her brother picked up the thought. And if he decides to mess with the necromantic statue and it blows up, that's on him. There's nothing in that dungeon anymore that can cause issues for Stonefall or Thop, so it's not our problem. A quiet but clearly fake cough interrupted them, and they looked over at Stella, who was watching her own feet and sidling nervously. So, about that conductive quartz, I'd prefer not to sell it if that's okay. It's probably best if it doesn't get mentioned too much either. I'm going to keep it because it'll help me get stronger. The last words came out all in a rush, and she looked up for their approval. Nathan shrugged. I don't think any of us are hurting for cash. It's not like I need to buy magical items or even healing potions. And I don't think you guys need to either? He raised his eyebrows. The heirs looked at one another and shook their heads. Why didn't your parents buy you the conductive quartz if you needed this much of it? Sarah asked. Stella shifted uncomfortably again. Well, it's not really my secret to share. But they do buy a lot, they just try to keep it quiet. It's really expensive to get a lot of it aligned with the right mana types, and getting it mana-free is even more expensive. I might tell them to get even the tainted stuff now, if Nathan will agree to purge it for us. Nathan nodded. If they keep feeding me the same way as when I came over the first time, then I'd love to. I'm trying to build up favors to get Kia to teach me her airwalking insight anyway. It seems like a valuable one, but I've got a lot of irons in the fire for that. He turned to Sarah. Speaking of, your new weapon is getting worked on. Maybe 7 days until you can have it? It's probably better if we test it somewhere private. Maybe in the Caxol's basement. Sarah shrugged. If you say it's worth the time, then sure. All right, cool. Seems like we averted a problem here. I'm just glad that Kachi seems so adroit at adventurer politics. A bit surprising of somebody raised by Kia. They walked a bit further down the road, chatting lightheartedly and making jokes at Eldred's expense. But Nathan found himself mulling over another issue. It's clear that Eldred now knows that I'm not from Davrar, and is trying to use that as a wedge to break me off from the heirs. The right thing to do is clear the air. I want to be sure it can't be used as a weapon against me in the future. That's exactly the sort of secret that is a bigger problem the longer it festers. He waited for Arl to finish telling a crude joke about what kind of old Jamorian buildings stalkers preferred to pee on, and then spoke up. So, folks, I've been keeping a secret, and I think it's time I told you about it. Chapter 58. A Crisis of Faith. It was time to tell the heirs of Earth that Nathan was from there and not from Davrar. He was primarily doing it because he didn't want Eldred or any of the other adventurers who opposed Sudrael, like Simla, to use it to drive a wedge between them. But he had also come to trust them more and wanted to share this part of himself. His perception of the heirs had come a long way since they'd first met. His first impression hadn't been great,
But they really weren't spoiled children. They were smart, reliable, and willing to face down death at his side. They were his comrades, siblings in arms, and that wasn't a bond that Nathan wanted to treat lightly. So, he launched right into it. I told you a bit about the United States of America, the place I come from. Well, that place isn't on Davrar.
It's not some place I can see overhead. There is no Davrar there, no talents, no classes, no magic, no monsters, no dungeons. We have advanced machines that do amazing things without magic. Teil de Droxel, Archmage of Giant's Rest, kidnapped me to learn about my world, which we call Earth. The heirs all walked on in stunned silence for a moment, before Stella wryly replied, I suppose how you know all this math makes sense now, but I can't imagine a world without magic. It would be so dark. No lights, no healing, she shivered. Nathan grinned. That's where you're wrong. We tamed lightning with the same knowledge I'm working to teach you now. By running it through metal wires, we use it to make lights glow. We have doctors and very advanced knowledge of the body to aid in natural healing. I was studying to be a scholar, to push that knowledge forward. That's how I was able to develop my healing talent. There was another moment while the heirs digested Nathan's words. He noticed Arl and Sarah shooting each other complicated looks. I suppose that's a secret and a half, Arl finally said. Got any more you feel like sharing in the meantime? The question was asked half sarcastically, half seriously. In for a penny, in for a pound. This seems like the time to be totally honest, so that I know this alliance is solid come hell or high water. I don't want there to be any gaps. Nathan sighed. When I got abducted to Davrar, I didn't have any skills or talents. I picked up everything that would help me survive. The other classes I could have picked, he shook his head, remembering the scientist and student classes he'd turned down for anti-magic brawler in his frantic desire to get the hell out of Tails' tower. But that wasn't the secret he wanted to reveal. I also picked up a social manipulation skill to help me try to placate Tail, the Archmage who kidnapped me. I want to make more excuses, but I think that would be counterproductive. I think my best path here is to be honest and say as little as possible.
Make it clear I'm not influencing them. This is a big issue, and I want to let them work through it without worrying that I'm pressuring them. The heirs tensed. Do you still have it? Stella asked in a low voice. Nathan nodded, afraid to look at the expressions on the heirs' faces. Yeah, I do. It's always active. I used it when I first met you, and back there with Eldred. I think I'm using it now, too. The heirs drew back from him, as if the distance would shield them from his words. Stella's voice was small and sounded hurt beyond words. You're using it on us, and hid that you're not from Davrar. For this long? Nathan couldn't help but look back at the short, ever-enthusiastic mage. There were tears in her eyes, and she bore an expression of hurt and betrayal. Her hands shook, fire flickering in her fists. Arl and Sarah were also looking at Nathan with concern. Arl, in particular, had backed away and had one of his hands in his pouch, ready to draw a weapon. Kachi frowned at Nathan, but his expression was as thoughtful as it was upset. Peace. Remember Nathan's actions, not just his words. He admitted his temptation to leave us to the last dungeon, but he did not. He has stood by us over and over and helped each of us. We should not react without thinking. Then he turned to Nathan. But this is concerning. Nathan, I know this is against tradition, but can you please tell us the nature of your social manipulation skill? It may be hasty to judge before we know what it does.
is a more insidious skill than claim so glad you asked. I think this is better than if I just volunteered the information. Nathan called up the description of earnestness, reading it aloud. This skill will help you portray your intense conviction and honesty when you speak to people. This skill will encourage people to be honest in return.
Cannot fool truth spells or skills. Kachi relaxed even more. Ah, yes. That is not a bad skill. It encourages honesty. Have you used it to lie to us? Aside from where you were from, which was rather a large lie. Arl and Stella nodded along with Kachi's final words. They had also relaxed some, but were still regarding Nathan with suspicious gazes. Nathan considered, shaking his head after a moment. I think it doesn't work very well when I lie. It's best when I tell the truth, which I've mostly done. Except for lies of omission, like about my homeland. I told you the truth about what I wanted, and my own legacy. He spread his hands. Teol kidnapped me because I was from another world, and I have unique and powerful insights. I want to control how those are used, and not let those like Eldred or Teol use me for their own gain. That's why I was so confrontational with him earlier. There was a moment of silence as they stood there on the path. Sarah spoke up slowly. And that's why he made a reference to you not being familiar with Devrar? How does he know? Nathan sighed. The giant traders know, because they were the first people I met after escaping from Teol's tower, and they told me most of what I know about Devrar. I was talking to Artha about it, and somebody spied on us. I tried to catch them, but Eldred stopped me. Now the heirs were pissed all over again, but at Eldred this time. We don't know if that's actually true, Arl pointed out. Nathan might be using his skill to convince us of something that looks best for him. He turned to Nathan with flinty eyes. Would you be willing to permanently rid yourself of the skill and swear upon your class that you have just told us the truth? Nathan nodded and opened his mouth, but was cut off by Sarah. That is unnecessary, though I appreciate your willingness to swear. She turned a sharp look towards her brother. Nathan has saved my life, and I have saved his.
His actions are how I will judge him. He has treated us with dignity and begun sharing his insights with Stella. When we first met him, he told us he was heir to a tradition as weighty as they come, and none of us weighed those words heavily. After all, we are the envy of Gamor for the insights we inherited, and are called the heirs because of it. But many times it seems that Nathan's insights are greater than our own. Can you imagine coming to a new city, knowing nobody, and worrying what might happen if they learned who your parents were? Stella blew her nose, the sound incongruous. She scrubbed her eyes with a handkerchief and looked up at Nathan, taking a deep breath. Yeah, she's right. Sorry I reacted badly. It's just the thought that you were manipulating us this whole time. It hurt. A lot. I shouldn't have made that assumption. Sorry. Nathan smiled at her. Thank you. I'm sorry I kept secrets. He looked around to the rest of the heirs. Is it okay if I keep the skill? It's been very useful, especially for dealing with Eldred. I think it let me call his bluff back there, which probably kept him from pushing harder. The heirs looked to Arl, who had been the one to ask Nathan to drop the skill. He sighed and scrubbed a hand through his hair. Yeah, we'll talk about it later if it's a problem. Thanks for telling us. Just don't be a muck grabber about it. Keep it firm in your mind that we're your teammates, not people you can manipulate to get what you want. Sarah and Stella both punched him in opposite shoulders, but Nathan just smiled. He held out a hand to Arl. Deal.
Arl shook it, looking a bit wry. Teammates unto the future. Stella also held out her hand. I still want to learn more about lightning, if you'll teach me. Even more so now that I know why you know so much. Putting lightning into metal? That sounds interesting. Nathan went through and shook all of the heir's hands, getting a quick comment from each of them.
Kachi asked what the gods were like in Nathan's world. Nathan told him that there was religion, but no godly powers, just as there was no magic. Sarah asked him what kind of weapon she would be getting, showing excitement and expectation that it might be useful for the first time. Nathan just grinned and told her to be patient. It felt a bit like a second introduction. And it was, in a way. They were meeting Nathan Lark, of Earth. They spent the rest of the walk to Stonefall asking him questions about Earth, and Nathan did his best to answer without giving away any great secrets. They were boggled by the number of people on Earth, and it took some time to wrap their heads around a place where neither monsters or magic existed. It was such a large paradigm shift that it was hard to explain how many things worked differently. How do you deal with dungeons? Was answered by, we don't have dungeons. That led to, what do your fighters do all day? Which prompted Nathan to describe how few people on Earth truly specialized in violence, and that the primary purpose of standing militaries was to deter foreign aggression, not actually fight. Stella piped up with an insightful point. Ah, so that's why the system of duels offended you so much. Not very many people know how to fight, and there are so many people that personal reputation is less important. How do you manage disputes? Just rules for everything, like how the guard handles crimes? Nathan nodded. Basically, the law is complicated because there are so many people and so many rules. When there's a conflict, you each hire somebody who is trained to interpret the law, and then they argue about it. They're called lawyers, and we make a lot of jokes about them. Uh-huh. Stella didn't know what to say to that. That sounds expensive. And rough. So if somebody falsely accuses you of things, you need to spend a bunch of money to hire a lawyer and prove yourself innocent? Yep, exactly. There's a problem where rich people will sue people. That's the term for that kind of dispute, not with the intent of winning, but with the intent of costing them a lot of money by making them hire a lawyer. But at least they don't have to fight and submit to somebody who might be wrong, but is a better fighter than they are. Arl looked over at him, cocking his head. Well, the more capable adventurers are treated with more respect, because they've earned it. They have more insights, they can protect more people, they know more. The better fighter is more valuable and should win those disputes. But in your system, that's whoever has more money, no matter how they got it. Who even makes your laws anyway? Nathan shrugged. Supposedly an elected council of the people. But at the scale of a nation of hundreds of millions, it gets complicated. Nathan took a mental step back. He didn't want to get embroiled in a discussion of American politics versus the old buddy system Jamor seemed to have. Governance was hard, and Nathan didn't want to pretend he had answers. We can talk more about this later. It's a pretty darn difficult topic. Do you want to ask me more questions about Earth? Over the next few hours, Nathan found himself talking about the natural history of Earth and his universe. He explained what a star was and how plate tectonics and the solar system worked. It was tricky because the heirs had no frame of reference for what he said, but they accepted it at face value. The idea of a planet as a sphere was bizarre to them. If he lived in Devrar, the idea of the planet as a sphere wouldn't have occurred to him either. Is Devrar a sphere? The easiest way to find out would involve a long and still body of water, especially since the sun doesn't move across the sky. All in all, they were shocked at how small Earth was compared to Devrar. On Devrar, there was no limit to the horizon. You could keep going and always expect to find new things. As Sarah put it, there is always another danger over every horizon. Nathan, what were you doing in that world? Stella eventually asked.
Not violence, based on what you said. Though you seemed reasonably capable when we first met you.
Kachi pitched in, grinning slightly. Not very good, really. Not terrible, but not good. Nathan snorted at Kachi's reminder of their first duel. I never had a real fight before I came to Devrar. I trained to fight as a hobby, to get some exercise. I never expected to use it. Then he answered Stella's question. I was training to be a scientist, to push forward the knowledge of our world. Allow us to do new things without magic or classes. It's a job that takes 20 years of schooling to learn, and I was about done. And then, Tail kidnapped me. I'm pretty pissed at him for that, because so much of what I learned is useless on Devrar. Sarah raised her eyebrows. Some of it seems pretty useful. What were you learning about? Nathan's brows knitted, trying to parse down all of his academic research and goals into a few pithy sentences. He had a practiced patter on his research, but that required an understanding of things like DNA. Instead, he spoke in generalities. I studied how life works at its most detailed level, how a baby grows into an adult, and why offspring get some traits from their parents and not others, why scar tissue forms, and what the healing process is like. He shrugged. It's all pretty complicated. Like I said, 20 years of school. And all I got from it was this stupid regeneration. They don't even know about t-shirts. The joke triggered a round of laughs regardless, and then they asked more questions as night fell. Nathan found himself describing the barest bones of the world wars, and briefly skating over the thousands of years of history before. The heirs were enthralled by the idea of ancient epics, and Nathan promised to tell them about Beowulf and the Iliad later.
Maybe even Le Morte d'Arthur and the Song of Roland. I wasn't much of a fan of the Epic of Gilgamesh. I never actually read the Edda, but I know most of Norse mythology from various sources. I know snippets of the Mahabharata too, but that one's just dang long. Mid-tier Enhanced Memory 8 achieved. Low-tier Lecturing 7 achieved. Finally, they arrived at Stonefall. It was late, but Stella used a flame to signal they were coming up the rocky hill. A nervous villager standing in front of the gate questioned them, and Nathan noticed a few more people had positioned themselves to drop rocks on the heirs if they made threatening moves. Kachi managed the whole thing adroitly, and they were soon given a space in an empty bunkhouse, along with some fatty stew. Stella thanked the man who'd brought them the food and pressed a few coins into his hand, before turning back and setting a fire, flickering over all of the bowls for a few minutes to warm them up. Nathan could see the temptation to ask him more questions, but by unspoken rule, it seemed that the heirs weren't going to talk about Earth around other people. He appreciated it. Instead, they talked about what lay ahead in the training course. They were pretty sure that this was the last real-world adventuring trial they would face before graduation in several weeks. It was time to consolidate their gains, learn the limits of their newly developed skills, and work on a few tricky insights. Nathan was looking forward to Sarah trying out her new firearms, and Stella getting to the interesting bits of electricity and magnetism. If they spent a few hours a day going over it, Nathan thought they could get there before the graduation. They went to bed early, tired out by a long day of adventuring and crises of faith. Chapter 59. Fruits are born. They returned to the city with little fanfare and no further drama. There was no interview with Sudrail this time, though they submitted a detailed report on the tomb. They got a decent monetary reward, but Nathan was reminded that it was 30% smaller than it could have been. There was also the promise of more after the salvagers went through the tomb. They had to declare the loot they'd picked up, though it seemed like the Adventurers Guild was more concerned about cursed or dangerous items. Stella's parents showed up and helped the heirs through the process. Kalal advised the heirs not to use the guild-offered appraisal service, instead opting for a Canuld named Neverin. The old and bent, orange-skinned man operated out of a small and intricately decorated shop near where Darlo and Kalal lived. Neverin confirmed that 2 of the items from the storeroom were cursed. A set of swords holding an enchantment that would continually erode the flesh of anyone who touched their hilts. Except Nathan, of course, but he'd break the entire enchantment in the swords, rendering them non-magical and cutting their value tenfold. It was a shame, since they were the fanciest items of the lot, and Neverin commented that they were likely the personal weapons of the Mage Lord. However, he judged the curse too dangerous to attempt a standard curse-breaking on, and recommended that they break down the swords for their quite valuable raw materials. Their remaining loot was an assortment of useful combat items, weapons, amulets, rings, torques, and smaller artifacts capable of a variety of effects, ranging from automatically making force shields to shooting bolts of death mana. But no utility items, like portable tents, cooking equipment, climbing gear, or anything like that. Neverin submitted a report to the guild and offered to buy a few of the more interesting items once the guild cleared them to be sold. The enchanter was especially interested in a torque that contained a self-recharging death mana reservoir. It was an uncommon item, since it was hard to make, and usually harder to cast spells with mana that wasn't your own.
The conductive quartz was mentioned in the report, but Dallo and Kulal made sure that its quantity wasn't remarked over. It wasn't hard, since most people assumed death-tainted conductive quartz was relatively useless and was hardly considered a magical item, just a raw material. The guild quickly cleared the items, offering a price sheet for all of the items. None of them got marked as mandatory to sell to the guild, and Nathan noticed that the guild price for the torque was less than half of what Neverin had offered to pay. It's kind of like eminent domain, but for magical items. I can see why a lot of adventurers hate this system. But I also understand Sudriel wanting a list of the items that get found, and the ability to take a soul-destroying weapon or an especially nasty cursed artifact off the streets. It's a standard governing is hard problem, and I think I'm on Sudriel's side on this one. And this way, when adventurers like Simla hide something nasty and it blows up in their faces, Sudriel can point to that instance and say, "I told you so." They sold the items they didn't want to Neverin, including the torque, for a pretty tidy profit. They kept most of the items, distributing them out according to their specializations. The bulk of them went to Arl and Sarah, since they could actually use the assortment of random magical weapons. Nathan asked to keep the cursed set of swords, an idea germinating in his mind. The heirs made it clear they owed Nathan a small favor, since he hadn't received much of the loot. He didn't turn it down, but didn't feel like it was fully necessary, and he had taken the most valuable pieces of the loot, even if the swords were cursed badly enough to be unusable. Stella told her parents that Nathan could cleanse conductive quartz. Dallo and Kalal cornered him later to tell him they also owed him a small favor for giving Stella so much. Dallo swore at himself for not thinking of the possibility earlier. His exact words were, "The thought passed my mind, but I assumed he'd just shatter it. That stuff is as much magic as it is rock." Nathan asked why it was useful to them, and they evaded giving a clear answer. Nathan shrugged and decided he wasn't going to delve into their secrets too much. Might have something to do with their insane mana capacities. Kulal also asked if he'd be willing to cleanse more conductive quartz or similar materials. Nathan agreed. He definitely wanted to keep building up his favor stockpile. He still had his eye on the ultimate prize of Kia's airwalking talent, and the more favors he could build up, the better. Nathan also asked if he could bring Sarah and Stanel to their basement in 5 days or so to test the new weapon he was cooking up. Secrecy was all well and good, but if Sarah was going to use a gun while part of the heirs,
their parents were going to learn about it. He'd need to get permission from his collaborators first. So, Nathan made it a priority to talk to Beatred. He headed out to Beatred's shop the next day, not planning on taking any special precautions besides being on his toes. Not only had Feline suggested he was in the clear, but he'd found staying close to the Adventurers Guild offered reasonable protection. As Nathan left the guild, he noticed that Eldred and Simla were sharing a table in the corner, deep in conversation about something. Simla looked up and saw Nathan, then quickly looked away. Nathan was happy to pass the pair by. He was being careful to avoid Eldred, aiming to prevent any more incidents with the seasoned adventurer. At least he can't really challenge me to a duel. Though as I prove myself and get more respected, that will become less true. At the very least, Nathan hoped that the next time he needed to call for help, the nearest adventurers wouldn't end up being the vanguard. Beatred's store was closed, and so was Poppy's next door.
Nathan stood around outside for a few minutes, considering banging on their front door. From how things had been going between them, he was almost worried he'd catch them in a compromising position. Then he heard a muffled bang from inside, as well as a cackle. If that's sex, then they're off the deep end. Nathan banged on the wall next to Beatred's workshop, yelling, "Beatred, it's Nathan! Can I come in?" A few moments later, she unbarred her front door and ushered him in, waving her hand ineffectually through the smoke that hung inside the workshop. She spoke distractedly, already turning away. "Hello, Nathan." There were two people already in the room, Poppy and an ancient woman who looked like a bent and twisted tree. Her dark brown skin was gnarled and spotted, and her wispy gray hair cascaded down her back like a whitewater rapid. She had multiple golden rings and tight-fitting bangles on her arms. She turned to examine Nathan with intense eyes, her voice dry and scratchy. "Is this the one who brought these ideas here? Come closer, and we shall inscribe our meeting, Nathan Lark." He sat in a spare chair next to the woman and examined the room. There were even more mock-ups than the last time, and he saw Beatred inspect the barrel of a nearly finished revolver. The handle was a bare metal framework, and Beatred had taken off the cylinder to examine the inside of the barrel from both ends. She frowned. "Still a lot of dung inside. Gonna need to try a different barrel enchantment." The burly smith idly waved to Nathan, busying herself with scrubbing out the barrel with a cloth stuck to a stiff wire. Poppy watched with a slight frown on his face, handing Beatred a cleaning solution she lathered into the barrel. Nathan was about to respond when the old woman sitting next to him caught his hand in a firm and surprisingly warm grip. "Here, boy. I know the toy is shiny, but I want to be properly introduced." I am Herdin Bow, and if Vala hadn't already given you an insight, I would suggest that we offer you one. As it is, I think we may need to negotiate other payment than jangle. Nathan's mind jumped to the cursed swords that the heirs had stashed back in their suite. I want to learn how to break curses. As Herdin examined Nathan, he noticed that her dark eyes glowed with a faint tracery of thin lines. Her nose and ears were pierced with more golden rings that contrasted with her dark skin. From this close, Nathan could tell that all her jewelry all had the faint tracery of fine enchantments. She wore a stiff robe of thick and heavily embroidered fabric. It looked almost like a Persian rug, tailored quite nicely to fit a person. "I'd say you're from Callus before I'd say you're from Giant's Rest," she remarked after studying him in turn. "Beatred told me you wouldn't explain where you learned about all this." Herdin waved her hand at the gun that Beatred was busy fussing over. "So I won't ask. But it's a mighty interesting weapon. There's a lot of room for improvements with enchantments to this sort of weapon. Very unique. Just the sort of thing an old woman needs to keep her mind sharp." Nathan replied carefully,
I'm glad you like the design. I think it has a lot of potential. She looked over the workbench again. Same idea as a bolter, but I've built enough of those damned things that I almost threw Beatrice out on her ear when that's how she introduced the idea. Damned mana drainers those things are. And they'll break when a stalker sneezes on you and take me a whole day to fix. But these… She tapped her finger on a brass casing that lay on the table. You don't need to use magic to move the projectile. It's like a crossbow, but smaller, more powerful and versatile. Instead of enchanting the string to be stronger, you enchant the chamber to hold more explosive force.
I'm wondering if we can integrate a dimensional pocket to hold ammunition and empty casings.
Fill it with as many of these cartridges as you can make and load the weapon automatically. She paused for a quick breath. And the bullets themselves, such an interesting enchanting problem. Like an arrowhead, but so much faster. If I use a penetrating enchantment, the bullet goes through both sides of enchanted plate. I might need to dig up my notes on momentum enchantments. Haven't touched those in decades. But whatever you enchant a bullet with, it'll need to be cheap. Herdin was no longer looking at him, instead gazing off into the distance. She shook herself and smiled self-indulgently. Divine blessings. It is good to have a new enchanting problem. I thank you, Nathan, for that kindness to an old woman. And I think these weapons will become a specialty of the bows, even if their sale is restricted. Must be restricted. I cannot wait to see what kinds of classes could develop around such things. They might require specialized enchantments and skills to fight the largest monsters, but so does every weapon. She waved her hands, clearly lost in her imagination. Poppy spoke up, drawing attention away from Herdin and her rambling. You wanted me to remind you to swear the oath when Nathan next arrived. Herdin finally let go of Nathan's hand, which she'd been holding this entire time. Oh, indeed so. She turned to fully face him. I, Herdin Bow, swear on my craft and my class to keep all information related to guns, gunpowder, and the enchantments associated with them secret from all except Nathan Lark, Beatrice Bow, and Poppy Miri. All four of us together can agree to bring people into this secret, and I'll bend my considerable influence to keeping these insights from all but those we decide. May Devrar revoke my class if I break this oath. She spoke in a businesslike tone, but the traceries in her eyes glowed with a brighter light than before. Then she chuckled, low and long. For how else will we profit from them? Nathan felt a little bit run over by Herdin's diatribe. He ventured a quick response. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of potential for guns to be improved pretty dramatically by enchantments. Do you think they'll need them to work? Beatrice frowned at him. If you want to fire one more than a few times in a row, yeah. The barrel gets fouled with crap, and the bullets get stuck from the damned powder residue. Do you know anything we can do about that? Nathan thought for a moment. I think that was why fancy smokeless powders were developed later. I know how to make a couple of them, but they all require nitric acid as a starting point, which is a no-go given the necessary volume. Nathan shook his head. I think it's a problem you might need to fix with enchanting. It looks like that's what you're working on now? Beatrice had just finished attaching a new barrel to the apparatus and looked over at him. Yeah, Auntie Herdin demanded I make her a bunch of barrels to enchant to solve this problem. Took me all night a few days ago, cleaning enchantments and the like. But this crap is sticky. Poppy handed her the cylinder of the revolver, loaded with a single round. Beatrice reattached the cylinder, carefully spun it to line up the round with the barrel, and aimed at a scarred wooden block a few feet away. Nathan winced, expecting the sound to be deafening at this range. But when she pulled the trigger, the sound was muffled, and an enchantment around the tip of the barrel lit up as a cloud rose to join the smoke hovering under the ceiling. Oh, silence on the barrel. That makes sense. sounds more like a suppressed gunshot. Herden cackled again, watching the block of wood jerk as it gained a new hole. I will always enjoy that. It requires so little effort. Pull a little lever and bam! The old woman clapped her hands together gleefully.
Beatrice cycled the cylinder out, dumping the empty casing onto the table, where it smoked slightly. She looked through the new barrel.
I think that might have done it. She held out her hand, and Poppy handed her a clean scrap of white fabric on a wire. She dragged the rag through the barrel, twisting it thoroughly. The cloth didn't come out pristine, but it was only lightly darkened. Beatrice looked over at Herden, eyebrows raised. Herden grumbled and snatched at the gun, examining the barrel closely. She leaned back and sighed. Of course it was the anti-stick enchantment, the hardest one to make. At least it's also quite stable. She handed the revolver back to Beatrice, who was grinning as she went over the other parts of the gun, quickly disassembling it into a pile of component pieces. Nathan watched the smith neatly sort weapon parts. He had to face the truth here. He'd given Beatrice and Poppy the insights needed to make a gun, boosting them through hundreds of years of firearm development on Earth. But then they'd taken those insights and run with them, covering an incredible amount of ground in bare weeks. They understood what was going on here better than he did, at least from the practical angle. And now Herden was here, taking the project in new directions that Nathan wouldn't have thought possible. They were using enchantments to solve practical problems that Nathan would have expected to pose big issues. And now Herden was thinking about a dimensional magazine? Maybe I should explain how a fully automatic mechanism works. Or maybe not. I think I might prefer to keep Jamor weapons at an Old West phase, and not a modern military rifles but with more ammunition phase. Honestly, they can probably figure that out themselves. At least they're pretty limited on ammunition. Nathan turned towards Poppy, who'd been quiet throughout his visit so far.
How many rounds can you make? The short orc shrugged, scrubbing his hand through his thinning hair. I made some pretty big purchases. Hammered flat a method to make the powder strong and consistent. Had to get a bunch more charcoal and buy out most of the sulfur some traders had. But I've easily got enough powder for thousands of rounds. I'm feeling a little useless now. Indeed I am. Beatrice was busy talking with Herden about the barrel, gesturing toward the longer rifle prototypes that were scattered across another workbench. Poppy pointed at the burly smith. She's been working on nothing else almost since you first showed up. It has been wonderful to work so closely on it. He gained a small smile, before his face fell again. But I've figured out the powder. Now there's nothing to do but make more. It's not worth mutt grabber slime to complain. We're happy. Nathan nodded. Have you thought about putting alchemy inside the bullets? You can bore out a little chamber into the bullet, put something inside, and then seal it back up? I doubt an explosive would survive that, but I bet it would be a good way to deliver poison pretty far into a big monster. Poppy sighed. I hear you. We already talked about it. It'll work, but not for the first attempts. I'm back to the job of a normal alchemist for now. But I want to know more. So, he turned to fully face Nathan. You've already given us such insights. I'm hesitant to ask for more. We can't offer to make things for free. We don't have enough for that. But I want to know more about how alchemy works. I will owe you a favor for any other insights you share. Do I explain chemistry to an alchemist? Maybe just draw him a periodic table and let him figure out the rest? Chapter 60. A solid phase. Nathan pursed his lips as he looked across the workbench at Poppy. The short alchemist was looking at Nathan with a kind of desperate hope. Nathan thought about what he could teach Poppy, and what made sense to teach Poppy. They probably weren't the same. He wants to learn more about alchemy and has offered a favor in return. I'd certainly be happy to take a favor from an alchemist, especially one involved in ammunition manufacture. But I don't understand alchemy. I understand chemistry. I could teach him chemistry? Maybe I could come up with something from chemistry he could use in alchemy. I think I need to understand alchemy better to know where he's starting from and where he wants to go. Nathan gestured with his head, and they moved away from where Beatrice and Herden were arguing over the placement of the self-destruct enchantment, so it would destroy the weapon without interfering with its normal function. Nathan clasped his hands in front of him, leaning towards Poppy. I think I need to understand how you do alchemy. I need to understand where you're coming from first, before I figure out what would be useful to you. Poppy raised his bushy eyebrows. Alchemy is the creation of magical potions and ingredients, usually by extraction of magical components from natural ingredients. Those components are purified, processed, stabilized, and mixed to produce the desired effect. The most difficult part is coming up with new recipes. I'm hoping you can point me in a direction that will give me things to try. It'll help me get a unique product and my level. But more importantly, I just want to know more about my craft. And that's why I want to help him. He just wants to know. Know how the world works and how he can use the laws of the world to create wondrous effects. Much like me. But it seems like he cares more about learning alchemy than chemistry. Magical versus mundane. And I don't know squat about how magic would work in chemistry, which seems to be what alchemy is. I lack a basis for this. Nathan frowned, thinking.
Can you describe how you make a healing potion? Pretend I'm a complete novice. I don't need the tiny details, but I'm curious how you think about it. Poppy shrugged. It's not a secret. Every alchemist makes healing potions, though most throw their own style at it. In the core recipe, a healing potion has 3 ingredients. The first is life essence, usually filtered from bone marrow or crushed meat. Any marrow or meat will do, but that from a stronger and more vital creature produces a better product. Then you need growth essence, which can be extracted from a few magical plants with different kinds of alcohols. The final ingredient is just crystallized mana made using a standard spell form. Anybody can make it, though skilled mages produce crystallized mana of better quality that doesn't evaporate so quickly. Poppy was becoming more enthusiastic, moving his hands to describe each process. Then it's pretty straightforward. You can just crush the crystallized mana and mix all the ingredients together before it evaporates, but that tends to produce an inferior quality potion that won't remain stable for long. It's far more effective to vaporize the growth essence and pass it through boiling life essence, agitating medium-sized chunks of crystallized mana in the mixture along with a stabilizer. You need to pull the crystallized mana out at the right time, though, or else it'll start moving on its own, fast enough to break the glass. The orc chuckled, leaning back. Everybody remembers the first time a basic healing potion blew up in their faces. At least it heals whatever it burns. What? Okay, Nathan smiled back at Poppy as he tried to reconcile what he'd just heard with the chemistry Nathan knew. The biggest problem was that he didn't know whatever the hell life essence or growth essence was. It sounded like a lot of alchemy was extracting, filtering, or distilling complex magical mixtures from previously existing magical sources, then figuring out how to optimally combine them for the desired effect. Unless they were extracting some form of liquid life mana. Nathan opened his mouth, then closed it again. After a moment, he ventured a thought. It seems our disciplines approach this problem from opposite ends. With what I know, we try to break things down to the most basic building blocks possible, then rebuild up and understand every step along the way. That lets us generalize to other processes. Poppy shrugged again. People have done further purifications on life essence. It's a classic training exercise for a young alchemist. Make them figure out how to distill it down to the 6 primary fractions of life. Some are better than others for making healing potions, but they're all helpful.
and it's not worth the effort for most potions. There's a few specialty potions that use just the second gaseous life extract, which is the hardest to properly purify. Ah, it feels like we're talking past each other. I don't understand what he means by the 6 primary fractions, and he doesn't understand that I mean pure chemical compounds. Nathan pursed his lips. I don't think that's what I mean. I mean like how charcoal is mostly a single thing, while I think even the simplest of the 6 primary fractions of life are composed from many of those different components. Poppy cocked his head at Nathan, still confused. But they're entirely different categories. Essences have an inherent magical nature, and while they can be altered, destroyed, and subdivided, they are a different kind of thing than a base material like charcoal. Nathan shook his head. My science is dedicated to figuring out how to combine base materials, which we call elements. Things that cannot be further reduced or subdivided into more components.
You would use several of them to create a more complex and advanced material that has properties that none of the individual components have. It's not a great example, but the way that gunpowder combines different basic material components, none of which explode, to make something explosive. Extrapolate that to more complex mixtures, and you have some idea. My discipline doesn't extract complex, pre-existing mixtures. We start from purified, single sources and make the desired product in greater purity, predictability, and yield. Here I am, taking a giant shit all over the field of natural product chemistry. It's okay. They can't make their own drugs anyway. Gotta rely on the greatest chemists to do it for them. Cells. Well, mostly plants. And streptomyces. Those metabolic clusters might as well be magic. The alchemist's eyes went wide, then narrowed. That sounds hard. But if you could make a magical reagent from base materials, you would have so much control. How could I get started with that? Nathan sighed. He was already teaching Stella electricity and magnetism, and they were making fast progress. But he spent a lot of time with Stella. He wasn't sure he wanted to spend that much time teaching Poppy basic chemistry, or that it was possible to make something magical from raw elements. Was there such a thing as magic carbon as opposed to regular carbon? Isotopes? He definitely didn't have the tools to start figuring that out. Nathan held up a finger. Hold on a second. I need to think about this. What's the right balance here? I don't want to leave this guy with nothing. I want to help, and I'm glad I understand a bit more about how alchemy works. But I don't want to get stuck teaching him atomic theory, the periodic table, electron shells, and the rules of covalent bonding, especially when the payoff is unclear. To properly explain it, you need the Schrödinger wave equation. Maybe I give him a few teasers and see where he goes with it. He'd get frustrated if I leave him with abstract knowledge that doesn't quickly go anywhere. And I don't have time to explain covalent theory properly. Is there anything I can give him that would help now? And help prove my point about using a base material in new ways? There's got to be something, Nathan. Think. Nathan reached into his knowledge for basic chemical reactions that would be helpful to the orcish alchemist. Maybe just classic acid-base chemistry. But to understand what was going on, he needed knowledge of ions and polarity. That was a whole bag of worms that led right back to covalent theory. Not the best starting place. And Nathan would be surprised if Poppy didn't already know a fair amount about acids. Maybe it seemed like alchemy involved a lot of extractions, extracting magical essences from magical sources. He'd mentioned an alcohol extraction, which was a classically mundane way to extract natural products. There were some fancy ways to do extractions that Nathan knew about. He searched his mind for a good example and found one after a few minutes. Caffeine. They make decaf coffee beans by doing a supercritical carbon dioxide extraction to pull all the caffeine out. I did one with lemon peels in my undergrad chemistry lab. We did LCMS on the limonene left over. I think it's used for a lot of different plant extracts too. You basically need dry ice and a slightly heated, pressure-tight vessel, since carbon dioxide goes supercritical above 70 atmospheres and about 30 degrees Celsius. 70 atmospheres is a lot, but definitely possible to contain. Mid-tier Enhanced Memory 9 achieved. Nathan opened his eyes and looked up to Poppy with a smile. I have a suggestion for a new extraction method. Or I could give you some general hints as to how this idea of building up from basic materials works. Which do you want? The orc looked slyly at him. Extraction method.
I want to work on something. More practical than theoretical, then.
Nathan nodded, figuring out how to explain a supercritical carbon dioxide extraction process. So, this is a bit tricky, but there's a component of air that can be made solid. It's only present at low concentrations in normal air, but it's present in higher concentrations in the air coming off a fire. It's heavier than the other components of air, though not by much. If you can pressurize air with a lot of that component and make it extremely cold, then it will become solid. I bet you can do it with enchantments. It's cold enough to burn you, but if they can make cold enchantments strong enough to put on a weapon, it would probably work for this. The solid looks like ice, but much colder, and it isn't wet. You'll need to keep it well insulated. Poppy looked mystified, but Nathan plowed on. Then comes the interesting part. In normal air, this special ice will just vaporize, turn to a gas. It'll look like white trails are coming off of it, but that's just because of water vapor in the air condensing. You can't breathe the gas. It'll make you fall unconscious. But when you put it in a sealed container, the pressure will keep going up as the not ice vaporizes. Eventually, if the pressure gets high enough and the temperature is about at body temperature, it'll turn into something that's like a liquid, but also acts like a heavy gas and is amazing at extracting materials. The pressure is quite high, so you need to do it in a really strong container. Once you let the pressure off, it all turns to gas, leaving behind just the extraction without any solvents. If you put a grate in your vessel, then the extraction will be under it, and whatever you've extracted from will be on top. It does happen at very high pressure. Just need to be careful that your vessel doesn't explode. Poppy's mouth opened and closed for a minute like a fish. I think I understand. I need to try this. If it works, I could try this new extraction method on every raw material I use to see what I get. Low-tier lecturing 8 achieved. Nathan smiled, seeing Poppy pull out some rough paper and start scribbling down some very small text. After a moment, the alchemist looked back up at Nathan. I appreciate this insight. I would ask you to wait for any more. I do not want to incur more debt than I can reasonably pay back. He chuckled heartily. And I expect I will be too busy trying this solid air extraction for some time to brook any thought of additional explorations. Nathan blinked at Poppy's last sentence, which had veered off into a florid and emphatic accent he hadn't heard before. But he just grinned back at the orc and clapped him on the shoulder. Good. Now, let's see what our betters have come up with while we were busy. With that, they turned back to Herdin and Beatrice. Beatrice was holding the revolver prototype and pointing at the underside, while Herdin nodded along, considering. Nathan just caught the tail end of the argument about where to put the self-destruct mechanism. Beatrice turned towards him and let out a frustrated sigh before she spoke. Well, it looks like the self-destruct mechanism needs to take up most of the space in the grip and will thread up into the chamber mechanism. We're currently thinking that it will be heat-based, melting the grip and chamber if activated. Herdin says it's not too hard to manage with a one-shot enchantment. The old lady sat back down in her chair, a self-satisfied smile on her face, as she grabbed the metal panels that would cover the exposed innards of the prototype.
From a pouch, she pulled out a pair of needles that looked identical to small-gauge knitting needles. Then the enchanter started scratching on the metal interior of the grip covers. She spoke, not looking away from her work. The trigger mechanism for self-destruct is trickier. We're making a cursed weapon here.
I've disabled enough of them to know the best ways to do it. The cleanest is to imprint the weapon at the time of purchase and then trigger the self-destruct the moment anybody else touches it. She shrugged, never moving her hands away from her work. At the same time, that can lead to all sorts of accidents, and means you must break the curse for somebody to inherit the weapon or sell it. I'll modify it to only trigger if somebody besides the bearer holds the weapon for longer than 5 seconds, tries to fire it, or anybody tries to disassemble it. With the runes contained on the inside of the grip, it'll be quite difficult to disable the enchantment. She cackled. It's enjoyable to be the one making the curse for once. I know all the tricks. She gave another few scratches, then looked up and pinned Nathan with her gaze. Ah, boy, I meant to ask you. The better classes of enchanted arrows are made by adding layers of metal and enchanting each one. Is there a reason it wouldn't work with bullets? I was thinking of stacking up little discs of enchanted steel, then melting lead around the outside to stick them together and make the outside softer than the barrel. Any reason that wouldn't work? Nathan blinked. He hadn't thought of that. It sounded like a great way to increase the enchantment area of a bullet. He nodded. I've only heard of people putting steel in the bullet to increase how much it penetrated. But that sounds like it would work. Herdin gave an affirmative nod, glancing back down to her freehand engraving. Nathan peeked at what she was doing. Herdin, you mentioned owing me a favor. Do you think you could explain cursed items to me? She didn't look up, but her voice was acerbic. Oh, you want to be an enchanter now? Nathan shook his head, even though she couldn't see it. No. I want to learn to break curses. I'm resistant to magic, but can interact with it. I figure it's a good skill to have. The old enchanter did look up at that, her eyebrows raised and her gaze intent. True indeed. Well, come back later and I'll do just that. It'll help pay back the debt for these insights you share. Then, Nathan asked everybody to agree that he could share the existence of guns with the heirs and the guardians. He wasn't planning on describing any of the insights of how they were made, just the overall functionality in broad strokes. Herdin chuckled. The team of any adventurer who has a gun is going to find out the weapon exists. It isn't blood from our wounds to have some of the best adventurers in the city want one. I bet you Stanel wants 6. I agree, and I vote that we should also sell Stanel whatever he wants, so long as he promises not to give them to anybody else. I'll handle the imprinting process. She pointed at Nathan again. That means you need to invite me along when you give the weapons to Stanel's kid. It's Sarah now, right? Everybody else agreed, and Nathan got the distinct impression that Herdin had kind of taken over the gun project. He was fine with that. She had sworn the oath and knew how to coordinate something like this. If anybody could figure out the potential of guns while keeping them relatively secret, it was the bows. Nathan would not be surprised if he was asked to bring on other bow craftsmen in the upcoming months, and whether they could share the weapon with the younger generation. Nathan would need to think about how he felt about that. He didn't want somebody like Simla to end up with a gun. Though Simla wasn't a bow. Apparently his family was a branch that had made a hard split with the main family some 90 years ago. Then Nathan discussed logistics with Beatrice. He wanted to deliver the first set of guns to Sarah before graduation, and it looked to be possible in only a week or two, depending on how many hiccups there were with the final enchantments. In the end, he handed over much of what remained of Stanel's money, feeling more comfortable not running around with the equivalent of several $1,000s in cash. Nathan also asked Beatrice for an additional custom item, drawing out a few diagrams. It wouldn't be particularly simple, but should be easy to make with her resources. She shrugged and quoted him a price, making it clear that was the friends and family discount. He agreed and left the workshop, almost skipping on his way back to the Adventurers Guild. Oh yeah, everything's coming together. Between the guns and teaching Stella electricity and magnetism, I'll both power up the airs and get enough favors to trade for Kia's airwalking insight. It won't be quick, but we have some time before graduation. Chapter 61. Flux Across a Surface. Nathan's math lessons with Stella had been going well. They'd started doing 2 sessions a day. The first was right after lunch in the training yards. While the rest of the heirs practiced their weapon skills, Stella and Nathan sat down on a bench and worked through more math. The second was in the evening, after they'd both returned to their suite. Nathan noticed that Stella was returning earlier than she used to. She was driven in her desire to understand what Nathan had to teach and to learn of light and lightning. He just hoped that it would work, that he wasn't giving her false hope. As they advanced through the curriculum that Nathan recalled, he grew less and less worried about that. Stella was finding many uses for this math in her magic already. Stella had taken to calculus like a duck to water, though at the start they'd kept the practical examples simple. Newton's laws of motion were simple. Vectors and differential equations had been a stumbling block. But as soon as Nathan introduced the idea of a vector field and flux across a surface, it smoothed out.
It turned out that Stella could simulate a vector field by channeling unformed mana through a space, shaping its flow with force constructs. Instead of relying on 2-dimensional drawings or vague descriptions of water moving around a space, she could make her own vector field, including point sources and sinks. Getting the math right was a lot easier when you had a visual diagram moving in front of you. That was the big breakthrough. Nathan had difficulty figuring out what she was looking at without destroying the field with his anti-magic, until she figured out how to combine air and earth mana to suspend conjured sand in the air, moving it around in the flow. Once that problem was addressed, they spent some time going through the different kinds of structures and making sense of the various mathematical formulations. It helped that Nathan was primarily trying to help Stella learn the ideas behind this sort of math. The goal was to teach her to understand Maxwell's equations, not necessarily calculate every random line integral known to humanity. It was already helping her magic. Nathan had learned a few of her skills because she could not keep quiet when they ranked up. Her mana manipulation, magic intuition, delicate mana touch, and robust spells had all seen big benefits. She was in the habit of celebrating and hugging him every time something ranked up, then jerking away as she remembered that he might break the enchantments on her robes. Thinking in terms of mana fluxes and stable flows had also helped her to make new spells. The most notable was a beam of air, flame, and force that shot out from a sort of stabilized fireball that Stella channeled in front of her. She was over the moon after that and named it the Flame Lance. The next big insight Nathan needed to communicate was how to fit electricity and magnetism into this towering house of cards that they were building. He had tried communicating it on faith, but that wasn't going well. You're saying that lightning is just this charge? And it creates a vector field, just like my mana, but I can't see it. Nathan sighed. There are 2 different fields, electricity and magnetism. They're related, but different. Charged things make an electric field. Magnetic things make a magnetic field. Stella frowned. Okay, sure.
But if I want to create a charge to make lightning, how do I do that? Nathan waved a hand vaguely. The insight that we're building up to is that a moving magnetic field makes an electric field, and a moving electric field makes a magnetic field. He spent a bit of time explaining how to think of electric and magnetic fields in the same math as they'd been using, fields and fluxes. But it wasn't getting across, and Stella was getting frustrated. They were almost there, and she was having trouble connecting the math he'd taught her to the reality of lightning and light. If I accept this because you say it, it doesn't help me understand what's going on. I've poked magnets before, but that's not the same. I need something I can feel. Nathan nodded agreeably. Stella was a visual learner, that was for sure. Yep. Let's take a break for the afternoon and pick back up tonight. Stella wasn't done, and she let loose a yell of frustration. I've spent so much time learning your math, and now it can't help me. I think of these fields as mana fields, but that's not what lightning is. So stupid. Nathan got up, holding out a hand to hoist her off the bench. It's okay. We'll figure it out. She looked up at him, nose scrunched up in annoyance. Will we? Because it seems like a pretty big leap to get from the pure math of fields to being able to make lightning mana. Nathan had a sudden urge to pat her on the top of the head, but resisted it, growing serious instead. Have faith. Faith in yourself to figure it out later. Let's give this a break for now. I'm amazed you've come this far so quickly.
Even if we get stuck here for a while, I've got some ideas to help you through it. Believe me, we will figure it out. Even if you don't believe you can do it, I do. Nathan felt his earnestness flex, like it had almost but not quite developed. He missed being disadvantaged sometimes. Stella pouted a bit, trying to hide her embarrassment at being praised. She opened her mouth to be flippant, then reconsidered. Thanks for teaching me. I'm not very good at being patient. I've taught worse. It helps that I'm just teaching you, and not 15 others like you. You pick things up quickly, and don't hide it when you don't understand. That's the most important part. Nobody else is like me. I always get bored in class because everybody else is slow. You're good at teaching people. Nathan smiled, remembering his own school days. There are others like you, and I've taught them. Hell, I've been the gifted kid in class. You're doing good. We'll get there. Then they joined the rest of the heirs at combat practice. That afternoon, Nathan visited Beatriz again. He was trying not to go too often, but he needed to pick up his special order from her. Khadid's great-nephew, Erlin, was tending the front of the shop and let Nathan into Beatriz's workshop. All the gun paraphernalia was hidden behind some screens that blocked the back third of the room. Beatriz stood in front of the facade, putting the final touches on Nathan's order. She leaned over a cylindrical drum, busy fastening some magnets to a stationary plate on one end. Beatriz looked over at Nathan, then back to the hand-cranked generator he'd asked her to build. It was about 1.5 feet across, with cloth-insulated wire wrapped around 4 spokes that stuck out of a rotating axle, almost touching the magnets. The smith glanced up at him. This thing looks ridiculous. Nathan, what did you have me build? Nathan had based the drawings he'd given Beatriz off a YouTube video he'd seen a few years ago, where somebody had built a generator for a wind turbine. This looked pretty close to that, actually. He walked over. It's a way to make very weak, natural lightning. How it works is another insight. I want to use it to help me teach Stella how lightning works. I hope those magnets are pretty strong. Beatriz nodded, gesturing at them. They're a forge-helping tool, great for picking up iron shavings. Helmug makes them himself. I have extras, just like you asked for. Here. She handed him a spare, and Nathan picked up the strip of metal before tapping it against a few nails in the table. Yep, magnetic. Pretty strong, too.
Maybe I should try to find this Helmug, if he can just whip out magnets like this. Later. Got a lot on my plate for now. I bet you could make some kick-ass compasses out of this. You know, I just realized I haven't seen a compass on Davrar. Beatrice, do you have compasses? She looked at him strangely. What's a compass? Nathan gestured at the magnet he was holding. You suspend a small magnet in oil, and it points north. Beatrice blinked. It does? I don't think that's right. Nathan frowned. Can we test it? A discussion later, Nathan was staring at a splinter of strong magnet, not spinning. It was suspended in a dish of lubricant that Beatrice had lying around, and just sat there. Huh. He picked up the little dish and spun it around. The magnet spun with the dish, then just kept spinning. Weird. He looked up at Beatrice. How do you know which way north is? She looked at him like he had grown another arm and was scratching his crotch with it. We look outside. North is the direction where the mountains have snow on them. Nathan shook his head. This wasn't why he was here, but he couldn't resist it. He sat down and thought for a moment.
Either Davrar has no magnetic field, or it's super weak or something. Maybe the planet doesn't have a spinning ferrous core. I remember that the Earth's magnetic field has switched its orientation, and it might have gotten much weaker during that period. Maybe that's happening now on Davrar. I don't know, man. File under the cosmology category. I think that's over in the serological pipette drawer in the new Mind Palace. Along with endings, the night sky, the sun, Davrar's systems of classes and levels. Heck, magic itself. Maybe I should sub-partition that drawer. Bigger issues are bigger pipettes. And Davrar itself, and all my hints about what it is, are the pipette gun. Mid-tier enhanced memory 10 achieved. Nathan took a second, thinking back over the conversation they'd had before he got derailed, learning the planet he was standing on didn't have a magnetic field. Right. Metal filings. Do you have a spare bag of those shavings I can have? That would be useful. The big smith was still giving Nathan an odd look, but eventually she shrugged and moved over to a small pile of rough bags. Indeed I do. I must admit I'm blasphemously curious why you want them, and what this strange device does. She gestured towards the generator. It's harder to spin than it should be, and I'm not sure why. I've checked the axle, and it's not grinding. Nathan grinned, checking the magnet orientations with the spare magnet. They seemed right. That means it's working. Well, not entirely. For what I want, there's one more step. It's hard to explain, but you can help me with it. They needed a brush that would convert the alternating current coming out of the generator into direct current, which was what Nathan had in mind for his explanations. It took a while to build, but Beatrice had enough metalworking expertise that they were able to knock something together fairly quickly. It wasn't a great brush setup, and the wires made an annoying scraping sound as the generator spun. Sometimes they got bent out of contact and had to be fixed, but Nathan didn't care too much. This was a tool for teaching. It didn't have to be perfect. Mid-tier Identify 2 achieved! I guess this counts as a strange object or effect, and I am manipulating it. After getting accidentally shocked, Beatrice eyed him coolly. I'd normally ask for the insight behind how this blasted thing works as payment, but with how much time I've spent on guns, I think I'll just ask you to pay me. Nathan paid the rather high price without grumbling. At this point, he was spending out of the various adventurer rewards and not the cash Stanley had given him, but he wasn't worried. Money is honestly the least valuable currency I have. I get room and board as an adventurer. I can't buy fancy enchanted weapons, and anything that lets me trade money for respect and insights is worth it. With that, Nathan asked for a bag to drape over the crudely built generator before carefully carrying it back to the Adventurers Guild.
It was bulky, and he got a few strange looks. But nobody stopped him, and Nathan got the device into the suite he shared with the heirs. Arl was the only one there. He had various weapons laid out on every piece of furniture in the main room, examining his arsenal of swords, axes, maces, hammers, daggers, spears, staves, chains, and pickaxes. A few larger and more exotic weapons were leaned up against the back wall, including a large scythe, a trident, and several different variations on a blade-tipped staff. Halberd? Naginata? Gisarm? Nathan wasn't sure of the names, but they were all variations on the theme of sharp piece of metal on a stick. Arl jumped a bit when Nathan came in, clearly not expecting any company as he basked in front of his polished and lethal horde. Nathan paused in the doorway, examining the room.
He looked to Arl, who looked back with consternation.
After a moment of hilarious awkwardness, Nathan ventured a question. Can you clear the table so I can put this down? Arl lunged forward to clear the table of its portion of the display, quickly dumping the set of daggers into the large dimensional pouch he'd set on the floor. Nathan set the generator on the table, glad to put down the bulky object. Arl proceeded to clear the room pretty quickly, explaining as he went. Sarah is with my dad. They're going over an insight for ranged mastery. I hope I'll get to do that at some point, when my own melee mastery goes unique. She makes fun of me when I lay out my weapons like this. I just like seeing them all at once. The copper-skinned man was clearly uncomfortable and talking to cover it. They'd started to be more free with their secrets after Nathan had made his own confession. He knew that Arl was currently a master of melee, Kachi was a martial cleric of Daemon, and Sarah was a ranged specialist. He'd already known that Stella was a mage of elemental fury. Nathan didn't say anything, just pulling the cover off the generator and checking that nothing had broken during the walk from Beatrice's shop. It also gave Arl an opening to change the subject. What in all of the secrets of Kalis is that? I hope it's not the weapon you're giving Sarah. I don't think she'll like it. Nathan grinned, imagining that. It might be a good joke for later. It's for teaching Stella about lightning. Here. He spun the wheel, watching to be sure the brushes were lining up. He had to speak up over the grinding of the generator. Touch those two wires together. Arl eyed the wide grin on Nathan's face, but went ahead and grabbed both wires to tap together. They sparked very slightly and gave Arl a light shock. He dropped the wires in alarm. Nathan chuckled and stopped spinning the generator. Arl waved out his hand.
That felt like a lightning enchantment. Is that what you've got in there?
Nathan shook his head, slapping the side of his device. Nope. No magic involved. This thing makes really weak lightning when you spin it. That's it. Arl grabbed one last hatchet that had fallen between two couch cushions. I have never heard of the like. That's amazing. Who did you get to make it? Shrugging, Nathan explained. It's the same weaponsmith who is making the new weapon for Sarah. Arl raised one dark and delicate eyebrow. Any chance I can get something like that? You're treating the women to all kinds of gifts, and none for me or Kachi. I suppose you're helping Kachi with his divine magic, but that's really more of being a practice partner. Got any insights you can throw my way? Nathan thought for a moment. Was there anything he could get Arl? He'd been planning to try to uncurse the swords they'd picked up earlier if he could. But was there anything else he could do? Jamora had some pretty darn good steel already, and it wasn't like he had an innovative design for a new melee weapon. He shook his head apologetically. I know a few fighting styles from my home, but they're mostly designed for unarmed combat. And you're already better than anything I know. Sorry, I got nothing. Arl reached out and punched Nathan in the shoulder,
grinning to show there were no hard feelings. It's okay. Sarah's really looking forward to whatever the new weapon is. I think she's having a hard time not telling Stanel why she thinks it'll be great. Nathan considered that. He appreciated that Sarah hadn't told her father about him being from Earth. But the secret was out, and Nathan should consider letting the heir's parents know himself so he could control how they learned about it. Maybe when he gave Sarah the guns. Maybe not. Nathan would have to see if it made sense. He was about to tell Arl about his plan to uncurse the Mage Lord's swords when Stella came back in.
She seemed more centered after spending some time with her parents, sighing and sitting down on a chair. Then she saw the device on the table and gawked.
What is that?
That is how you're going to learn about lightning. Chapter 62. A Growing Spark.
Stella was immediately engaged, coming over to study the machine in detail. After a minute, she looked perplexed. Okay, what does this have to do with lightning? Nathan pointed to the 2 wires coming off the brush. When I spin this handle, those wires will get charged. Not strongly, you would need to touch them together for there to be a spark. But this device is a way to demonstrate the basic principles I was talking to you about. She merits a warning, Arl complained from the side of the room. I understand the lay of the land. I just get shocked. Stella turned and stuck her tongue out at Arl, but turned back quickly. She grabbed the 2 wires and gestured for Nathan to turn the crank. He leaned his back into it, spinning up the generator and keeping it moving fast. Stella started tapping the wires together, giggling as small sparks zapped. After a minute, he slowed down, and the sparking stopped. Stella stood up, excited. Okay, great. So tell me how this works. Nathan grabbed a slate and sat down. So I told you before that when you have a moving magnetic field, that creates an electric field, right? That's what's going on here. It's invisible, so you can't see the field. But I can draw about what they would look like. Now, before we start looking at why that happens, we need to go over the basics of how electric and magnetic fields work. Nathan pulled out the 2 magnets and handed them to Stella. Have you run across these before? Stella blinked, then took the magnets, sticking them together and then pulling them apart with a bit of effort. Yeah, though they're not used for much, not magical, and they mess with some kinds of magic in weird ways.
My dad has a couple of them, but more as curiosity pieces than anything else. Nathan pointed at the magnets fastened to the inside of the generator. They were almost touching the spinning coils of copper wire. They're sources of magnetic fields, but not a simple monopole. Here, let me draw what it looks like. Nathan started explaining the basics of magnetic fields, sprinkling some iron filings around the magnet on a table to demonstrate how the filings gathered on the magnet. He spent a few minutes spreading them out, showing how they followed the magnetic field lines. Now we're in the meat of it, but this is still going to take a while. Low-tier lecturing 9 achieved. Several days later, Nathan was eating lunch with the rest of the heirs. He had something to celebrate. He'd been running suicide drills the other day, pushing the limit of what stamina and rage could do for his physical abilities, and incorporating a single, rapid handspring into each cycle. Mid-tier, sprinting 5 achieved. Low-tier, tumbling 9 achieved. It had been a pleasant surprise, but Nathan supposed the training had been pretty intense, probably beyond anything that a human on Earth could hope to accomplish, as a matter of fact. He was still thinking about it, and considering if there were more intensive training drills he could do for tumbling, when Simla approached. His team had just come back from their own surprise mission, and were basking in the praise of the other trainees. Simla stepped up and addressed Nathan. No more monsters in our way before graduation, eh? You ready to swear the adventurer's oath in a few weeks, Nathan? Nathan looked at Simla and cocked his head. What is the adventurer's oath, Simla?
Simla shrugged. You're not from Jamur, true enough. It's the oath we swear at the end of training. It used to be sworn at the first solstice after the blooding patrol, but I suppose that's what this is now, hey? He ticked off on his fingers.
Around here, the guild mistress is the one to tell the tale of endings, and then we swear on the endings to defend Gamor. Not too high a bar, is it? Nathan looked around at the other heirs. Arl shrugged expressively. Nobody seemed to know where Simla was going with this. A few other people in the room were paying attention, but not very many. If Simla was trying to make this a grand confrontation, his stage presence needed work. Nathan looked up at the golden-eyed man. I will swear that oath. Simla clapped him on the shoulder. Good. I'll see you there. I have the feeling I missed something. Nathan turned to the other heirs. Anybody know what that was about? Is the adventurer's oath a big deal? Kachi shrugged. It is and it isn't. Traditional adventurers put great stock in dividing the adventurers who have sworn and those who haven't. That is how Sudrael took over the guild, to raise the past to the present. When Kozar was the guildmaster, he would prevent people from swearing the oath if they were not traditional enough. A cruel line to draw. He shook his head sadly. Hear me, but a fine fighter does not always make for a fine guildmaster. It was a good thing when the rest of the council kicked out Kozar and Sudrael replaced him. She made it into an application. Any who have adventured for Gamor and protected its interests can climb to the top of Gamor and swear upon the seal at the solstice. And any who finish the training process, of course. Nathan raised his eyebrows. What's the seal? Sarah answered, It's an enchanted stone disc at the top of Gamor. Looks like a big stone portal set flat into the top of the mountain. Doesn't do anything but light up on the solstice. I'd offer to show you, but it's one hell of a climb, and the guards would probably stop us. One of the duties of the guard is to protect the seal. Every day but the solstice, that is. Stella chimed in. I'd ask my parents to fly us up, but, well... She waved at Nathan, sighing dramatically. Not something you can do. Maybe eventually I'll be able to throw you that far. Ha ha. Well, I'll see it at graduation. A few days later, Khadid was waiting for Nathan when the heirs broke from their group practice. The old man greeted Nathan by muttering something about not enjoying being an errand boy, but with a small grin that suggested he wasn't mad. They warmly gripped each other's forearms and walked towards Beatrid's shop. Beatrid and Herden have been dangerously quiet about what they are working on, Khadid probed. When you first mentioned the topic, you said it would involve an insight, but I didn't realize it would be this big. Something to bring Herden out of retirement? I ask myself, what could have interested that old crone so? And I think, it couldn't be a new weapon, no indeed. She's worked on every weapon under the sky and invented some herself. My guess is a way to make alcohol from thin air. That woman is a demon with her infusions. Nathan shrugged. We've sworn to not talk about it, so I won't say squat. Khadid laughed, then shook Nathan's shoulder lightly. And it seems you won't. I wish you luck, whatever you're doing. It seems you're becoming a true friend of the Bose. Most of us may not fly as high as the parents of your new friends, but we're the blood of Jamor. Stay safe, Nathan Lark. With that, Nathan walked into Beatrid's shop. Khadid closed and locked the door behind him as Nathan entered the workshop. Poppy, Herdin, and Beatrid were all sitting around a workbench towards the back, admiring the items on the table. Nathan had only been here once since he'd picked up the generator from Beatrid, and it had primarily been to learn about curses from Herdin. As part of that, she'd given him a lesson on how enchantments worked. They weren't a spell, and the mana flows in spells and enchantments weren't even that alike. An enchantment guided mana, so that a spell was cast. But it was like the difference between encoding a function into an operation on a chip and building the function from component parts of code. That analogy and understanding the difference had awarded Nathan with a skill rank up. Mid-tier spell sense 6 achieved. Then they had moved along to practical curse breaking. The old enchanter had brought along a dagger with a curse that made the handle stick to your hand. There was a mundane sharpness enchantment woven into the weapon, and the challenge was to break the curse while preserving the other enchantment. Herden had tried to teach Nathan how to crack open the hilt to get at the enchantments, but he'd just grabbed the hilt and felt out the magic with he'd tried to isolate the curse from the sharpness enchantments, but had ended up breaking both and leaving the weapon drained dry. Herden had been surprised, to say the least. She'd grilled Nathan a bit about his talent, but backed off when he mentioned it was a unique insight. Then, she'd loaned Nathan a few other cursed items she had to see if he could figure out how to curse break them. He'd practiced in both figuring out what the enchantments did and figuring out how to break the curse while leaving alone the useful enchantments. The items themselves were interesting, representing a range of styles and methods. There was a spear from Agmon that could kick out a powerful blast of force, but would turn and cut an unauthorized wielder. A low-tier dagger from a Fortress of the Face had a self-maintaining blade of incredible sharpness, but tried to brand a rune onto anybody who picked it up without thick gloves. Then there were a pair of amulets from some unnamed southern ruins that could generate bubbles of air around the wearer's head, but the curse would make that air toxic. He managed to keep one of those functional, and was a bit sad to give it back to Herden afterwards. Mid-tier. Identify 3 achieved. Anyway, Nathan was here again, and was surprised to see the workshop in a much cleaner state. Many of the prototypes had been cleared away. Sitting on the table were 3 guns, all beautifully crafted. On the left side were a matched pair of revolvers, gleaming steel etched with flowing lines that glowed a delicate blue. The handles were made of a light wood that had been inlaid with dark metal to form magical symbols that reminded Nathan of lowercase Greek letters. They were big weapons, more than a foot long. The barrels were wide and extended, with a pair of stubby iron sights rising from the top. Next to the guns lay a set of plain wooden speed loaders, little bullet holders that could be used to reload an entire cylinder at once. On the right side of the table was the rifle. It wasn't as decorated as the revolvers, though it shared the glowing blue tracery up the barrel, as well as the dark metal inlaid into the grip around the handle. The rifle looked longer and heavier than hunting rifles from Earth, but otherwise had about the same profile. No scope, though. Just another pair of iron sights. In the middle of the table sat several wooden boxes of different sizes, marked with simple labels. Most of them were wide, flat boxes labeled normal revolver ammunition. A few larger boxes said normal rifle ammunition. Then there was one smaller box, each of explosive and penetrating ammunition for the rifles. Nathan paused to appreciate the sight. That's quite a display. Very nice. Herdin cackled and clapped her hands together.
Indeed it is. A gift to the daughter of Stanel Crusens should be beautiful. And as the first example of a new weapon, it must set the tone. Now then, I will need to be present for the initial imprinting of these weapons to activate the self-destruct. When is that going to happen?
Nathan paused, thinking. I need to set up a time. I'll tell Khadid when I know. It might be as early as tomorrow night. Does that work for you all? It will almost certainly be at the Caxol mansion, where Kulal and Dalo live. Poppy and Beatrice glanced at each other before Beatrice spoke. Looking forward to it. They talked about some last-minute details before Herdin started fishing for any more insights that Nathan might be willing to share. Beatrice had described the basics of the generator, and Herdin seemed very interested in the knowledge behind it. She took a polite refusal well enough, though Nathan had second thoughts as he looked back to the guns.
I wonder if she can make a railgun or a coil gun. The problems with those on Earth were always a need for a lot of current at once and material issues. Having seen a good enchanter at work, I bet those issues are surmountable with magic. I would probably need to teach her a good deal of the same math I'm going through with Stella, though. Something to consider for the future. Nathan asked for a brief rundown of the ammunition, curious as to the final form factor. Beatrice described the regular ammunition, pulling out a few cartridges. The revolver round was big, almost a half-inch across, with a dome-shaped lead bullet capped by a steel ball. The rifle round was enormous, almost as long as Nathan's hand. The bullet was the same diameter, but much longer, capped with another ball of steel. Herdine explained that she'd had to strengthen the chamber and barrel to prevent the charge of powder from cracking the barrel, and added force enchantments to dampen the recoil. Then the older woman took over, describing the enchanted bullets, opening up the smaller boxes. There were only a dozen of each enchanted rifle cartridge, with about twice as many revolver cartridges. The two different kinds looked identical in construction, more cylindrical than the normal bullets, though they each had a pointed lead front. The bullets themselves were stamped with a small symbol to tell them apart.
Herdin was excited about these, holding up a penetrating revolver round.
I stacked up 9 engraved discs for the enchanted bullets. It easily went through 4 inches of steel and far into the ground. Beatrice held up a metal ingot, which had a notable bullet hole all the way through. Herdin kept talking. The enchantments are only one use, but they should enhance one another. A muck grabber can eat my foot if the rifle penetrator doesn't go through a foot of steel. We haven't tested it, since somebody didn't have a foot of steel lying around. She held up one of the explosive rounds. These are based on a one-shot crossbow fireball enchantment, supposed to stick into the target and then detonate. I had to shorten the time, but when we shot a wood block, it blew it to splinters from the inside. Very exciting. Nathan praised Herdin, Poppy, and Beatrice for their work before heading back to the Adventurers Guild. The crafters would bring the guns to the event Nathan had to set up. That evening, Nathan schooled himself to patience until all the heirs were back. Stella was the last one. She staggered in, looking exhausted. Nathan popped the question. "Hey, Sarah, I think your new weapons are ready. They're downright amazing. You ready to see them?" Sarah twisted to look at him from where she was busy whittling another small wooden figurine. This one looked like a small stalker. "Multiple? I thought you were making me one." Nathan shrugged. Plans changed. "Stella, do you think we can do it at your parents' place? I mentioned before that I wanted privacy." The bedraggled mage looked over from where she had collapsed on a couch. "What? Oh, sure. I'll ask them tomorrow. So long as they don't make me do channeling practice again. Got some more rank-ups, though, so it was worth it no matter how scummy I feel." Sarah was excited. "I would prefer it to happen sooner rather than later. I want to experience weapons from another world." Nathan noticed Arl frowning.
He was bent over a slate, working on more math.
"He's really the only one of the heirs I don't have a plan to power up in some way. I mean, maybe the cursed swords are cool, but I have no idea how they'll stack up against the armory of weapons he already has. Anyway, he's kind of a great sword guy, if you know what I mean." Nathan smirked a bit at his own double entendre. "I just can't think of anything beyond getting Arl some new weapons. Maybe I can ask Herdin to enchant a sword. But if it's an enchantment she has, then she's probably already figured out the best ways to use it, and I won't be able to contribute much. And if I understand her, she'd refuse to do it because it would be boring. I'll need to think about whether it's worth trading her an insight on electricity in order to get a momentum greatsword. Or maybe I can come up with something. A monomolecular blade would be cool and all, but I have no idea how to make or maintain that kind of edge. Steel won't cut it.
You know, I have no idea why I'm waiting on trying to disentangle the curse from the swords. Let's give that a go. Nathan stood up, crossing over to the cabinet that held various odds and ends. One of the items inside was a thick sack containing the cursed swords. He pulled it out. Hey, Arl, you got a moment? I want to try something, but if you're busy, it can wait. The let loose a frustrated sigh, putting down his chalk-dusted slate. Indeed, happy to have an excuse to take a break. What are you thinking? He saw Nathan pulling out the bag containing the cursed swords and raised his eyebrows. I was wondering what you were planning on doing with those. Only fair you take them as your claim of the loot, but I thought you couldn't use magical items, even if the curse on those won't hurt you? Nathan set the bag carefully on the table. The generator setup had been moved to his room, so there was space. I don't think they're for me. I cannot use magical items without breaking them pretty quickly. I don't think I want to develop my talent to change that. But these swords look fancy. I want to try to break the curse, then give them to you. Arl was visibly surprised by that, his eyebrows climbing as he looked at Nathan. He tried to refuse the offer. They seem to be very fancy swords, but that is not necessary. He paused. I truly was joking yesterday about asking for something. Nathan carefully tugged the bag off from the swords, careful not to touch them as they clattered to the top of the table, still sheathed. He'd examined them a bit earlier without touching them, trying to get a sense of the enchantments inside. But he had to admit that they really were very fancy. They looked like a pair of fine sabers, with impeccable craftsmanship that seemed a cut above everything else they'd salvaged from the Mage Lord's tomb. Shame about the curse. Nathan looked up from inspecting the swords, meeting Arl's eyes. No, you were right. This isn't about balancing the scales. I have the capability to try and help you, so I will. Friends don't count favors. Then Nathan grabbed the handles of the cursed swords. Mid-tier earnestness 9 achieved. Chapter 63. Weaponry in Motion. Nathan held on to the hilts of two extremely cursed weapons. On the one hand, he should have definitely tried to break the curses on the swords one at a time, so that if he failed on the first, he could apply any lessons learned to the second. On the other hand, the swords were part of a set, and it seemed wrong to not treat them as such. Nathan had wondered if the curse would detect him and trigger at all, given that some of Herden's practice weapons hadn't triggered when he grabbed them. It had made it harder to break the curses, since it was difficult to separate the inactive curse from the other enchantments. That quickly proved to not be a problem. The swords pulsed some sort of detection magic at his hands. Nathan recognized what kind of spell it was. He'd seen and heard enough about the self-destruct mechanism on the guns to piece together that this was something similar. The enchantments to enable that magic weren't visible on the hilts of the swords any more than they were on the guns. It was obviously a bad idea to make your security runes visible, though some of Herden's cursed items had worked that way. Regardless, the appraiser and enchanter who had looked over these swords had decided it wasn't worth the risk to break the curses. The enchantments checked if Nathan was the proper wielder, and determined that he was not. The flesh-dissolving spell started to bite at Nathan's hands, but he understood death mana well at this point, and it amounted to barely a tickle. The spell ramped up in intensity as Nathan drew the sabers from their sheaths. The swords were beautiful, artistic curves of shining metal without any engravings. The single sharp edge seemed to drink the light, steaming with faint dark tendrils. Are the enchantments inside the blade somehow? Nathan held the swords crossed in front of him as he furrowed his brow, concentrating on the feeling of magic playing around his hands and creeping up his wrist. The sword hilts contained a mess of spellwork, and Nathan closed his eyes as he constructed a mental model of what was going on. He tried to keep his anti-magic from breaking anything before he understood the enchantments,
but he felt the enchantments closest to his hands starting to fray. There were smoothed crystals of necromancy-charged conductive quartz embedded in the hilt and touching his palms, which linked to more enchantments farther up the blade. Those crystals were full of death mana, and Nathan tried to prevent his from draining them dry just yet, not before he understood more about the overall structure. The talent wasn't built for fine control, but Nathan focused his willpower on reducing the absorption.
There were spells strung throughout the handles for all kinds of purposes. Some reinforced the handle to make it less likely to break. Others prevented the blade from slipping and wicked away moisture? Mid-tier Spell Sense 7 achieved. The crystals are the key. They fuel all the other enchantments and don't have their own charging mechanism. This weapon has only a limited charge unless you can fuel it with death mana. I bet that's why Neverin wasn't interested, because the crystals integrated into the sword are death aspected, so that would be impossible to change, for anybody that's not me. But if I just rip the mana out, it'll probably break all the enchantments. Mid-tier Identify 4 achieved. Man, analyzing spells while they try to eat me is great for skill ranks. I'm taking a risk to solidify new knowledge, so that's helping. Nathan kept the drain on the crystals low, but constant. He tried not to give the enchantments any sudden shocks. After that was established, Nathan focused on disentangling the magic that was trying to eat his hands. It was a race against time, as his anti-magic fractured and absorbed the other spellwork in the handle. The entire structure of the interlocking spells quivered, and Nathan's lips pursed as he tried to stabilize the structure and target only the spellwork that was directing the death mana into a disintegration field that now reached nearly to his elbows. It was like trying to stabilize a Jenga tower when the only tool you had was a pickaxe. He heard the airs moving around, but he didn't spare them any attention. The crystals were almost drained of mana, which meant Nathan was nearly out of time. He recalled how he'd broken Teol's early spells and latched his talent onto the threads of destructive power that were wrapping around his flesh. Then he gave a metaphysical yank. The spellwork in the sword quaked, but Nathan followed the propagation of his pull on the disintegration spell. Mid-tier Notice 6 achieved.
Got you. Nathan pulsed his anti-magic into the hilt of the sword, targeting the specific flows of mana that likely made up the security curse. That part of the spellwork fragmented, and Nathan cast the swords away from him. The crystals were out of mana, but he'd destroyed the curse. And he guessed he'd only broken 1 or 2 additional enchantments along the way. High-tier Focused Mind 6 achieved. Nathan opened his eyes to see that the airs had vacated the room. One of the swords had sunk into the table in front of Nathan, though it wasn't exactly a whole table anymore. It seemed that the disintegration spell hadn't just focused on him, but tried to get at everything nearby. It had eaten the sleeves of his shirt back to the elbows and taken a large chunk out of the table. The second sword had clattered to the floor after Nathan released it. The edge was shinier than before. Without the death mana empowering whatever enchantments were on the blade, it no longer sucked in the light. "Did it work?" Kachi spoke from the side of the room, looking in with some exasperation. Nathan reached down to grab the sword, then thought better of it. "I think so. I'm almost certain the curse enchantment is gone, but I don't know if the rest of the enchantments still work. Either way, I completely emptied the mana reservoir. I think it can be recharged with another kind of mana now? Maybe?" Stella poked her head around the corner now that the fireworks were over. "Oh, that's weird. I'd be surprised if the spells all still worked if you charged it with a different kind of mana. But if they were built well, maybe?" Arl walked forward, looking excited. He poked at the sword that was sticking out of the table tentatively. When nothing happened, he slid it out without effort. He admired the blade for a moment, before delicately placing it on the table and bending to pick up the other sword of the pair.
Stella walked over, looking at the swords. Yeah, definitely uncharged.
I think I can charge those with mana, though you won't be able to change the aspect, unless Nathan drains them again. I don't know exactly how the enchantments work, though, so I don't know what different kinds of mana would do. Well, there should be a good enchanter around when I give Sarah her new weapons, Nathan said. We can probably ask her. Arl picked up both swords, feeling at their balance for a moment. It would be nice to have weapons that have specific magical effects. Most of mine have durability and sharpness enchantments, but Stanel has made it clear that he won't just gift us any of the truly potent weapons. Those we need to earn. He slipped the swords into his dimensional pouch. Or be given by a teammate. Thank you, Nathan. I will think about what mana I wish to put into these weapons. I am leaning towards a different type in each, but I will wait to speak to this enchanter first and see what is compatible. Both he and Sarah looked toward Stella, who was yawning. The mage jumped at their attention, realizing they were waiting for her response. Right. I'll ask my parents if we can invite everybody next time I see them. Stupid mested spell. I'd just ask them now, but I still can't cast it. It's really hard to cast with air mana. Would be a lot easier with shadow or dreams, or one of the other silly and insubstantial mana types. The ones I don't have. The next day, another team returned from their surprise mission. The rest of the trainees had started to wise up, acquiring rations and camping gear in case they were sent out into the wilderness at a moment's notice. The latest team to return was a group of trainees called the Dust Eaters, a few humans and catfolk from the southern villages. They were telling the story of their mission in the dining hall, and Nathan scooted over to listen. Their leader was somebody Nathan had met in passing before, a young human man named Nornan. He was a bit of a jokester, and a large group of trainees were listening to him with smiles on their faces.
And then, Inarl tripped over a rock and started a small rock slide, Nornan declaimed, recounting how they'd tracked a group of ash-blood cobras to their lair. It was like the opening of a dragon's maw. All dozen serpents turned towards us and hissed, fit to make your grandmother's bones shake. Hear me, but I was sure they'd swarm us. Nathan stepped up to the group, smiling. This guy had flair. Did they swarm you? The pale-skinned man turned towards Nathan, blonde mop swinging. He raised a finger. Aha! You would think so, but we'd prepared. We were on the steeper of the slopes, and the slope was covered with loose scree, so they couldn't simply slither up to us. After I gallantly helped Inarl to her feet, we beat a hasty retreat to the top of the hill, peppering them with poisoned arrows. A catfolk to Nornan's left swatted at him. By my memory, you screamed like a piglet and shot them 12 times without helping me at all. Nornan turned on her with a radiant smile. But that was helping you up, since they were slowed by my incredible marksmanship. I got one arrow right down one's throat. Must have given it terrible indigestion. Everybody was laughing at Nornan's incredibly bombastic story, including his own team. That guy's great. Nathan hung around, meeting some of the other adventurers and learning their names. The Dust Eaters specialized in ranging the drier desert region to the south of Gamor, and Nathan wasn't surprised to hear that Nornan had been the one to choose the name. It didn't take long to set up another small dinner party at the Caxel's place. Stella made it clear that not nearly as many people were invited this time. It was just going to be Dalo, Kulal, Stanel, Kia, and whoever Nathan brought in addition to the heirs.
It won't be Cantus's cooking, Stella had informed them apologetically. But we'll have some good food. Nathan wasn't worried about food. He was worried about presenting a gun to the famous weapon master of Devrar. What if he didn't find it very interesting?
Nathan told himself that it had been impressive to Beatrice, Poppy, and Herdine, so it should be impressive to Stanel. Nathan had asked Kadid to inform Beatrice and Herdine about the party. He was expecting the older man to complain about being asked to pass a message, but Kadid had taken the request in stride. Then he'd said something interesting. "It appears that you are making valuable connections between my family and the most powerful adventurers in this city. I thank you for this, Nathan." Nathan met up with all three crafters at Beatrice's shop before they set off to the Caxel estate. Nathan ended up carrying a stack of unenchanted ammunition boxes, carefully. Poppy carried the rest of the ammunition, while Beatrice toted the guns in a cushioned sack. On the way, Nathan mentioned that he'd uncursed a pair of swords and wanted Herdine to take a look. The old woman sniffed disdainfully. Get another enchanter for that. I've spent enough of my time hunched over old enchantments, trying to figure out how they work. What's the source of the swords? They're Sklean Dominion. We think they were the personal arms of a mage lord. Found them in a hidden treasure room right off where he was buried. Yeah, buried as the power core and intelligence of a giant Naga mech. Herdine shook her head slightly, sending her mane of poofy white hair shaking. Skleans were shit enchanters. Those swords are probably packed with rare materials used poorly. Might get more selling the raw materials now that the curse is broken. She still doesn't seem interested. Well, time for a bit of bait. Nathan grinned at the elderly enchanter. She looked back with narrowed eyes. I know that look.
You think you have something interesting? I will decide that. Indeed I will. Well, the swords were loaded with death mana, Nathan explained. But I think they're unaspected now. We want to know if they can be recharged with a different kind of mana, and if the enchantments will still work. Herdin sniffed. No. The aspected nature of whatever they were using as a mana storage will make the whole thing blow up. Basic shit, boy. She paused and glanced at him again. Unless the storage material was prismatic diamond. But if it was, then it would be a crime to leave that material in a Sklean sword. It wasn't a prismatic diamond, was it? Nathan's grin didn't slip. No. It was high-quality conductive quartz. But what if I told you that the quartz doesn't have an aspect any longer? No trace of death mana to be found. Ready to be charged with any other mana. And we want to know if the enchantments on the sword will still work with other mana types. Herdin frowned in thought. Right. Whatever weird magic stuff you do, I'd have to take a look. It's not many enchantments that could cope with that. But the Skleans tended to build their enchantments sturdy, if stupid. So, maybe. She paused, then swore. Harpy's tits, Nathan. Fine, I'll take a look at this sword. And if you've managed to remove the aspect from a mana storage, I might call in this favor one day for a project of mine. The old woman was moderately grumpy for the rest of the walk to the Caxel's mansion, but Nathan could tell it was mostly an affectation. She didn't want people asking her about enchanting all the time, so she acted grumpy about it. But she liked enchanting and couldn't help getting involved when somebody presented her with an interesting problem. They approached the front gates to Stella's house. The gates and walls sparked with lightning, just like last time. But as they walked up, the gates opened, and they could pass inside to the garden. Nathan spied Dallo and Krulal sitting inside on a bench set to the side among the lush growth. Krulal was sprawled idyllically against Dallo's chest, and they were both admiring the verdant beauty around them. They both stood as Nathan and the crafters approached. Dallo nodded in their direction. Herdin, I haven't heard from you for long enough. I assumed you were dead. The old woman snorted. Retired, not dead. Dallo stroked his beard in her direction. It's hard to tell the difference.
Your activities were loud enough that their sudden absence invoked a death. Herden just glared at him. At least you're not like Kozar. Damned fool bothers me every week to make more shit for him. I told him to go lick a muck-grabber's asshole last time. Dallo chuckled, stroking his beard in a dignified fashion. That lasted until Kulal leaned in and licked his ear, making him start. "Dear," she said, "let's invite them in. Let them put down those heavy boxes." The old man snorted. "Nathan's got stamina. He'll be fine." Regardless, the crotchety man turned and walked towards the front door. Kulal stayed behind in the garden to let other people through the front gates. Everybody else followed Dallo, and he led them downstairs to the practice room in the basement. They set everything down on a table in the viewing area, then sat around to wait for Stanel and Kia and the other members of the heirs. Stella joined them after a few minutes. "Sorry I missed you arriving. I was busy reading in the library. Is this it then?" She gestured to the clutter of boxes on the table. Nathan nodded. He almost moved to open the bag when Beatrice stopped him. "Let's wait until all are present, yeah?" It didn't take long before Sarah clattered down the stairs and popped into the basement room. She looked excited. Stanel was close behind, his heavy tread and bemused expression signaling that his expectations weren't as high as his daughter's.
Then again, she knows these weapons were invented on another world, while he does not. Arl walked in behind, followed by Kachi and his mother. And the gang's all here. Well, except for Leska and Zarian. They're guardians, but don't have kids in the heirs. Beatrice looked over to Nathan, silently asking if he wanted to start. He shrugged and stepped out into the practice area, turning to address the gathered heirs and guardians. It felt a bit like giving a lab meeting. Not really that different in a way. "I've been working on something new for a while, and now it's time to explain to an audience of my peers what I've been spending time and money on, and convince them it was good and worthwhile. Then ask for their input, and hope they find it useful." Chapter 64. Guns and Blades. Nathan stood in front of the majority of the guardians of Jamor and the heirs. He rubbed his hands together, psyching himself up to introduce their presentation on firearms. "Let's get started. We are here to present a new kind of weapon that I've been working on with Beatrice, Poppy, and Herden for a while now. It's something from my home, and I think it will be a valuable weapon in Sarah's arsenal that will complement her build well. This weapon is the primary armament in my home, to such an extent that other kinds of weapons are comparatively rare." He paused to ensure that he had everybody's full attention, then gestured towards where Beatrice and Poppy stood next to the table of guns. "Of course, I only had the insight of this weapon. I didn't have the skill or skills to make it. Beatrice Bow and Poppy Miri did all the hard work here, and Herden Bow handled the enchanting. I must say, they did a fabulous job recreating something that I only remembered. Much of the credit should go to them. At this point, they can make more by themselves, though they will need my permission." The dark-skinned enchanter heckled from the audience, where she was already sipping on a dark blue cocktail. "Blasphemously lucky of you, I was bored." Nathan raised an eyebrow at her. "I seem to remember you thanking me for a new challenge. Anyway, Beatrice's the one who's done most of the testing, and I don't want to touch the weapon because it's enchanted, so she'll demonstrate." He waved Beatrice forward, and she grabbed the bag of guns. Poppy hoisted cases of ammunition for both the rifle and the revolvers before following. Nathan sat down in the viewing area, next to Stella. Sarah was in front of them, paying rapt attention. Stella leaned in and whispered to him, "After all this, it better be a weapon fit to wake the giants." Nathan smirked as Beatrice put down the bag and fished out a revolver. She turned towards them. "Can I get a target? Something sturdy for practicing ranged attacks on.
And with a backstop. Kulal gestured, and a man-shaped mannequin of dark wood flew out of a closet, settling on the far side of the room. An inclined plane of force materialized behind it. Beatrice looked nervously at the target. "This weapon is hard to explain, so I will demonstrate." Poppy had popped open the box of revolver ammunition and handed her 6 rounds before backing up out of the way. Beatrice loaded the rounds quickly, almost dropping one. Then she turned to the dummy, aimed down the barrel, and pulled the trigger. There was a muffled bang and a cloud of smoke, but the burly blacksmith didn't stop. She pulled the trigger again and again in rapid succession until she'd emptied all 6 bullets into the dummy. It was only 30 feet away, and she didn't miss a single shot. There was a moment of silence. Then Dallo waved his own hand, dispelling the smoke. The dummy shot across the room, coming to rest before the audience. One bullet had made a mess of its head, while the rest had impacted the center mass and turned it into a cratered ruin of kindling. Nathan was surprised the bullets hadn't penetrated all the way through the wooden dummy. Stanel spoke up quietly.
"That's Everoak, isn't it?" At Dallo's answering nod, the weapon master looked impressed. "Can I see the weapon?" He held out his hand, but Beatrice shook her head jerkily.
"We're not done."
Then she pulled out the rifle, and Stanel's gaze intensified as she loaded a single round. Kulal summoned another dummy, while Beatrice aimed down the length of the long gun. She leaned forward into the recoil as she fired, but still staggered slightly at the sharp crack of the big cartridge. The dummy's head exploded. The bullet ricocheted off the angled plane of force and left behind a crack in the spell. It bounced a few more times before burying itself in the solid railing that separated the arena from the viewing area. Nathan winced. He was glad that ricochet hadn't hit anybody. Stanel's jaw dropped, and he breathed out a single word. "Extraordinary." Stanel was staring in rapt fascination at the rifle in Beatrice's hands. Then he turned to address Kaya. "Good bet." He pulled out a wide, flat disc, about 9 inches across, and flicked it towards the tall woman. She snapped out a gauntleted hand to catch the disc with a snort. The tall woman turned to display the object to Nathan. The surface of the disc was intricately enchanted, with a large gem glowing white in the middle. 7 crystals were spaced along the outside edge, each glowing a different color. She explained briefly before tucking it away. "It's a recharge disc, a Kalis conclave item that can recharge near any enchantment." Nathan blinked. "Did you bet that Stanel wouldn't know the weapon?" Kaya nodded. "Yes. You have the sharpness of a good blade. I did not think you would be wrong with this." Nathan turned to Stanel. "You gave me the money for this project. You didn't think I could do it?" Stanel had a slight grin on his face. "I figured you'd come up with something useful to Sarah, and that a gift from a friend weighed differently than a gift from a father. Besides, I thought I might be wrong." "And I was." He gestured to the rifle, then stepped towards the arena with his hand outstretched. "How does it work?" he asked Beatrice. The copper-skinned man's advance was blocked by a hand like a gnarled branch. Herden stood in his way. "Now that you're all lit and flaring, it's time for me to dump some water on the fire. These weapons have some true insights behind them. We'll tell you the basics of how they work, but not the details. And I'll imprint the weapons to your daughter here, with a curse activating if anybody else wields them or tries to take them apart." Sarah had also stood and was stepping towards Beatrice. "Yeah, Dad. These weapons are for me, not for you. Thank you, Herden, Nathan, Beatrice, Poppy. I look forward to holding them in my own hands." She brushed past her father, who was looking forlorn. His hands made little graspy gestures at his side. Herden's stern expression cracked into a broad smile at Stanley's expression. "We can do the imprinting later, after you get the chance to weigh them in your own hands. Then you can order some of your own. We've already agreed to make you some if you want them. For now, let your daughter try out her new toy." Kalal frowned as she inspected first the bullet embedded in the railing, then the crack in the force wall. She dismissed the force wall and sat for a moment before turning to Stella. "Stella, can you figure out an appropriate backstop that won't send pieces of metal flying back at us?" Stella looked a little blindsided. Nathan was sitting in between Stella and her mom. He turned so the foxfolk could only see the back of his head and mouthed a word at Stella. "Dirt." Stella caught his silent motion and narrowed her eyes in thought. Then, she snapped her fingers and spent 10 seconds working through a spell before casting. A mound of conjured earth appeared on the other end of the arena. It only covered about a quarter of the back wall.
Dallo seemed to think it was a good idea, and with a wave of his hand, more conjured dirt showered down to cover the entire back wall. Beatrice had been explaining the operation and terminology of the revolvers to Sarah. She showed her how the mechanism worked and gestured at the cartridge and the enchanted hammer on the back of the gun. She loaded one revolver and had Sarah load the other one before showing her the speed loaders and demonstrating their use. Beatrice had Sarah keep the guns pointed downrange at all times with her finger off the trigger, which reminded Nathan of something. I just realized we never built a safety onto those things. At least Beatrice's got the rudiments of gun safety and trigger discipline already figured out. Sarah was extremely focused on the instruction, not missing a single detail, as Beatrice explained with occasional interjections from Poppy. After just a few minutes, Sarah was smoothly handling the revolvers as if she'd been using them for years. She loaded and unloaded the cylinders, then aimed and mimed firing with an empty chamber. She examined the box of bullets to see how many rounds she could afford to play with. Then she carefully loaded each revolver and took one in each hand. She stood in the center of the room. Kulal conjured some small targets, some of which bobbed back and forth. They looked like small, colored, but almost insubstantial. Sarah took a deep breath and raised one revolver. Her first shot cracked apart a stationary target, and she paused to assess the shot, frowning over the feeling of recoil. She raised the gun again and fired quickly, hitting a target with every bullet. As soon as the gun in one hand was empty, she raised the other hand and resumed firing, quickly tearing her way through the targets. I guess that answers the question. Her class and skills definitely apply to guns. She'd holstered the first revolver while firing the second. As soon as the second gun ran dry, she flipped out the cylinder and shook out the empty casings. Her other hand came up and tried to slap a speed loader home, but she fumbled it and sent the rounds falling to the ground. Nathan winced, hoping none of them went off. None did. Right. No primers. You need to stick something thin and hot through the paper to set them off, and basically, only the enchanted hammer fits the bill. That probably makes them a lot less likely to discharge accidentally. Dallo repeated his trick to get rid of the smoke, and Sarah stuck the guns into her pouches, beaming. She turned to Nathan and bowed deeply. "This is a true gift, Nathan Lark. I will treasure this day until the ending." Nathan didn't know how to respond, and just nodded back with a broad smile on his face. Everybody else seemed thrilled with the display. Nothing else would suffice but for Sarah to try out the rifle. Nathan explained that it was meant for longer distances. Beatrice chipped in that she hadn't been able to properly calibrate the sights in her workshop since she hadn't wanted to go into old Jamor to properly test the range. She showed Sarah how the front sight was actually clamped onto the barrel and could be moved around slightly to properly calibrate it. Zeroing? Whatever. But Sarah didn't seem worried.
She had skills that enhanced accuracy and power of ranged weapons in general, and they seemed to apply to guns, too. She squeezed off a few shots, getting the feel for the recoil. Nathan advised her to pull the trigger smoothly, not jerk it and throw off her aim. Eventually, Stanel got his turn. He took a revolver in each hand and sighed, closing his eyes as he simply held them. Oh yes, this is a good weapon. I think I will want several of these. They're so quick, I don't even need to draw my arm back. Just track from target to target. They swept the guns across imaginary targets in a complex pattern. I wonder if... well...
Time will tell how compatible these are with my skills. Then he picked up the rifle, repeating the process where he closed his eyes. Indeed, truly a weapon worthy of a questor. This rifle might make me put down my Adrani sharp-shot bow. He hesitated. For some things. He cracked his eyelids open and looked to Herden. I see some enchanted rounds over there. May I ask? Herden smirked, the expression looking very natural on the crotchety old woman. Indeed. I could guess that you would ask for enchanted ammunition. You'll like them. Explosive and penetrating. The explosive should only explode inside the target, and I think the penetrating rifle round would go through a siege bore the long way, before skills are applied. Stanel rubbed his hands together. I'll be dropping by the shop tomorrow. Should I come to Beatrice's place? At her encouraging nod, he looked down at the weapons. And I think I'll place an order of more ammunition for these weapons, for Sarah. Finally, his attention turned to Nathan. And Nathan, I think Sarah and I owe you a favor for this. For the gift of a new and powerful weapon to my daughter, and for teaching the crafters of Gamor a new type of weapon, however restricted it must be. Nathan nodded, looking to Kaya. His implication was obvious. She tilted her head from side to side, then spoke. Stanel and I will speak of this later. I am inclined to agree, but I recall you mentioned another possibility? She gestured towards Stella with a questioning look. Stella looked flustered. I don't know yet. It's helpful, but we aren't done yet. Kaya made a thoughtful noise. Then we will speak more after the graduation ceremony, when you are done. I have not shared my airwalking insight with any, and I would wait for the adventurer's oath. After that, there were a few more things to take care of, mostly involving Herden. She imprinted the weapons to Sarah, warning everybody not to touch them. It would take a good bit of handling to set off the self-destruct, but better not to risk it. Additionally, Herden looked over the swords that Nathan had broken the curse on. She was surprised by whatever she saw, and called over Dalo and Kulal to take a look as well. After looking over the sword, Dalo shot Nathan a gauging look. Arl hovered nearby, clearly anxious for the verdict. While Herden, Dalo, and Kulal conversed over the swords, Nathan looked around for the other members of the heirs. Sarah was talking to Poppy, but Stella and Kachi came over. They chatted about the new weapons. Kachi schemed about having a truly long-range option for the team and wondered if they could force most foes into attacking them. Stella seemed relaxed and pleased, glad that her friends were upgrading their firepower. Then Herden came forth, holding the swords. The primary enchantment on these swords are still intact. It's an impressively simple but powerful mana-channeling enchantment. The basic strengthening enchantments on the blades are also still active. Most of the grip-specific enchantments are dead, but they were stupid ones anyway. What kind of fool needs to burn mana to hold onto their sword, or keep their hands dry? Herden shook her head, seemingly disappointed in the sweaty-palmed, long-dead mage lord. She returned back to task. The swords are ready to use, and the craftsmanship is acceptable, especially for Sklean blades. The materials are excellent,
and the edge itself is made of mana-forged mithril for the enchantment to work through. I would almost recommend breaking them down for component parts to get a new pair of swords made, but this channeling enchantment is surprisingly versatile. She paused, offering the swords to Arl. However, you should choose what kind of mana you want imbued. They don't come with a self-recharge, so you will need them manually recharged by a mage with the appropriate mana types.
Arl took the blades, and Herdine gestured towards Stella. The channeling enchantment is best with non-elemental mana, though less substantial elements like fire or air would work. I would not recommend water, earth, wood, or life. I think air mana would just send a gust of wind with every swing, pushing everything away from the blade. Fire would heat the blade and burn all it touches, but would do little for its penetrative power. Shadow would mimic the original death mana, but would be better for destroying armor, and worse at disintegrating flesh. Stella frowned at the swords that Arl was busy examining. What about force, or lightning, or light? Herdine looked surprised at Stella's question. You are young to have all those powerful mana types. Then she shrugged. But it is not my role to question your secrets. Force would be good. It would extend the weapon with a blade of force, which would cut like a high-tier force spell. The sword itself would become nearly impossible to break. Lightning would give a strong shock and blast back any target the blade touched. The effect would be strong, as all lightning spells are, but it would drain the mana storage of the blade quickly. The mana storage is expansive, and as long as it could be recharged frequently, that might be very effective. The old woman paused and frowned. As for light, I have not worked with many light enchantments. It would likely let off a blinding burst of light with every strike, and might duplicate some of the burning effects of a fire imbuement. I am not sure. At that, Kulal got everybody's attention with a quiet but very clear, flashing chime. This has been very exciting, but we are late for dinner. Let us go eat. The rest of the dinner was a lot of fun. Nathan enjoyed hanging out with the Guardians. They were self-confident and cool, and the mood was celebratory. Nathan got toasted a few times, along with Beatrid and the other crafters. Stanel seemed in a grand mood, mentioning multiple times that he expected Sarah and Arl to start making their names now that they had worthy weapons. Sarah made a joke about potentially angling her level 81 class development to focus on guns. It was the kind of joke that tested the waters, probing for a response. Stanel looked thoughtful, but didn't shoot down the idea. Huh. Interesting. Chapter 65. A frustrating field. Before too long, the heirs were on their way back to the Adventurers Guild. The new weapons were all stowed away in Sarah and Arl's dimensional pouches, and they strolled down the hill, chatting and being cheerful. There hadn't been any alcohol, so Nathan was completely sober. They arrived back at their suite of rooms in a celebratory mood, with Arl especially not wanting to sit down and relax. He pulled out the twin swords again, examining their shining curves in the main room, while the rest of the heirs lounged on the various couches. Sarah asked the obvious question. What mana types are you thinking of having imbued? Arl looked up from the swords and turned toward Stella. It seems best to have mana types that could be recharged by Stella. I realize I am assuming your willingness to help me. Stella blew a raspberry and waved her hand at him. Truly the most difficult task. Her expression sobered. I would agree to charge your weapons for as long as we are on the same team. Arl nodded back seriously. In that case, I believe force would be an obvious choice. An unbreakable blade that extends the size of the sword and cuts with such a fine edge would be powerful. He looked down again, considering the swords in his hands.
But I don't believe that I should do that to both swords. I should limit myself to mana types you have available, so that recharging is easier. Fire seems a lesser choice, but better than air. Herden made it sound like air would be actively harmful to the weapon, unless we're worried about poison gas.
Earth mana does not seem like an option. I find myself hoping that your insight of lightning is going well. Arl grinned expectantly at Nathan and Stella. Stella rolled her head around, flipping her braid over her shoulder. Fine. Let's get on with it. Nathan, it's time to teach me of lightning. Again. Hear me, but I am feeling like this insight is forever around the next corner. Nathan nodded agreeably and cracked his neck as he sat down next to Stella. He spoke to the other heirs. Fair enough. We're close. Might get to it as soon as tomorrow. This probably won't be too interesting to y'all, so you might want to find something else to do. He focused the lesson on electricity and magnetism. They had already gone through some practical exercises with the generator, and Stella understood that things were more complicated than they seemed. She'd messed around with magnets and charge enough to accept that there were invisible, hidden forces moving things around, and it was up to Nathan to explain what those forces were. He needed to connect the math he'd been teaching Stella to the evidence before her eyes. He'd been taught to do a full derivation of all of Maxwell's laws, and he wanted to instill at least a bit of the logic of those processes into Stella, if not necessarily walk through every aspect of the math. But math was just a language for describing the world precisely, and Nathan was going to take it as far as he could. His was certainly helping out. Concepts were easier to explain than they should have been, and Stella was likely to interpret Nathan correctly when he made things ambiguous. Honestly, Nathan wasn't sure how much of that was his skill and how much of it was Stella being smart. Regardless, Nathan wanted to start with describing how electric and magnetic fields were generated. Over the evening, Nathan walked Stella through the first two of Maxwell's laws, which governed how electric charges created electric fields and magnetic dipoles produced magnetic fields. Nathan was glad to revisit the ideas and go through the math behind them. He'd always found it elegant that under Gauss's law, static electric fields were created by imbalances of charge, while the law for magnetism basically meant that there were no imbalances of magnetic sources and sinks. If you broke a magnet in half between the two poles, you created new poles at either side of the breakpoint. The math was almost supplementary to helping Stella create the right kind of field simulation with her magic. They went out to the practice field, where Stella placed a few glowing orbs in the air to illuminate the darkened area. Nathan was sure to close and latch the gate before they moved to the far side of the practice area, under the 70-foot drop that Nathan felt so well acquainted with. Then Nathan helped Stella understand how a charge moved in the presence of electric and magnetic fields. He used his spear to write out the equations in the sand. He had Stella conjure up some simulated fields and traced how a charge would spiral around magnetic field lines via the right-hand rule. Electric field flow was a bit easier, since a charge would follow electric field lines towards an opposite charge, or away from a similar charge. Part of the trick was to explain how most fields were not simple. In the real world, multiple contiguous sources tended to complicate things enough that applying the math was hard. This is really so much easier to explain with a three-dimensional model. I'm jealous. I had to learn by drawing X's and bullseyes on paper. Low-tier lecturing 10 achieved. Yay. They left off there for the evening, though Stella wanted to keep going. She was starting to see the elegance of the way electricity and magnetism worked together, orthogonal yet complementary to each other, and she was hungry to complete the puzzle. Oh, I can't wait until I get through Ampere's law and Faraday's law.
and show her that light is a combined electromagnetic wave. That realization is mind-blowing. But it was getting late, and Nathan reminded Stella that they still had time. After all, he wasn't planning on running off into the wilderness anytime soon. He'd prefer to come back to this tomorrow, when they were fresh. She looked frustrated, but acceded to his request. The next morning, Stella was anxious. They did their exercises, and she managed to keep her peace, though she kept shooting Nathan impatient looks. She kept silent over breakfast, sullenly glaring at the other teams around them. Finally, as they were leaving class, she asked Nathan if he'd skip class to teach her math. Okay, that's just hilarious. I've skipped class for other things, but never to do math. Well, I think I was late to class a few times because I was busy doing math, but that's different. The rest of the heirs teased her about it, and Stella just pouted and murmured, "But I want to learn about lightning." Nathan raised his hand respectfully. That's a pretty great argument. Still, after lunch, we have time. Nathan was glad they hadn't skipped class. They were learning more about Giant's Rest and what forces they would deploy on the field. The military might of Giant's Rest was primarily in its mages, who had an almost feudal-like structure, with the archmages of the Ascendant Academy standing at the peak. Then there were various tiers of researchers, lecturers, and proctors beneath them, owing their loyalty and education to their high-ranking sponsors. The pattern continued on down to the lowest of students, who typically were the children of existing mages. It was common for male mages to have a lot of kids in Giant's Rest, which sure didn't diminish his hatred of the place.
The more Nathan heard about the Ascendant Academy, the more he felt it exemplified the worst excesses of academia back on Earth. People fought tooth and nail to climb the pile. Once they were atop it, they had ultimate authority over those below them, bordered only by others of the same authority. It seemed a life of polite violence, with brutal politics that could get you demoted, killed, or mind-controlled at any misstep. You trod on those below to ascend, wary of being backstabbed by those at your side or squashed by those above. Apparently, the enslavement mages were considered lesser mages, since they needed to leave the academy to pursue riches or recognition. The highest calling for a Giant's Rest mage was to ascend an archmage, rich with magic and wealth. The best way to do this was by demonstrating magical genius with your learning and original projects, leveling from displays of magical might. That would let you catch the eye of somebody above you, who would count on your support once you rose in power. And that was because Giant's Rest fought duels, just like Jamor. Many of their duels weren't dangerous, focusing more on judging magical power and control with only reputation on the line. Of course, when a low reputation could result in somebody dominating you with no consequences, their duels were hardly without stakes. What a damn snake pit. And it's all based on magical might. Nathan found the discussion of the structure of the Ascendant Academy helpful to understanding his enemy. However, this lesson was focused on what made up the military might of Giant's Rest. Almost every Giant's Rest mage would know mage armor, and most of them had force mana as well. In contrast to Jamor's style of force mana, Giant's Rest force constructs tended to be invisible, but smaller and somewhat harder to pierce. Most Giant Rest mages could cast basic mental spells, like Paralysis and Daze, with spells after that depending on the specific build and mana types of the mage in question. Enslavement mages, with Mass Daze or Dominate, were fairly common in Giant's Rest forces, and they tended to have several spells focused on controlling enemies and preventing them getting close enough to attack. Aside from mages, Giant's Rest didn't have much of a formal army. They had no standing forces, not even of slave soldiers. Instead, it was all just the personal possessions of various archmages and the mages below them.
the relevant possessions being slave soldiers and golems. Golems were expensive and usually required one or more people to be sacrificed to empower the golem core with motive force. But they were strong, hard to kill, and their bodies could be further enchanted. Excellent guards, but their lack of flexibility and mobility in rough terrain tended to be a problem in the guerrilla wars that Jamor liked to fight. Kill the person directing the golems, and they would revert to the simplest of orders. The slave soldiers were mostly uniform. They weren't supposed to win fights against high-level Jamor adventurers. They were supposed to prevent anybody from running up to the Giant's Rest mages while they were casting battle-winning spells. They tended to be drawn from lower-performing servants or artisans who were considered expendable. That meant they didn't tend to have specialized martial classes. Slave soldiers were usually armed with a big shield and a spear, but the mental spells used to control them were brutal and left fairly little in the way of autonomous thought. A slave soldier wouldn't break until the mage commanding them was dead and the fight was obviously lost, at which point they would lie down and die. I know enough military history to know that being unbreakable is incredibly important to large-scale conflicts.
Morale is to the physical as 3 is to 1, and all that. No wonder Jamor doesn't fight Giant's Rest in the open. Giant's Rest did have specialized slave soldiers. Different mages had their personal forces trained in different ways, according to their whims. Some archmages had cadres of specialized archers, assassins, heavily armored line breakers, and more. They were trained from birth, guided towards specific classes, and could be terrifyingly potent. I think those guys are going to be my biggest weakness. I probably stand a good chance against an archmage in a confined area right now, if they don't already know to use non-conjured elemental magic against me. And I'm only going to get stronger. But one of those elite slave soldiers could probably take me apart. Something to watch out for. Finally, there were the slave masters. These formed what middle class there was in Giant's Rest, and were the middle management and overseers for when more initiative was required, but a full mage wasn't justified. The overseers weren't often seen in combat situations except for slave raids, where their specialized classes helped get new captures organized and moving quickly. I don't think I'll have a problem with killing them either. After the lesson, Nathan had to spend a few minutes controlling his anger. It had been an enlightening lesson, but it had reminded Nathan of what was going on across the mountains while he lazed around in Jamor. Over lunch, Stella encouraged everybody to eat quickly so they could get to the practice fields as soon as possible. Arl and Sarah went back for seconds, then thirds that they didn't really eat, while Stella glared. They still left the dining hall earlier than most and beelined for the private training area. There, Nathan finally turned to the derivations and logic behind Ampere's law and Faraday's law.
From seeing the generator, Stella had accepted that a moving magnetic field could move a charge to make current. But unifying all of it and describing the surface integral so that she got it was taking a little while. It was the nice part of tutoring somebody one-on-one. You could ask questions Socratically and be sure they understood everything and weren't just nodding along to get to the next part of the lesson. Meanwhile, the rest of the heirs were doing various kinds of weapons practice or running drills. Sarah had made some dummy cartridges from spent casings and was practicing rapidly reloading the revolvers, as well as incorporating them into her usual cycling of weapons. The more she practiced, the more Nathan saw that the revolvers were quickly becoming a weapon of choice, even if she wasn't live firing them very often. Nathan knew Starnell planned to take Sarah out into Old Jamor with Beatrice later to practice privately and at longer ranges with both types of firearms. Kachi was working on quickly summoning divine mana to enhance his shield and hammer without requiring a lengthy prayer. He had gotten much quicker with the shield, but was having trouble imbuing the divine power into his hammer as rapidly. Arl was going through sword drills with the new sabers, getting an exact feel for their weight
and also working out the best ways to draw them from his pouch and trigger the enchantments nearly instantaneously. They weren't empowered yet, but it didn't stop Aal from practicing. Finally, Nathan was satisfied that Stella had understood Faraday's law, and why changing magnetic flux caused a voltage over a wire. Then it was time for the heirs to break and go to individual tutoring. Stella walked toward her parents, but looked back at Nathan with a twinkle in her eye. "I'll be right back." She exchanged a few quick words with them, pointing back at him. Darlo looked like he was about to argue, but Kulal raised her hands placatingly.
Then Stella stormed back towards Nathan, while Darlo shot him an admonishing look. The short, red-haired mage waved to her parents without looking back, dismissing them. She gestured back to the practice area. "Let's keep going. I want to figure this out today." Chapter 66. Very, very frightening. Nathan looked over at Stella's parents. Darlo had a peeved expression on his face, while Kulal merely appeared curious. Darlo almost started striding in their direction before Kulal grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. They had a short conversation before taking to the air and flying back to their home. Doesn't seem like my place to get involved with family discussions. If Stella wants to keep learning about electricity and magnetism instead of her parents' magic tutoring, I'm not going to say no. We'll deal with it if it becomes an issue. They moved back to the practice field, and Nathan launched into the topic of Ampere's law, which described how a moving charge created a rotating magnetic field. He didn't go into special relativity and the concept of reference frames, but was able to communicate the idea well enough. It felt like was pushing at its boundaries, ready to develop, but awaiting an appropriate insight. It was only low tier, so it made sense that it would be easier to develop. Stella examined the latest set of equations as she played with her floating sand simulation of a moving charge. She looked back up at Nathan. "Okay, I think I understand these forces. Now, how do I use them to make lightning? And what about light? Is that going to require a whole new set of mathematical equations? I'm still interested, but..." Nathan was lost for words for a few seconds. He'd kind of forgotten the ultimate goal of all of this, allowing Stella to generate new types of mana without having to take up a class skill. He scratched the back of his head. "Well, it's not too much farther to get to light, actually."
Though we'll be missing some of the details.
Stella shook her head. "I can think of so many amazing things I can do with lightning now that I understand how it works. But how do I get there? I need to manipulate charge with magic, but what's the first step? I don't just want to understand it, I want to use it." She was starting to get frustrated, which was fair. She'd just spent a ton of time learning several college classes worth of math and physics, all with the promise that it would let her shoot lightning. And now the last leap was the final stumbling block. Nathan thought for a moment. Natural sources of lightning. Well, there's the obvious one, and Stella has air mana. Not water mana, but static is all about friction between insulators anyway. Nathan grinned, then turned to Stella. "Okay, so static electricity is what makes lightning. Static shocks are imbalances of charge that are generated by rubbing things that don't conduct electricity against one another. For normal lightning, it's usually about collisions between water, but static can happen when air rubs against itself too. I want you to try using air mana to make a bunch of woven bands of air, which are rubbing against each other. Have two different flows, each moving in a different direction and converging on different points. Maybe make the flows with two different gas compositions if you can." Stella frowned at his description, especially when he mentioned making the streams of air have different compositions. She sighed and threw up her hands. "Why not? Let's try it out."
She gestured for Nathan to step back. The mage spent a few minutes fiddling with empty air, concentrating intently on something invisible to Nathan. Then she banished the attempted spell with a frustrated gesture. "No, that doesn't work. How about this?" She fiddled with the spell some more. Nathan would have loved to help, but he didn't understand how to make a spell all that well, so he trusted that Stella could figure it out. The mage turned back to Nathan, digging her fingers into her auburn hair in frustration. "That doesn't work either. It feels like cheating if all I needed to do was rub some air together and not learn all of that dumb math." Then she paused. "I wonder. Force spells can block lightning, but they start acting strange afterwards. I wonder if they build up charge." She turned and jogged back to their suite, Nathan following along behind the agitated mage. The sun was setting, and people were heading to dinner, but Stella ignored them and went into the main room, where she pulled out the generator and gestured for Nathan to spin it. He obliged, putting his back into it. He didn't know what Stella was planning, but he was going to let her apply the knowledge she'd learned. Soon enough, there was a faint sparking between the generator wires. Stella stuck her finger into the gap, her face intent. The sparks had to sting, but she left her hand there for a minute. She withdrew her hand and conjured a small pane of force between the two wires. "Keep turning it. I want to see." She left the force block there for 20 seconds, then reached her hand back into the device. There was a much larger pop this time, as Stella's hand approached the pane of force. She jumped and shook out her hand. "I think the force pane acted a bit like a capacitor, storing a charge. Wild." She examined the construct before dismissing the force pane and making a more complicated force construct with two panes that joined together in a narrow spike. The spike was aimed at her, and Nathan frowned at the force construct. But she hadn't told him to stop, so Nathan kept spinning the generator. After a moment, faint sparks started to bounce around at the point of the force spike. Stella grabbed a spare magnet in one hand and closed her other hand around the point, hiding the sparks. She moved the hand holding the magnet to be next to the hand covering the sparking spike. "I understand that this is just a moving charge, a current. I know how it's made, by a moving magnetic field. I can guide it with my magic." Her hair started to stand up. It was still tied in a tight braid, but strands escaped and fluttered around her head. Stella extended the hand holding the magnet away from her and pointed her finger out. Faint tendrils of electricity started jumping from her finger as if it was a Van de Graaff generator. She started chuckling, ramping up into a full-blown cackle as the tendrils grew stronger and the distinctive crackling of electricity discharge ramped up. "And if I wrap it with a spinning field from the magnet, I can guide it." The manifold tendrils narrowed down to a cone, then to a line of crackling electricity extending a foot away from her hand. The door opened, and Kachi walked into the room, turning to ask about the crackling noise in the room. He nearly walked into the faint line of electricity which reached out towards his armor. He fell over on his ass as Stella, still laughing, discontinued the spell with a flourish. She stood there for a moment, cackling and raising both hands in triumph. Her hands twitched involuntarily and looked faintly burned. She turned to Nathan and gave him a hug. Magic robes be damned. Nathan hugged back and was rewarded with a static shock for his trouble. It almost interrupted his attempt to hold back his anti-magic as Stella's still staticky hair climbed up his nose. She pushed away, beaming ear to ear. "I have 2 new mana types now. One for electricity, another for magnetism. I've never heard of that one before, so I doubt there are many existing spells for it. But that just means I get to invent them." She spun, full of excitement,
and hugged Kachi as he climbed to his feet.
He looked down at Stella and gently patted her on the shoulder. He turned his attention back to Nathan. "That seems to have gone well?" Nathan nodded, also smiling. "I think Stella might need some healing, though. Please make it thorough." She blinked, looking down at her hands. "Oh. Ow. Yes, please." Kachi sighed, shaking his head as he bent over Stella's hands, muttering a long prayer to heal the electrical burns. Those can be scary as hell. Getting zapped can leave you with mild skin burns, but lethal internal burns. He urged Kachi to keep going, and he obliged, sweeping Stella with multiple passes of his healing magic. Stella was having trouble staying still, prancing around the room with excitement.
Electricity and magnetism! Dragon's breath! That's exciting!
Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Nathan couldn't help but prompt her. "Congratulations! You understand one of the 4 fundamental forces of reality. And there's one more part to it. Light, remember?" She turned back, a bit flushed. "One of the 4? Don't you think we've done enough for one evening?" She stopped talking, mouth still slightly open. "What am I saying? Teach me of light, O master of the mountain." Nathan grabbed a slate, making a quick sketch. Once you understood Maxwell's equations, it was easy to make the jump to generalized electromagnetic waves. You could figure it out yourself if you just thought about it, and all Nathan needed to do was guide Stella in the right direction. This is simple. Say you have an independent magnetic field, without a source. Don't worry about how it started. It just goes from nothing to this vector, then dies out again. Nathan looked up, judging Stella's reaction. She was calming down, but looking doubtfully at the slate. "But it can't come from nothing." "Bear with me. Once it goes away, since there's nothing causing it, it's a changing magnetic field. So what does that make?" He prompted her by gesturing with the chalk. "An electric field."
"Right, which would be in this direction, perpendicular to the original magnetic field, if slightly offset. But then you have an electric field with no source, so that goes away. And that makes..." Stella was looking at the slate with some concentration. Nathan could tell she was connecting the dots. "That makes a magnetic field without a source, just like what you started with, but farther along." She looked up at Nathan. "And that's light? Just alternating electric and magnetic fields? It would just keep going until it ran into something. It's not a physical thing, just a perpetuating alternating field, traveling perpendicular to the field directions. Just a force." Nathan smiled. All it had taken was a little push. "Congratulations. You have developed the utility skill into utility skill. This skill will help you explain concepts in the future, smoothing over gaps and aiding greatly in explanation and understanding. Will not help you convey details you do not know, and will not help you suppress people's doubts about what you are teaching." Nathan commented on her statement. "Effectively right. Light is electromagnetic waves, and more than that. You can't separate out the 2 fields in light, and they don't really have a directionality in quite the way that it seems. They're also quantized, because it's like a packet of waveforms moving along. I can explain some of that with math, but it gets even more complicated." Stella barely heard him. She was looking off into the middle distance, her jaw hanging open. Wait, that's too big." She sat there, mumbling for a moment. Kachi squinted at them like they were speaking a different language, which they essentially were. Yeah, the language of math, built to describe physical reality. Stella sat down heavily on the couch. It seemed like the idea Nathan had given her was too big for her to process all at once.
And I didn't even go over the full thing. You kind of need special relativity and frames of reference to properly understand it. Maybe later. Kachi spoke up, looking concerned. "Stella, is there a problem?" She looked up at him,
her gaze unfocused. Then she raised a hand in the air, and it flashed with sparks and a flickering light. The sparks were unfocused and jumped back to Stella's own hand. She twitched and pulled her hand back as it was shocked, her hair rising into the air once more. A scabbarded knife on the table next to her had jerked, and Nathan could feel the magnetism mana from here. It felt like warm wires dragging over his skin. He guessed she'd just poured a bunch of electric and magnetic mana together, trying to make light in the way that Nathan had explained. Mid-tier Identify 5 achieved! Kachi looked even more worried. Stella, this is the wrong time to experiment with even more new mana types. Look at me. He stepped closer, wary of the way her braid had started rising on its own. He shot a desperate look to Nathan, who took the hint. Nathan stepped forward, burrowing through the aura of charged mana. He grabbed onto Stella's hand as it reached upwards once again. Stella, hold on. Don't go too quickly. Lightning is dangerous. Don't try to make up spells with it on the fly. That's how you kill yourself. You know better than this. A jolt of mana came out of her hand again, both lightning and magnetism. Nathan absorbed it smoothly, examining the magnetic mana for the second time. Stella's spell was unfocused, as if she'd jammed the two mana types together and hoped they fit. Mid-tier Spell Sense 8 achieved! He leaned down and yelled in her ear. Stella! She shook her head. Then her eyes focused on Nathan's, just a foot in front of her face. They locked eyes for a moment, and Nathan saw lightning crackling in a spiraling pattern inside her pupils. Stella sucked in a breath and looked away. Sorry. I wanted to try it. I think I need to go talk to my parents. They need to know about this. Nathan nodded, then pulled her up. Do you mean to teach them the insight? Stella wobbled as she rose, her motions jerky. She snorted disdainfully. No, I don't know if I can. There's so much that they would need to understand, and they both have lightning already. They think of it completely differently. It's not just another element like fire. It's a fundamental force, not a thing, a field. Maybe now's not the time to explain combustion. Nathan looked to Kachi. Should we walk her up there? The wolfman stroked his chin. I am glad that this lesson seems to have gone well. But it seems that what Stella needs is advice from her parents on handling powerful insights. With that, they escorted their insight-befuddled teammate up the roads of Gemor to her parents' mansion. She quickly regained her motor control and was soon skipping up the mountain. Nathan made sure to mention to Kulal that Stella hadn't eaten when they dropped her off. Stella did not return that night, and Nathan had to explain to Arl and Sarah that he might have taught her an insight that was slightly too big for her. Nathan meditated before bed, as was his usual practice. He was apprehensive about the consequences of what he'd just done. He hoped it didn't end up being a problem for Stella's development as a mage. But with this out of the way, everything should be smooth sailing until graduation on the solstice. Stella did return the next morning, as they were gearing up for calisthenics. A sleepy-looking Dalo descended from the sky with Stella in tow. He dropped her off, fixing Nathan with a complicated look. Then he broke eye contact and sighed without saying anything. The elderly mage flew away as they started running. Stella seemed happy and refreshed. She took off immediately, taunting the rest of them to keep up. Kachi looked at Nathan and shrugged before they all followed along.
Skill text comparison. Utility skill. Low-tier lecturing. This skill will help you explain plans and details clearly in the future, smoothing over gaps and aiding in explanation and understanding. Will not help you convey details you do not know,
and will not help you suppress people's doubts about what you are teaching. Utility skill. Mid-tier lecturing. This skill will help you explain concepts in the future, smoothing over gaps and aiding greatly in explanation and understanding. Will not help you convey details you do not know, and will not help you suppress people's doubts about what you are teaching. Chapter 67. The Building Charge. Nathan felt more at ease over the next few days. He'd accomplished his goals at empowering the heirs. They were deadlier than ever, and Nathan felt like his own increasing power wouldn't end up eclipsing theirs anytime soon. If anything, he was the one falling behind. He looked up from stretching one evening as Sarah returned from the tutoring. It was late out, and Nathan could guess why. "Go outside the city with your dad again?" She nodded, looking satisfied. "Pistol practice in the Caxall's basement, then long-range shooting outside the city. I can kill a stalker with one rifle shot from half a mile off." "I'm glad it's going well. I was worried that they would be too different from the weapons you grew up practicing with." Nathan got up from the ground, pleased with his flexibility. "Stanley trained us to use every weapon, just like he does. But even he recognizes that the guns are something special." Sarah hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I dropped a skill called straight flight earlier. It would help my weapons fly straight through difficult winds, but that seems less of an issue with guns. I picked up one called gunslinging instead. It improves the speed for drawing and reloading." Nathan's eyebrows raised. "Can you show me?" In a flash, both of Sarah's pistols were in her hands, aimed at a couch to Nathan's right. "No need to draw back my arm or load an arrow. Just aim and fire." She gave Nathan a grin. "These are indeed weapons worthy of a questor." At that moment, Stella staggered through the door, collapsing on the couch that Sarah was aiming at. Sarah holstered her weapons, taking in the exhausted mage. "Practicing Nimana types with your parents?" "Did you need a prophecy to learn that?" Stella's sarcastic response was muted by a yawn, but she also looked happy. "They don't want to teach me many lightning spells. They're costly on mana and very dangerous. But that's the entire point. And they know they can't stop me now that I have the mana types." "What about magnetic mana? Do they know any spells for that?" Stella waved a hand dismissively at Nathan's questions. "No. Dallo did mutter about some Kalis Conclave spell references, but it seems rarer than a dragon's egg." Her tired face morphed into a satisfied grin. "But it's great for guiding lightning. The most complicated part of lightning spells is guiding the mana, and magnetic mana is excellent at it. I'm building my own lightning spells, replacing the guidance mechanisms with magnetic constructs." "We'll practice with it tomorrow?" Nathan asked. Stella nodded. "After I sleep." The next day, Nathan got to know the humming crackle of lightning mana even better. It was a great way to efficiently recharge his stamina, given the cost and speed of lightning mana. Stella's growing prowess at targeting meant she could nail him from across the battlefield with a lightning bolt to completely fill his stamina. Even when Nathan tried to dodge the bolts to give her better practice, he mostly failed. The spell was nearly instantaneous, and Stella's aim was good. They emerged from the practice yard to a number of awed and jealous looks thrown Stella's way by the other adventurer mages.
After all, it was hard to hide that you were throwing around lightning bolts in the practice yard. Only a handful of mages in all of Jamor could use lightning mana, and most of them were over level 243, since they'd gained the mana type from a class development. Over the next few days, Nathan helped Stella experiment with magnetic mana-only spells, holding up magnets or chunks of metal for her to throw around. After a lot of failure, she got frustrated. "The mana's too slippery on its own. I can create spiraling constructs to guide lightning, but a simple flow to throw metal isn't working."
Picking up the spray of metal pieces, Nathan nodded silently. He didn't have much to add. This wasn't something he had a lot of expertise with. After a bit more practice, he broached a topic they'd dropped earlier. "Are you interested in trying to get light mana again?" "No," Stella answered quickly, eyes downcast. "My parents made me promise not to. They said they'd help me with it after graduation, but my dad said it was an undead-brained move to learn another mana type before then." Later in the week, Nathan did more sparring with Arl. He was working with sabers more now, getting familiar with the blades now that his new swords were charged. Stella had charged one with lightning and the other with force mana earlier, and they were potent weapons. He'd demolished a score of even the toughest training dummies, and was forced to spar with Nathan, who could resist even that level of magical firepower. The force blade extended far enough to rival the reach of his favorite greatsword, and the projected edge could take chunks out of mundane steel, though they broke on Nathan's arms. Meanwhile, the lightning blade struck like a thunderbolt with each blow, zapping the target with electricity, while letting loose a directional detonation of concussive force.
Even though Nathan could absorb most of the attack, the concussion was enough to send him skidding back with every blow. So much power was released with each hit that the sword only lasted for a dozen blows before Stella had to recharge it. But Arl could deliver those dozen blows in half as many seconds. It was an impressive display of rapidly delivered firepower, capable of taking down the toughest enemies. The last member of the heirs hadn't been slacking either. Nathan regularly sparred with Kachi as the cleric worked on incorporating divine magic into his fighting style more and more. "Again," Nathan shrugged, once again setting himself to charge at his teammate. His legs carried him rapidly over the sandy ground before he threw himself shoulder first at his training partner. In the second before impact, a golden barrier spread outwards from the shining shield. Nathan crashed through it before impacting the metal. Kachi held him back easily, but Nathan wasn't trying to knock him over. It was faster that time, and tougher, more imbued with the will to protect. Nathan's ability to give detailed feedback was invaluable to Kachi, and his magic was progressing by leaps and bounds. The divine power was more potent, quicker to activate, and more focused since he'd made the decision to focus more on the magic to the expense of martial ability. Kachi could heal at range now, and could wreath his hammer in divine energy in a bare second. Not to be outdone, Nathan pushed himself to get better at hand-to-hand combat. He focused on getting comfortable parrying weapons with his bare hands. The practice made clear the benefits of his rage, with the enhanced speed, strength, and toughness allowing him to catch a full-strength strike from one of Arl's unenchanted swords on his outer forearm. He'd stop the blade cold and come away with little more than an easily healed graze. Those practice bouts with Arl were quite even, though Nathan had to admit they played to his strengths. Arl wasn't using enchanted weapons and couldn't run away to gain distance. He'd frantically batter at Nathan, trying to keep him from getting in close to grapple. Every time Nathan managed to grab hold of Arl, he was able to overpower the younger man quickly. The spear is a weapon for big monsters. Fighting other people, the speed of my fists is the way to go. I just need to get my hands on them, and then my enhanced strength can usually win the day. Nathan had some free time most afternoons and had been cashing in on his magic absorption for favors and profits. Herden had called him in to help curse break a few items she'd had stored away. It was challenging but interesting work, and he'd had to regenerate his hand after a cursed bow ate the original. Literally ate it, the weapon growing a pair of wooden jaws and snapping off the limb. I doubt most people would consider that an interesting afternoon. After a few sessions, he'd broken a few items, but managed to uncurse some others. Herden was pleased and paid Nathan in both favors and coin,
promising that she'd help him figure out if the next item he curse broke was safe to use. Mid-tier Identify 6 achieved. The next afternoon, Stella beckoned Nathan to follow her as she went to meet her parents. They've managed to scrounge up a pile of contaminated conductive quartz. If you want more favors, this is a way to get them. Nathan was only too thrilled to follow, though he was expecting to be grilled about the lightning insight. Instead, Kulal bowed her head to him. We acknowledge the weight of the insights you have given our daughter. Are you willing to do us another favor? Dallo looked like he wanted to say more, but Kulal shot him a firm glare, which repeated itself every time it looked like Dallo wanted to bring up the subject of Nathan's insights. Instead, they fed Nathan a good dinner, then asked him to purify a pile of conductive quartz, contaminated with mana of all kinds. Nathan got familiar with even more varieties of mana, from the shifting strength of metal mana to the sharp-edged slickness of what Nathan could only call salt mana. Maybe just crystal mana? Mid-tier Spell Sense 9 achieved. After he was done, Dallo inspected the crystals. He looked pleased and turned to Nathan. I will ask Kia to teach you her airwalking talent. This favor and the others, they are a heavy burden, and it would go far to balance those scales. She knows how much Stella means to us. Aw yeah, next best thing to flight, here I come. Honestly, it might be better than straight flight if it lets me use all of my movement skills. The other adventuring teams were getting sent out on their own long-distance missions, killing monsters or clearing out lairs around the villages. It seemed to be going well, and it wasn't uncommon for a team to swagger in and brag about the levels they'd earned. But the heirs didn't feel the need to keep up. They were already ahead and spent a lot of time just hanging out and chatting. The barriers between them were few and growing fewer. Nathan felt at home with them in a way he only had with his closest friends on Earth. They talked about hopes, fears, and dreams. Their deepening friendships led to discussions of politics, ambitions, and what they would do with their growing power. No decisions were made, but they all spoke of ending evils and protecting the people of Jamor in new ways. The heirs were realizing that they had agency and the power to back up their opinions with meaningful actions. All too soon, graduation was upon them. On the day before the solstice, Jolba laid out what would happen. This news was new to most people, since Sudrael was co-opting a tangle of various traditions for her ceremony. The solstice was a day where the sun would not appear. It would vanish one day, as it usually did, a dark line sliding across the glowing orb, and then it would not appear the next day. The night sky would grow darker than usual, and wavering lines of light would replace the glowing landscape that usually spread across the sky. The sun would reappear on the dawn of the second day. It was tradition for adventurers to trek up to the very top of Gamor to guard the seal during the solstice, when the sky was dark. The seal would start glowing, shining brightly enough to light up the sky at noon. Sudrael would give a speech before having them swear the adventurer's oath next to the glowing seal. It sounded like a whole thing. Nathan had another dinner with the Guardians of Gamor, catching up with Leska and Zarian. They seemed very pleased that Nathan was keeping up with the heirs. Zarian's wife, Krisa, confided in Nathan that they'd been worried about the heirs being completely dependent on their parents and mostly cut off from the broader adventurer society because of it. They were glad that Nathan was an outside influence. Though I'm not exactly a great bridge to the rest of the adventurers. Some kind of horse trading went on behind the scenes, and Kia agreed to teach Nathan the airwalking talent, after he swore the adventurer's oath at graduation. All too soon, it was the day before the solstice. Their classes had wrapped up without fanfare, and Nathan had never seen the Adventurers Guild so packed.
The giant traders, along with dozens of other teams, were back in Gamor for the occasion. Nathan noticed that a lot of the adventurers were tense and wary. He found Vala. Why are the adventurers treating this like the eve of battle? The broad, dark woman set down her ale and wiped her lips. She looked the same as when Nathan had first met her outside Tael's tower. When she answered him, it was with a frown. Bad things happen on the solstice. Big monster attacks, strange magic.
People say the seal wakes it all up, that all the monsters in the world want to break the seal on the solstice. So we guard it, and the city people take refuge in the fortresses under the mountain. The villages hunker down too, but they've never been attacked. The monsters go for the seal. She shrugged. Most years, nothing happens. But when something does happen, it's always a battle worthy of remembering. On the worst years, a few questers show up to help out. That hasn't happened for decades. Nathan thanked her, then spent a few hours trying to relax with the heirs. They were all nervous, both about graduation and the oath, as well as the solstice itself. They played some card games to pass the time, conversing about training and what kinds of jobs they wanted to take after graduation. Nathan didn't fully relax until he meditated before bed. There was a sense of impending doom hanging over everything. But what would come, would come. Nathan had done what he could to prepare himself and his friends for any threat they could reasonably handle. Worrying about it now would only hamper his readiness. Anything that came at Gamor would need to contend with a city full of formidable adventurers, ranging from the guardians of Gamor all the way down to Nathan and the other trainees. The next morning was quiet, as if a pall had fallen over the city. The heirs woke up earlier than usual, but didn't do their normal exercises, instead trooping over to the dining hall in the pre-dawn gloom. The sky was growing darker, with the continents overhead fading as dawn approached. Dozens of faint pinpricks of lights slowly replaced the normal skyscape. They were in various colors, from purple to red, and looked something like stars in the sky, but spaced at regular intervals. Breakfast was subdued. All the trainees ate in silence, quickly finishing a hearty meal heavy on carbohydrates.
Then Jolba ushered them out of the dining hall, and together they started to climb the mountain that Gamor was built into. The trainees were joined by all the other adventurers in the city, forming a silent pilgrimage up the steep slope. Every adventurer Nathan had met was in the procession, from Arthur and the giant traders to Eldred and the vanguard and the guardians of Gamor. The city was well lit by magical lights mounted on buildings, and the guard was out in force. Nathan looked back over his shoulder and saw the wall fully manned, with lights shining outwards onto the killing field around the city. They walked up towards the peak of the city. The sky was even darker now, and Nathan realized how accustomed he'd become to the glowing world overhead. Now it was gone. Nathan felt like he was alone in the wilderness back on Earth, with a black sky pressing down upon him. The mood was somber, as everybody felt the oppressive darkness, with few conversations as they climbed the steep slopes of Gamor. Nathan saw city folk hurrying past in the dark. They carried magical lights or torches and congregated around the entrances to the bunkers dug into the mountain. The guard was also manning the bunkers, though not as heavily as the outer walls of the city. They're preparing for a full-scale attack. They climbed higher than Nathan had ever been, to the council chambers sheltered under the overarching stone. The building was ancient, obviously original to old Gamor, and possessed of a level of craftsmanship and elegance that reminded Nathan of the Sagrada Familia, or Hagia Sophia. Nathan spent a moment examining the building, admiring its grand scale, flowing stone architecture, and clear defensive nature, before Sarah elbowed him and gestured onwards. They walked past the council chambers to a grand staircase that cut through the stone. The staircase led into a broad and high-ceilinged tunnel that climbed up the inside of the cresting wave of stone that hung over much of Jamor. The stairs were wide and shallow, the space dimly lit by magical lights set into the walls. With so many people in the enclosed space, the sounds of boots and hooves on stone echoed loudly, only interspersed by the occasional cough. Still, nobody spoke. It was a solemn occasion, full of majesty. That sense of majesty redoubled when they reached the end of the staircase, which led onto a broad and mostly flat area atop the mountain. The dark sky stretched above, seemingly ready to swallow them in its enormity. As Nathan gazed upwards, his eyes adjusted, and the distant dots of light came into view once more. Nathan might have imagined it, but he thought he saw threads of light connecting the dots. The lines shifted in color and wavered like a faint aurora borealis. Nathan tore his gaze from the sky as the crowd of adventurers pushed through the chill wind of the mountain peak. They were high above the ruined city of Old Jamor, standing on the curved top of the mountain. The stone underfoot was natural and rough, and there were no railings. The area around them curved down gradually for hundreds of feet on either side of the ridge-like mountaintop. In one direction, that slope suddenly dropped away over the city of Jamor, and in the other, it continued down the steep back of the wave-shaped mountain. They were headed towards the seal. It had been described to Nathan like a big stone door set into the top of the mountain. Now that he saw it in person, he'd say it reminded him of a vault door from the Fallout games. Glowing blue lines traced a pattern like an irising camera lens on the 40-foot-wide stone circle, and a beam of light shot upwards from the center of the seal. Nathan squinted and could make out spidery symbols glowing on the recessed stone surface.
They looked nothing like the enchantments Nathan had grown somewhat familiar with through Herden's tutelage.
On the other side of the seal was a wide plinth supporting an obelisk whose outline was vague in the darkness. Sudrail stepped up onto the plinth in front of the obelisk and was lit from beneath by the light from the seal. She was dressed in a sleek breastplate and fine chainmail, carrying her spear like a staff of office. Her voice was loud and shocking after the lack of conversation on their journey. "Take up your assigned positions! Trainees, stay here! Scouting revealed no groupings of monsters, so we should be safe. But consider this the start of your final lesson. Take no chances on the solstice!"
Chapter 68. The Tales of Endings. There was a moment of silence after Sudrail's words, then the creak of leather and scrape of boots as the experienced adventurers formed a perimeter around the blue glowing seal. Several teams took to the sky, led by the Guardians of Jamor, as Dallo cast mass flight. The trainees remained in a large clump next to the seal, separated by team. They looked around to ensure that they weren't supposed to be doing anything, some talking in quiet voices. Simla and his team were nearby, and Nathan noticed Simla shooting glances at him. Behind them were Nornan and the Dust Eaters, laughing at a quiet joke. The trainees stood and muttered for a few minutes before another figure came into view atop the plinth, lit from below by the iridescent light of the seal. It was Feline. Her hair blew in the wind, and the light reflecting from the colored streaks looked like a stream of viridian sparks. Green eyes flashed with light, and her voice cut through the wind more cleanly than Sudrail's yell, reaching all of the adventurers spread around the mountaintop. Her speech was formal, with a ritualistic cadence. "And now we begin the oldest of the guild's traditions, the story of the slain and the spinning of their stories.
Listen and learn, for the lessons of this lecture are as much a part of our guild as the ground of Gamor. This is a time when we speak of endings, I begin with the tale of a man known only by deed and legacy. A man long dead, whose shadow looms long upon us all. His name was Istin, and at first he had no other, for Istin was born a slave of Giant's Rest. He was no soldier, but a worker who cleaned trash and scrubbed floors. When the slaves rose to cast Giant's Rest down, Istin was one of them. That day was darker than the sky of today, but Istin stood with his fellows. He fought mages that blasted them with fire and death. He killed one with a broom and was badly wounded by another. His class developed from that fight, and he was the first of my kind. The kind of adventurer who creeps in the darkness and strikes from the shadows. An assassin of Gamor, who strikes those who think themselves invulnerable in their fortresses. And he chose his name that day as Bow. Nathan noticed the trainees with the dark skin and broad frame of the bows stand straighter as Feline named their ancestor. Feline proceeded to tell of Istin Bow's adventurers, how he had delved into the dungeons of Old Gamor and killed Giant's Rest mages and their households in the darkness of night. Many of his friends died, but he and a few others achieved a high level. They had families, gathered magical items, and protected Gamor from the early assaults of Giant's Rest. Feline told how he'd had children and started the Bow clan to follow in his footsteps as an adventurer of Gamor. There were many whose stories are the same, and many are descended from them. Gamor owes its existence to the first generation of adventurers. But Istin's story is always told first today, on the solstice. And that is because he was the first to kill an archmage. The archmage Gralus raised his faction and marched the streets of Giant's Rest with scores of mages, ranks of golems, and legions of slave soldiers.
His parade was a showcase of pageantry and power, a declaration of his designs upon Gamor. Istin Bow killed him before he left the city. He leapt from a rooftop and used an old Gamor blast disc to shatter the shield of Gralus's platform before butchering him beyond any hope of healing. He cast the would-be conqueror's head toward the other archmages and declared, "Thus to those who threaten Gamor." To this day, any archmage who considers attacking our city must consider Istin's lesson. Feline raised her arms to the sky, looking upwards towards the lights. Her voice grew more strident, like a prophet leading a prayer. "And on this day, the day of the solstice, a day of remembrance for those lost, remember Istin's lesson. For though Istin killed Gralus and the invasion was stopped, Istin was slain by the assembled mages of Giant's Rest in turn. The first duty of an adventurer of Gamor is to protect its people. The final duty is to be willing to do whatever it takes to accomplish that goal. For we must teach Istin's lesson again and again to greedy Giant's Rest. The cost of that lesson is in the lives of the adventurers of Gamor. We can make them fear the cost of their invasion, but only by being willing to stake our own lives on that cost." She pointed towards the assembled trainees, and her hand was suddenly filled with a long dagger which seemed to cut the light of the seal. "And that is Istin's lesson. To safeguard our home, we must be more committed to protecting Gamor than Giant's Rest is to conquering us." With that pronouncement, Feline lowered her hand. Her glowing green eyes stared into the crowd of trainees, and Nathan could swear that she was looking straight at him. "The assassins of Gamor teach this lesson. If you wish to hunt mages unseen, to teach them the meaning of fear, speak of it. We will find you and teach you to kill all who reside in Giant's Rest." Her mouth curved in a smile, and one eye flashed pink before she vanished. Nathan focused his mind, trying to see through what was likely a very advanced stealth talent or collection of powerful skills.
Awfully bloodthirsty. She's got to be some kind of variant. With the darkness and the shifting light cast by the seal, Nathan caught not a trace of the elusive woman. The trainees broke out in whispers. Arl leaned into the center of their small circle. She's scary. I wouldn't want to go into the heart of Giant's Rest for any reason. Kachi spoke a little louder in his response, making heads turn in their direction. There is reason for all to listen when she speaks. Kadid was the next to climb to the top of the plinth and be illuminated by the seal. Now it's time to speak of those we knew. I'll start with my nephew, Tygal Bo, who died this past summer to a northern wyvern. He proceeded to tell Tygal's story, who he was, how he'd lived, and how he'd died. Oh, this is a time for eulogies. Adventurer after adventurer mounted the plinth, telling the tales of adventurers past. Not all of these people had died in the past year, with some particularly glorious stories having been passed down from generation to generation. Many of the stories were long, but the trainees stood rapt, hearing the tales of their predecessors, the legends of those who had come before them as adventurers of Jamor. Not all of them had died in battle, and some of the most celebrated were those who had lived through all of their years and raised a new generation of adventurers. Others had died without witnesses, and there was a lot of, and then they went into the dungeon and never came out. One recent example of that was the Grey Moon Order. They had gone into the monastery of Quaz on the most recent Delve Day, the one that the Grave Tangle had come out of. They had been a group of scholars and mages who focused on necromancy and the safe disarming of Quazian ruins. The one telling their story was an old crowfolk woman named Gail Shulet.
She headed the Tower of Trickery, where illusion mages like Wiam were trained. Gale didn't judge the Grey Moon Order. She just seemed sad that experienced adventurers had died to something that probably wasn't their fault. There was another lesson there that was communicated through the stories being told. Sometimes you failed and died, and it wasn't your fault. Sometimes there was an undetectable sensor in a random corridor that set off a bomb, unleashed a magical plague, or awoke an ancient army. Some of the stories were funny, some were sad. All were proud of the legacy of the adventurers of Gamor. Nathan felt the weight of tradition start to press down upon him. These stories communicated what being an adventurer of Gamor meant. It meant glory in battle, standing against impossible odds, and being willing to die to protect the city. Most of the adventurers around Nathan were descended from those whose stories they were hearing, and Nathan felt like an intruder in this space. He hadn't been raised here. He had come to Gamor only a few months ago, and now he was taking part in their most sacred ceremony. Nathan found himself awed at this beautiful tradition, the way it encouraged new adventurers to feel part of something larger than themselves. Indeed, many of the faces around him were awestruck and wet with tears. The stories continued, and the light of the seal grew more focused, more intense. Instead of a directed glow, it projected a beam of light up into the air. Enough diffused out to light the top of the mountain, but the beam seemed to thicken and intensify until it reflected off the sparse clouds overhead. I bet that would be actually blinding to look into from above. We're only seeing a tiny spillover of light from here. You don't see a laser if you're standing next to it, only the reflection from what it's pointed at. As the night continued, the clouds dispersed, and the other points of light in the sky also brightened. The aurora that Nathan thought he had imagined earlier proved to be very real, connecting the lights in the sky with a wavering iridescence that was beautiful to behold. The day wore on, and the stories continued. Nathan learned of other teams who had died, some recently, some famously, some both. Nathan could tell who supported Sudrael's agenda and who didn't by the message of their stories,
by how they described the deeds of past adventurers. The event was too solemn and serious for the petty politics to emerge into the open, but the subtext of the progressive and traditional factions of adventurers was clear. Nathan was listening to a slightly rambling story about a team called the Sky Spears, who had died 5 years ago fighting a rock elemental. He found himself watching the sky. The dots of light overhead had only increased in brightness, and the shifting streamers of light coming off them looked like a distant spiderweb, blowing in a cosmic wind. Then Nathan saw another aurora, much closer to hand. It was branching off of the beam emerging from the seal. The clouds had cleared, and he saw a wavering banner of light stretching off to the north. Wait, are all those points seals? Just ones on the world above my head? That's big. Nathan squinted upwards, trying to use the light to make out the continents above. But he was interrupted by a thump from the dais. Sudrael stood there, lit brightly by the seal. Its glow was ramping up faster and faster, casting shadows behind everybody nearby. Sudrael brought the butt of her spear down on the dais again with another thump, then raised her voice in a yell. We are blessed by a peaceful solstice, and so it is time for the tale of endings. A story older than Gamor, older than Giant's Rest, told across Davrar. The faint burble of conversation died completely, leaving only the breeze that soon calmed itself. It felt like the whole world was waiting for Sudrael to continue.
She spoke slowly, clearly, as if reciting an oral epic. It had a kind of rhythmic meter to it, though it wouldn't carry over to English. The solstice and the seal, our oldest tradition. But older yet is the tale remembered past the ending of the world. The tale of endings is not something written. It is for times when writing is lost, times when civilization dies, when there is no priority but survival. Remember the endings when cities die and the land breaks. If you lose all else, if nothing else will survive, preserve yourselves and preserve the tale of endings. This is the story of how the world ends. We record not what was lost, but how it was lost. The prophecy will allow survival of the endings. There was a moment of absolute silence, and Sudrael leaned on her spear, gathering herself, before launching stridently into the next part of the tale of endings. The world has ended before, and will end again. The order of the endings is the only part of the story that truly matters. Magic, gods, monsters, undeath, wrath, storm, deicide, elements, history, spite, silence. Sudrael paused and continued in a more normal voice. Those who founded Giant's Rest survived the ending of elements, and next is the ending of history. We clear the dungeons that history's wrath may pass us by. Now, again, and remember. Her tone grew formal once more as she recited the list a second time. This time the crowd chanted the endings along with her. Nathan joined in, remembering the order from the first recital. As he spoke, Nathan closed his eyes and came up with a mnemonic story for the endings to ensure he would never forget them. Magic, gods, monsters, undeath, wrath, storm, deicide, elements, history, spite, silence. There was a moment of silence. Then Sudrael continued. 3 pieces of advice follow. 3 for the essentials of food,
water, and shelter. First, make common cause, for the endings will kill all.
Second, the ending will last 3 generations. Plan for repeated catastrophe. Third, survival above all else. Sudrael slammed her spear down on the plinth for the 3rd and final time, gazing at the beam of light cast upwards by the seal, as if waiting for something. The pillar of brightness pulsed in recognition, before the light blazed brighter than ever before. There was a faint cry, as the other trainees shied back and covered their eyes. So that's the tale of endings. I swear that I'll keep the story alive, however long I may live. This memory, that mnemonic, is stored in the freezer in my mind palace, where it will never change or degrade so long as I exist. Congratulations! You have developed the mid-tier enhanced memory utility skill into high-tier enhanced memory. High-tier enhanced memory. You have a detailed mental construct to aid with memory, and a mental process to help you encode information into it. This skill will help you store and recall memories quickly. This process operates quickly and cannot be interfered with by outside sources. With time and effort, you can recall older memories and store them in the mental construct. Nathan blinked away the box and looked upwards, seeing that the pulse of light hadn't just come from here. The spots overhead had also flared with brightness, and the aurora pattern blazed as the tendrils above Nathan reached up and met those reaching down from the dots far overhead. The filaments of light illuminated the object they were reaching towards, a featureless orb in the sky. It was made tiny by distance and directly overhead, where the sun usually was. More tendrils came from the sides, joining as the entire world was lit by flowing tendrils of magic. Nathan could feel the power in the light now. It was like every form of magic all at once. Only the barest wisps of it reached Nathan, but it felt like the energies of creation. He tried to separate out the components of what he was sensing, but it was like trying to pull one strand of wire from a twisted cable supporting a bridge that crossed an ocean. The light was bright enough to illuminate the world overhead, and Nathan saw that the other lights, the other seals, were almost all placed on continents. Some of them were centered on the virulent patches of white and black, looking like the sources of an infection. And then, after an instant, or a quarter hour, of gazing spellbound into the sky, the magic tapered off. It happened smoothly but rapidly as the seal's magic ramped down. Before Nathan knew it, the seal was just lighting the top of the mountain once more, no longer illuminating Davrar from miles in every direction. Nearly forgotten, Sudrael raised her spear to gather the trainee's attention. "That is why we defend the seal on the day of the solstice." She seemed to deflate. "I will say a few things on the tale of endings before we move to the adventurer's oath. Hear my words. I believe that only the prophecy of endings and the 3-part advice is original to the tale, and all else has changed over time. It is a feeling that there is a groove worn into the world by this tale. It has been told for many thousands of years, and on this night it is easier to tell truth than to mistake." She coughed dryly and took a drink from a water skin, leaning heavily on her spear. But the old woman's duty was not yet done. The adventurer's oath. You will ascend to this platform and swear to me and the gathered adventurers that you will protect the people of Jaemor from monsters, enemies, and endings with your life. The embellishments of the oath are up to you, but you will swear by Davrar and the endings. The other adventurers had relaxed their vigilance and were grouping around the trainees. They didn't seem to be expecting an attack anymore.
Sudrael focused their attention. "Let the heirs start. Come forward."
Another voice interrupted, young and tense with anxiety.
"Wait! There is one of the heirs who should not swear the oath. Nathan Lark learned of the endings this very night. He does not know our ways, and we do not know his. He shall not become an adventurer of Damor. I heard him say he is not even of Devrar." Nathan turned to see who had spoken. It was Simla, and his outstretched hand was pointing directly at Nathan. Skill text comparison. Mid-tier enhanced memory. You have a detailed mental construct to aid with memory. This skill will help you store and recall memories quickly. Only provides fast recall from memories gained after gaining this skill, or memories stored in your mental construct. With time and effort, you can recall older memories and store them in the mental construct. High-tier enhanced memory. You have a detailed mental construct to aid with memory, and a mental process to help you encode information into it. This skill will help you store and recall memories quickly. This process operates quickly and cannot be interfered with by outside sources. With time and effort, you can recall older memories and store them in the mental construct. Chapter 69. An Aurora Duel. Simla glared at the bewildered adventurers with a challenging look on his face. "I speak true. Nathan Lark comes from beyond Devrar itself. He is alien, and we should not welcome him into our ranks, nor let him swear our most sacred of oaths. He did not know of the endings until just now. How can he defend the people of Jamor against them? Who knows what his ways truly are?" Sudrael looked down upon Simla, visibly peeved. "What does it matter from where Nathan comes? The adventurers of Gamor have always allowed wanderers to join and swear, even those who have lost the tradition of endings. Be silent, Simla. I have deemed Nathan worthy, and that is enough, no matter how others may complain." Her gaze passed across Eldred, eyes hardening.
In reply, a rough voice pitched across the mountaintop. "Do not deny that Simla's words hold the weight of truth. If this boy is not from Devrar itself, then we will know more. I do not think I speak for just myself in this. Or do you finally give me reason to challenge you, Sudrael?" The source of the voice emerged from the crowd of adventurers. It was an old man with a grizzled, salt-and-pepper beard and hair. He was tall and broad, standing like a craggy granite outcrop. He clutched a pair of heavily enchanted javelins in one hand. More poked up from a quiver over his shoulder. Eldred was standing near Simla and cheered the newcomer. "Speak the weighty truths, Kozar!" Sudrael turned to address the old man. "Kozar, you'd use this as excuse to challenge me?" The man shrugged. "Let the boy speak for himself. We've truth-telling skills enough to know if he speaks true. Your pets should be able to defend themselves, and there have been claims that he acts dishonorably." He tilted his head towards Eldred, then gestured for Nathan to take the floor. Nathan stepped forward and passed Kachi, who frowned and gave him a concerned look. Thoughts flickered through Nathan's head. "I didn't expect this. It seems like a setup, partly political. The traditional faction of adventurers is coming after me as a way to get to Sudrael and the heirs." Then Nathan's attention landed on Eldred, who was standing at Simla's shoulders and grinning cruelly. "This is Eldred's scheme. He couldn't challenge me, but he found somebody who could. He helped Simla spy on me, then goaded him to do this. He just doesn't want me to be an adventurer." Nathan felt the ember of rage at his core kindle to life. This was petty adventurer drama bullshit, and he was not pleased about it. "I want to make these assholes regret screwing with me. How do I respond? Clearly can't lie. Fuck it. My skill helps me be honest.
so it's time to be earnest. Flip the script.
Nathan focused his mind past the growing anger and rolled his shoulders as he walked up next to the seal. He turned and looked over the crowd of adventurers. Some of the gazes coming his way were hostile, but most were merely curious. "It is true. I come from beyond Devrar. I was brought here by magic, by the power of an archmage of Giant's Rest. He sought to control me, but I escaped. The giant raiders rescued me and brought me to Jamor. The Adventurers Guild of Jamor has taken me in, become my refuge against this world, with all of its terrors and monsters of all shapes. Jamor has become my new home, and I will fight to protect it. Or would you turn away all who ask for help and can help in return? That seems a path to a proud and selfish death." Nathan met Kozar's eyes, which studied him coldly. "Mid-tier earnestness 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier." Simla stepped up to face Nathan in response, every inch a warrior prince. His sleek armor was patterned with gold and silver engravings. His hands rested on well-crafted hilts rising from each hip, and a polished bow peeked over his shoulder. Golden eyes glowed faintly at Nathan as they studied each other. Simla sneered, then spoke. "You speak a pretty story, enough so that I suspect you have a skill to help you. But I wonder, how will you weigh your life when the next ending comes, when it seeks to choke all life from the land and bury us under the weight of history?" Nathan seethed at Simla's attack. He couldn't outright deny he had a social manipulation skill, but he'd been right in assuming that accusing your enemies of having one was a cheap but valid tactic. But he could use his earnestness to respond. Nathan considered his next words carefully, seeking to turn the moment to his advantage. "This reveal of the endings pisses me off.
They speak as if the endings are unavoidable apocalypses, which can only be weathered, not fought. They scheme against each other like crabs in a bucket, not thinking to challenge the bucket. But they know what the future endings are going to be, so they're deterministic. Something must be causing them. Whatever that is, can be worked against. It's got to be some kind of magical bullshit anyway. I bet there's some magical crystal somewhere that triggers it all. Maybe beneath this very seal. I'm anti-magic, so I might be able to break it." Nathan locked gazes with Simla, speaking with a cold fury. "In my birthplace, there is a saying, said with many meanings. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. To me, it means that no enemy, however terrible, cannot be fought. I will not only protect Jamor from the endings, I will swear my adventurer's oath to prevent the endings altogether. I will fight back, not merely fight to survive." There was a moment of hushed silence across the entire mountaintop, followed by scattered whispers. Nathan Kozar's snort, opening his mouth to speak derisively. Nathan spoke first to cut the man off. He looked past Simla to the other adventurers, to the heirs. "Who will join me in this quest to end the endings?" Kozar's eyebrows rose, and he looked mirthful. Eldred guffawed. Simla smirked. "Nobody will join you in that stupid dream. I think—" He was interrupted as the heirs brushed past him, moving to stand behind Nathan as one. "Congratulations. You have developed the mid-tier earnestness utility skill into high-tier earnestness. Utility skill, high-tier earnestness. This skill will help you portray your intense conviction and honesty when you interact with people. This skill will encourage people to follow your example in words and actions. Cannot fool truth spells or skills. Kachi raised his voice first, his chin high and eyes shining with golden light.
I will stand with Nathan Lark to challenge the very heavens.
He put his hand on Nathan's shoulder, continuing in a whisper meant just for Nathan and the other heirs. He was preparing to challenge you. Challenge him first. Stella placed her hand on his other shoulder, continuing where Kachi had left off. We are the heirs to traditions that span worlds. If anyone can do this, it is us. Her hand sparked where it touched Nathan's skin, and he glanced at her. Stella grinned back malevolently, her eyes lit with lightning as she silently channeled electricity mana into his skin. Arl spoke up, jaw set as he glared at Simla. We must move beyond tradition, beyond merely embracing the past. We must build upon it. For how else will things be better than they were? Sarah picked up from him, just as stridently as the others. We stand upon the shoulders of the adventurers of Jamor who came before us. We are the heirs who inherit their power. It is up to us to use it responsibly, to not just react to the evils of the world, but to act against them. The heirs stood before the assembled adventurers of Jamor, having just declared their purpose. Nathan's eyes fell on Simla, who looked perplexed. This clearly hadn't been part of the script. Time to throw it off a little more. Simla, I challenge you to a duel to submission, here and now, for seeking to prevent me from becoming an adventurer, for sullying my name and honor. I'm mad enough to challenge him to a duel to the death, but that's not how these duels work. And that's my rage talking anyway. The princely adventurer, lit by the light cast from behind Nathan, blinked at him for a moment. Then he grinned a vulpine grin, and his hands tightened around the hilts at his hips. I accept. I will fight you atop the seal. It shall be our ring. Nathan glanced behind him, at the wide disk of stone. The light cast from it was dimming, but it was still bright enough it would make visibility difficult.
You know, I do remember getting offered that talent. Sudrail and Dalo yelled in denial at the same time. No! They looked at each other. Then Dalo waved his hand, and a 30-foot wide circle of low flames sprouted from the rock. Fight here instead. The seal is not a place for a duel. He eyed Nathan with trepidation. I was so caught up in how cool it would be that I didn't even think that maybe it would be a bad thing to drain the magic from the seal. For now. Sudrael relaxed with Dalo's actions. Then she spoke again. I declare this duel fair. Do any disagree? She glared at Kozar, who smirked back at her. Who will stand for Simla Bola? I will. Eldred walked forward, putting a hand on Simla's shoulder. And so shall I. Kozar's voice rang out across the top of the mountain, though Eldred frowned at him. Eldred leaned down to whisper into Simla's ear, eyes flicking to Nathan. His hands moved subtly down near his side, Eldred's armored bulk hiding it when he surreptitiously pressed a small disc into Simla's hands. I wonder what that was. Kozar ran a steely eye over Nathan and the heirs. And who will stand for Nathan Lark? Kia fell out of the sky in full armor and slammed into the ground beside Nathan. She landed in a classic superhero pose, knee pressed into the stone and greatsword held sideways in one hand. She ripped off her helmet and latched it to her belt as she stood. I will. The holy warrior spared Kozar a glare before turning and examining Nathan. He shivered under the intensity of her gaze, but she merely stepped in and whispered quietly. The spear won't do you any good. Simla's resource is precision, and he's got skills for speed. He'll seek to bleed you with his enchanted blades,
but he will go for a deeper cut if given the opportunity. Watch for the tendons in your legs. She noticed Stella's hand on Nathan's shoulder, faintly sparking as the mage continued to pour magic into Nathan.
Stella had to have dumped thousands of mana into him by this point, way more than she was supposed to have in her mana pool. Nathan noted the distinct, jittery feeling of stamina overload and was having trouble staying still. Kia snorted, the edges of her lips twitching faintly before she put her helmet back on.
Humble him, Nathan. It will shame those who stand for him. Then Nathan stood barehanded just inside the ring, facing Simla from 20 feet away. Kozar and Eldred observed from one side, Kia from the other. As one, Kia and Kozar held aloft their weapons. Begin! Nathan settled into a fighting stance, struggling not to fidget with the excess stamina and anger coursing through him. He wasn't quite as juiced up as after draining the massive necromancy crystal, but this time he was very pissed off. Simla drew his weapons in a flashy pattern and began walking towards Nathan slowly. I need to keep my rage in check. Can't kill him, but I believe I can keep it under control. These duels are as much about public opinion as winning. But God, do I want to beat his face to a bloody pulp. Nathan activated his rage and sprinted at Simla, meeting him in the center of the arena. Simla's eyes widened in surprise as Nathan threw his body forward, hoping the smaller man would try to block his momentum. But Simla did the clever thing instead, sliding deftly to the side and striking high and low at Nathan's side. Simla's feet took him farther than they should have, and his blades reached farther than their length would suggest. Nathan snapped out his arm to deflect the sword going for his gut. He tried to bring his hand down to grab the blade, but the sword cut and was gone in an instant. A stinging pain shot from cuts in his arm and leg, and Nathan hissed in frustration as the cut to the back of his knee made it hard to bend that leg. Blood dripped, staining the ground of the arena. Eldred cheered loudly. Those blades are heavily enchanted, all right?
Sharpness, extra cutting force, and a bleeding enchantment, I think. Nothing dimensional, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a talent giving them extra reach, and maybe letting them cut more than they should. The magical signature left by the bleeding enchantment snuffed out, as Nathan kept his eyes on Simla. The younger man prowled around him like a puma facing down an elk. He didn't keep contact long enough for my anti-magic to do much work on those swords, but I only got to grab him once, and he knows it. Nathan turned, keeping his eyes on Simla as his wounds quickly healed. The smaller man's every step seemed to slide across the stone, moving him deceptively far. Simla lunged to the side where he'd cut Nathan's knee, cutting low at Nathan's ankle. His motions were fast and precise as the swords flickered out. Nathan pivoted and lashed out with a kick to Simla's torso. Simla had been expecting Nathan's movements to be slowed by the knee injury, and he pulled his attack as he dodged away from Nathan's blow. But Nathan jumped forward, and the kick struck Simla's chest. There was an audible crack as the breastplate absorbed the blow, and several of the glowing enchantments went dark. Simla was tossed back, but unharmed by the rib-snapping kick. Nathan's fury demanded that he follow through, and he chased Simla as the smaller man tried to retreat and regroup. Nathan didn't give him room, remembering his practice with Aal. He needed to get in close, to grab Simla and pound the bejesus out of him. Nathan was very much looking forward to punching the smirk off that face. Simla edged away, but Nathan was careful not to build up too much momentum and get baited into overextending. He had movement skills of his own, and when Simla skittered aside, he matched the movements. Nathan lunged forward and reached out, relying on his movement skills to keep his balance. Simla backpedaled furiously, flicking quick strikes at Nathan with both hands.
His movements were fast, but every strike was precisely aimed and scored light wounds on Nathan. He's got a bunch of movement and weapon skills. A talent making his steps move farther, and another to make his swords cut deeply. My skin should be as tough as metal right now, but his lightest strike is still spilling blood. Good thing I can make more of that from stamina. Nathan kept up with Simla and managed to dodge half the man's lightning-quick strikes. The other half he caught on his arms. A few slipped through, gouging at Nathan's ribs. Mid-tier dodging, footwork 4 achieved. The injuries were deep, but the bleeding stopped, and the wounds began healing only seconds after being delivered. His stamina was still full, beyond full. Thanks, Stella. Simla was going all out, his face a mask of concentration, as he kept striking at Nathan while skittering from side to side. But Nathan was still closing in and wouldn't let the lithe man break away. Simla wasn't as good as Arl, in the same league, but not as good. And while Simla was faster than Nathan's usual training partner, he didn't have weapons with sufficient weight to keep Nathan back, no matter how well they cut. Nathan could just take the blows and keep coming, so long as Simla didn't hit anything vital. And this was a duel to submission, not death. Nathan slid forward as Simla struck at Nathan's head and chest. Nathan ducked the top blow and caught the other sword in his left hand. It cut deep into his palm, grating over the bones beneath. Got you. Nathan clamped his hand on the blade, feeling its magic flicker as his anti-magic tore at the enchantment. Simla yanked the blade backwards, trying to slice open Nathan's hand. But Nathan's hold was too strong, and the blade didn't budge. In the grips of his rage, Nathan felt triumph. He felt unstoppable. The enchantment fell to pieces as Nathan brought his other hand down on Simla's sword, snapping off the last 2/3 of its length.
He cast aside the fragment of blade, then brought his hand up in front of his face before clenching his fist. Blood squirted out between Nathan's fingers, and he leapt at Simla again. Simla juked and dodged with inhuman grace, but Nathan wasn't letting him play matador. He picked up a few quick cuts from Simla's single scything blade, but he could tell the enchantment on the second sword was starting to fray. Simla drew out the object Eldred had given him, gritting his teeth in a snarl as he cast it at Nathan's feet. Kozar saw the action and threw out a hand. No! Simla dived backwards and laid himself flat. Nathan had only an instant to throw himself into a forward roll before the magical bomb went off. A wave of heat and pressure buffeted Nathan, and he only partially absorbed the blast. Chips of stone flew past, gouging his flesh. His roll became a flip as the pressure wave carried Nathan over the prone Simla. Nathan spun in midair and landed on his feet, staggering sideways to avoid leaving the ring of fire demarking the dueling arena. Low-tier tumbling 10 achieved! Blood ran from a cut on Nathan's forehead, but he glared down at Simla as the man got shakily to his feet. The center of their ring was blasted and broken, a crater marking where the explosive item had detonated. Oh, we're doing killing blows now? Guess the rules of the duel just changed. Nathan glared his hate as he advanced, yanking a spike of stone from his side. The younger man darted a glance over at Kozar, who looked furious. But the older man didn't interfere. High-tier regeneration 7 achieved! Simla looked back at Nathan and his unhurried gait, swallowing. He raised his sword once again, then feinted and dove low, looking to slice at the back of Nathan's ankles as he rolled unnaturally far with a gymnast's precision. Played that trick one too many times. Nathan kicked Simla in the chest mid-dive, sending him spinning into the air.
Then he leapt forward and grabbed Simla's ankle right before the man hit the ground. Nathan swung the man through the air like a sack, planning on bashing his skull into the ground repeatedly.
He's just an obstacle, not a true enemy. I won't break my word for him. Save that for Giant's Rest. Instead of following through, Nathan spun in a half circle and threw Simla from the arena, watching him fly over the circle of flames. That was a near thing. Guess Simla gets a chance to learn not to piss off somebody on the path of rage. Nathan closed his eyes, releasing the gloating thrill of victory. It was made harder when he heard Simla's scream cut out with a thump as he impacted against the mountaintop. There was a cheer from the airs, and Nathan smiled as he let go of his rage. High-tier Focused Mind 7 achieved. You have leveled up to level 53. Congratulations! You have won a dangerous duel against a rival who sought to discredit you. When he opened his eyes, Nathan was calm. He was stained with blood from dozens of wounds, but his stamina was still full, and his clothes were even mostly intact, if cut in a few places, blood-stained and torn from the explosion. Nathan met Eldred's gaze, smirking slightly as he walked towards the dais next to the seal. The heavily armored man glared impotently, and Nathan could tell he was thinking about stopping Nathan somehow. But he glanced around, seeing the other adventurers watching, and subsided. Kozar merely frowned thoughtfully at Nathan, watching him walk up the steps with a vaguely frustrated expression. As he stepped atop the platform, Nathan looked around. The heirs were right behind him, and Simla was being fed a healing potion by his team. Kia gave Nathan a single nod, and Vala raised her fist in support. All the adventurers of Gamora watched Nathan as he stood beside the beam of magic emerging from the seal. By the endings of Devrar and the wonders of Earth, I vow to fight the endings themselves.
I will prevent them from happening at all, if it can be done. May my class be stripped from me if I forswear. I will protect the people of Jamor from that which would assail them, be it monster, person, or ending.